Good morning and welcome again, ladies and gentlemen. If I may please bring your attention to the screen right now. In order to access Wi-Fi in this room, you could do so conveniently by locating on your devices the user ID assembly_ISA, and the password to enter is ISA@2023. And ladies and gentlemen, translation headsets have also been provided on your tables in order to navigate the languages you prefer. In order to tune into English, please switch to channel 1. For Arabic, the channel to tune into is 2. For French, the channel is 3. And for Spanish, it is channel 4 that you must tune into in order to tune into Spanish. So Spanish is 4, French 3, Arabic 2, and English 1. Those are the channels, ladies and gentlemen, to tune into on your translation interpretation devices. I also have a polite reminder to all of you to please keep your mobile phones switched to silent mode. Thank you very much for your kind cooperation. Good morning again and a very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this high-level conference on new technologies for clean energy transition. We're about to start very shortly. His Excellency Shri Rajkumar Singh, the Honorable Minister of Power and New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, and the President of the ISA Assembly is at the venue and is joining us any moment now. So I'm going to request you all to please take seats, ladies and gentlemen. Excellencies, honorable dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to please take seats. The Honorable President of the ISA Assembly, His Excellency Shri Rajkumar Singh, Honorable Union Minister for Power, New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, is going to be joining us any minute now. May I request you to please take seats now, ladies and gentlemen. A polite reminder to all of you to please keep your mobile phones on silent. And we have Wi-Fi available in the room. As you can see on the screen, the user ID is assembly-ISA, and password to use is ISA@2023. May I request you to please take seats, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. We also have interpretation, translation devices placed on your tables. For English, the channel to tune into is 1, for Arabic 2, French 3, ladies and gentlemen, and for Spanish, the channel to tune into is 4. The Honorable President of the International Solar Alliance Assembly, Shri Rajkumar Singh, His Excellency, the Honorable Minister of Power and New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, is now joining us, ladies and gentlemen. We are now being joined by His Excellency, Shri Rajkumar Singh, Honorable Minister of Power and New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, the Honorable President of the International Solar Alliance Assembly. Welcome. Let's welcome him in our midst, ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause. May I also invite to the dais Shri Bhupinder Singh Bhalla, Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India. Mr. Kenichi Yokoyama, Director General, South Asia Department, Asian Development Bank, joining us on the dais. Dr. Dave Rene from the International Solar Energy Society. And may I invite Dr. Ajay Mathur, Director General, International Solar Alliance. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please have a huge round of applause for the esteemed dignitaries gracing the dais. Excellencies, honorable dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to this significant high-level conference on new technologies for clean energy transition. As part of the 6th session of the International Solar Alliance Assembly, International Solar Alliance, in partnership with the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, the Asian Development Bank, and the International Solar Energy Society, is hosting this high-level conference on new technologies for clean energy transition. The objective of this conference is to move beyond discussions and take decisive actions. Government officials, industry experts, and leaders join us here to drive real change, making significant progress towards global climate targets. The focus really is on working together towards making solar energy the preferred choice, reducing carbon emissions, improving access to energy, and boosting economic growth in the process. With that said, we are once again very grateful to His Excellency Shri Rajkumar Singh, Honorable Minister of Power and New and Renewable Energy and the President of the International Solar Alliance Assembly. The esteemed dignitaries gracing this dais, thank you very much. And now it is my privilege to invite Dr. Ajay Mathur, Director General, International Solar Alliance, for the welcome address. Sir, ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to please help me welcome him to the podium.
Mr. R.K. Singh, the President of the ISA Assembly and Honorable Minister for Power and New and Renewable Energy of the Government of India, Shri Bhupinder Singh Bhalla, Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, Mr. Kenichi Yokoyama, Director General, South Asia Department of the Asian Development Bank, and Dr. Dave Rene of the International Energy Society. We are delighted to welcome all of you and the esteemed dignitaries on the dais to this event. This high-level conference on new technologies for solar energy, for clean energy transition, focuses on the areas that we are most concerned about, where we need the technologies of tomorrow. It is particularly a pleasure for us to work with 3 organizations who represent the different facets of this change. MNRE, which is a large-scale deployer of solar energy, apart from being also a research supporter. The Solar Energy Society, which is the largest group of solar energy experts from across the world. It was with delight that I saw the history of the Solar Energy Society of the last 50 years and the description of the various national sections that they have. And we look forward to work with them on seeing how the Solar Energy Society sections in different countries could be used also to amplify this message. And the Asian Development Bank. The Asian Development Bank has been a very strong partner for the International Solar Alliance in the creation of knowledge. in the creation of our work structures and in the creation of the programs that we have, particularly of green hydrogen. We will today be releasing 3 reports, and this is the second year in which we are releasing them, which look at the annual progress in solar technology, solar investments, and solar markets. This puts together for anybody who's coming into this country, whether they be countries or companies or experts, the progress that has been carried out over the past year and to learn from the global experience. We are also delighted that today we will be releasing a report on green hydrogen in which we have been supported by NATO, the Japanese New Energy Development Organization. Essentially, we need fundamentally new approaches to clean energy development and clean energy finance. Establishing the next generation of solar energy infrastructure requires expanded finance and more innovations in both technology and in financing. The technical sessions planned during the day will deepen the understanding of ISA member countries to address challenges related to solar technologies, challenges and opportunities in both the supply chain and in the growing need for energy storage to do it more efficiently. We also look at these sessions as being an opportunity for dialogue amongst member countries, government agencies, the private sector, research institutions and academia, which enable international collaboration with a way to reach our climate goals. I hope that for all of you, this conference is, in a sense, the beginning of an year-long effort till we meet again next year to begin this international collaboration on solar technologies, on solar markets, and on solar investments. We have a real opportunity here to learn from each other, and I look forward to the outcome of the event and to subsequent events as we go ahead. Let me again welcome all of you to this meeting. We have a poster session in the room just behind this partition, which also talks about the kinds of new and innovative technologies that are being evolved. Again, let me welcome all of you and thank you for being here.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for rendering that welcome address and setting the context for this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my privilege to request Dr. Dave Renne from the International Solar Energy Society to grace us with his insightful thoughts with his special address. Please help me welcome Dr. Dave Renne, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Good morning, distinguished delegates, and good morning, Your Excellencies. Dr. Mathur, thank you for your kind introductory speech. It's a real delight for me to be here, standing up here with such prestigious company to welcome all of you on behalf of the International Solar Energy Society to our 2023 Solar World Congress, which is being held here this week, and to this special high-level event organized with our cooperating partner, the International Solar Alliance. ISIS has a vision of a global 100% renewable energy system for all, used efficiently and wisely. Over the years, our mission has been to support research and development in emerging solar energy technologies and to share this knowledge broadly through our journal publications, our conferences, and our webinars, as well as through our strategic partners. So we have seen considerable progress and success in these technologies over the last 60 years, which is how long ISIS has been around, ranging from major advances in efficiencies and system laboratory and system reliability, thanks to dedicated laboratory work and to which has led to a successful multi-billion-dollar commercial enterprise. As a result, early last year, global PV installed capacity surpassed the 1 terawatt level globally, and its growth is currently so significant that capacity could well pass 1.5 terawatts by sometime next year. But with the growing global issues related to equity and energy access, economic disparities, and environmental threats, there's an urgency to rapidly expand the deployment of these technologies. And yet, still, continued challenges remain in achieving such a rapid scale-up. For example, we need much more ambition from all countries to reduce carbon emissions. As we saw from a climate action tracker chart about 1 year ago, nations around the world will need to achieve an additional reduction of 19 to 22 gigatons of carbon dioxide equivalent per year, or roughly 40% of the current total of over 50 gigatons, in order to stay within the 1.5 degrees centigrade global warming target set by the Paris Climate Agreement. But we think this is possible. Today's program, put together by ISA with input from ICES, and throughout this week during the ICES Solar World Congress, researchers and decision makers from India and from around the world have been brought together to share knowledge and hold dialogue so that we can continue to build our capacity to address these challenges. In the sessions to come today, as well as through the rest of this week, we will be learning about new innovations, case studies, best practices, and lessons learned in these technology applications. So in closing, I want to note that the Global Solar Council, of which ICES is a member, together with the Global Renewables Alliance, has launched a campaign to commit a target, which will be presented at COP28 next month, to triple global renewable capacity, a vast majority of which will be solar PV, to at least 11,000 gigawatts by 2030. This is crucial if we want to stay on track for the 1.5 degree centigrade pathway. This is why conferences such as this one, as well as the meetings we're going to be having throughout this week, are so important in creating a meaningful dialogue between the research community and the decision makers to bring these targets to fruition. So I will close by offering our extreme gratitude to our cooperating partner, the International Solar Alliance, and especially to our good friend, Dr. A.J. Mathur and his wonderful staff, for the outstanding contributions to our Congress and for making their event today available as a strategic component of the Congress. And as Dr. Mathur mentioned, you will have an opportunity to review a selection of technical posters that are being presented at our Congress behind this exhibit hall after the lunchtime period. Thank you very much for your attention and for being here for this very important meeting. And I look forward to meeting all of you and hope that you all have a very productive week ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your highly pertinent address. And just to reiterate, ladies and gentlemen, we have a poster exhibition adjoining this room. It's a collection of scientific, technical, innovative posters from the Solar World Congress, and we urge you to look at them, read them when you find the time. Thank you very much. With that, it is my privilege to now request Mr. Kenichi Yokoyama, Director General, South Asia Department, Asian Development Bank, to render the special address. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mr. Kenichi Yokoyama.
Shri Rajkumar Singh, Honorable Minister of Power, New and Renewable Energy, Government of India. Dr. Ajay Mathur, Director General, International Solar Alliance. Shri Bhupinder Singh Bala, Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India. And Dr. Dave Rene, President, International Solar Energy Society. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to be a part of this conference. I'd like to start by thanking the International Solar Alliance and the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, for the continued partnership with ADB. It is our pleasure to co-host this conference and carry the discussion on clean energy transition further with this second part of this conference. As we all know, energy is our modern world's lifeblood. It is indispensable to our daily existence for homes, offices, industries, transport, etc. It demands are rapidly rising, projected to double by 2030, in this region. Keeping that in mind, the simple fact is that it is not a choice anymore whether to adopt cleaner sources of energy or not. It is a must that we need to pursue as a collective commitment, but with appropriate sharing of responsibilities amongst countries. In this context, this conference, New Technologies for Clean Energy Transition, presents great opportunities that emerging technologies can offer to transform the renewable energy landscape, making clean energy sources more accessible, efficient, and cost-effective. Such technologies include solar power advancements, wind turbine innovations, energy storage breakthroughs, smart grid integration, green hydrogen, etc. Today, we gather here to discuss the challenges, opportunities, and specific approaches to adapt those emerging technologies, and also the roles of development partners like ADB to assist this process. The conference has 3 sessions: new technologies in the solar energy, solar PV supply chain, and advancement of solar plus storage or hybrid business models. Despite the rapid advancement of solar photovoltaic technologies and expansion, the subject of the first session, the resilience of supply chain in solar PV has emerged as a major challenge recently, particularly during and after COVID-19, in view of the concentration of manufacturing in specific geographies. We wish to discuss how the member countries can collaborate together to find effective solutions. Another area of discussion today is how we can overcome the challenges of intermittent nature of renewable power supply. Integrating energy storage with renewable energy sources is one option to address this challenge. Recent advancement in energy storage technologies have opened this possibility for creating reliable, flexible, and efficient green power systems. This can not only enhance grid stability, but also allow more efficient use of renewable energy resource and reduce the need for backup power from conventional sources. ADB is committed to facilitating clean energy transition through our financial and technical assistance facilities. On finance, we have a corporate level target of providing $100 billion of climate finance in the present decade, more than $10 billion per annum, of which about 2.5 to 3 billion could be for India, including adaptation. Sovereign finance is focusing on piloting and considering new technologies before they can take off with private financing, and recognizing the higher cost emerging technologies, developing nature, and the concept of common but differentiated responsibilities. We are seriously pursuing mobilizing concessional funds through Green Climate Fund and other multilateral and bilateral sources. Given the nature of the new technologies in terms of this, its developing status and the competitiveness compared with conventional technologies, we are also providing or prioritizing technical assistance to help advance and adapt new technologies. We thank the Indian Ministries of Power and of New and Renewable Energy for the TA partnership with us of critical subjects such as energy transition road mapping at state and energy national levels, BIMSTEC power trade and grid master planning across South Asia countries, power market reforms for renewable energy integration, green hydrogen, carbon capture, storage and use, amongst others. We also thank the partnership with International Solar Alliance, with whom we have very successful engagements. We have recently had a notable achievement, which is the establishment of the Green Hydrogen Innovation Center in the ISA during the G20 presidency of India. As I conclude this address, I'd like to express our appreciation of Honorable Minister Shri R.K. Singh for his leadership and guidance to push this green energy transition agenda forward. I would like to thank the speakers and participants who have come to share their insights and contribute positively to this dialogue. I hope all participants take away substantial knowledge from today and are able to build partnerships that lead to tangible outcomes, and ADB is happy to
and renewable energy sources. We must foster collaboration among governments, businesses, and academia to scale these innovations and ensure their widespread adoption. This conference, which has, I have seen the sessions are very, very interesting. I'm sure the whole day is going to be quite interesting and exciting for people who are going to be participating and, of course, speaking. I think this would help. This is one of the conferences which can mobilize global scientific and technological expertise towards this larger goal of not only India, but around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the promise of new technologies for clean energy transition is real. It is within our reach to build a world powered by sustainable and eco-friendly sources where the air is cleaner, our energy is greener, and the future is brighter. Let us work together to make a profound and lasting difference in the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for that eloquent address and rendering compelling insights. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a very short presentation on the outline of the World's Solar Reports on Technology, Investments and Markets, which is prepared by the ISA Secretariat in collaboration with KPMG. For that, may I request Mr. Abhishek Shah, Director, KPMG, to kindly grace the stage. Let's welcome him in our midst, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Abhishek Shah. Welcome, sir.
Yeah, a very good morning to everyone. So what we have done this year is bring the second edition of the World Global Solar Reports. So last year we had brought out the first edition of these reports. This year we have, because of the rapid changes in the global solar landscape, there have been a number of changes. And in this very quick presentation, I'll just highlight the key changes that have happened across markets, across technology, as well as investments. So the reports are mainly covering the changes that are happening across technology. In technology, there have been a number of changes in the use of new cell architectures. TOPCon technology has surpassed the use of PERC technology. There has also been new changes in the global solar manufacturing landscape, particularly the geographic spread of manufacturing has changed, not only which was concentrated in one country, but now it is spreading across multiple countries as people realize that supply chain security has become more important. In markets, there have been a number of new markets that have opened up. There are more countries which are installing more than 1 gigawatt per year. In investments, solar has surpassed $300 billion of investment this year, which is an all-time record high and covers 12% of the overall investments in the global energy sector. So these are some of the key highlights that I'd like to show over the next 5 minutes. Carbon emissions across the world exceeded 34 billion tons this year, which is an increase of almost 50% from 2000. So, and electricity consumption is the key driver of these carbon emissions. And the major share of the carbon emissions is coming from the electricity sector. Renewables has started to make an impact in the energy sector. It is it is exceeding the share in the overall energy investments. So now solar and wind this year comprises almost 70 to 80% of the overall capacity installations. But the global capacity, the cumulative capacity still remains high. The biggest markets for solar continue to be China, which comprises almost 30% of the overall capacity. USA is the second largest market. The Inflation Reduction Act in the US has turbocharged the sector there, not only in terms of capacity, but there's an increased investment in manufacturing as well. There's multi-gigawatts of capacity being set up by companies there as the government is heavily subsidizing manufacturing. Japan continues to be the third largest market, followed by Germany and India. There has been a huge resurgence of capacity installations in Germany. and as well as other European countries. Due to the Russia-Ukraine war, the shift has been noticeable towards renewables because there's a huge shortage of gas and other fossil fuels. Renewables has shown that it is not only important in reducing carbon emissions, but it is becoming a very important factor in energy security. Moving forward, solar PV continues to be the dominant technology. The global cumulative installations have exceeded 1 terawatt this year. And given the current trend, we think the annual capacity will become 1 terawatt by 2030. So you can expect more than 1,000 gigawatts to be installed before 2030, given the current rates of growth. Concentrated solar power is also starting to make a comeback. While solar PV remains the bigger brother, concentrated solar PV is finding a new use in thermal power plants. So that is becoming another key weapon in the fight in climate change. In terms of geographies, Asia-Pac region remains the dominant region in terms of capacity installations. China is the biggest, but India, Japan, and other countries are starting to heavily install solar. The other key factor to note is not in terms of the overall capacity, but even in terms of per capita installations. Solar PV per capita is seeing a huge increase. Apart from the usual suspects like China, India, there are some countries which have made major impact in terms of solar. There are countries like Chile, El Salvador, and others which have rapidly increased their solar capacity as a percentage of their overall share. Solar PV capacity additions continue to grow rapidly, and as I was saying earlier, before 2030, we expect more than 1 terawatt of installations to happen annually. So, as I've said earlier, solar has come a long way. The growth has been rapid, but there's a massive potential which remains unfulfilled. In terms of efficiency, there has been massive improvements. When we started out in 2015, the average efficiency of PV modules was around 15%. But now you generally in the market, you can easily get 22 to 23%. Apart from these technology improvements, the cost reduction has been nothing short of miraculous. The current market prices of solar modules is just 13 cents in the international markets. It was 28 cents just a couple of years ago due to COVID disruptions. And this downward trend in cost continues. So finding, solar has become the cheapest source of electricity in most countries around the world. Besides, solar individually, solar has a great potential to couple with other technologies. The green hydrogen revolution that sort of is happening comes on the back of solar cost reductions, because solar is so cheap right now that you can make green hydrogen possible. So going forward, technologies like battery storage, green hydrogen will all be based on the cheapness of solar electricity. So coming to investments, last year, global energy investments were $2.6 trillion. Out of this $2.6 trillion, solar is still not very large. It's around 12% at more than $300 billion. But more importantly, solar is dominating the overall power investments. So around 53% of the overall investments in the power sector comes from renewables, and solar is the dominant technology in that. But even with $300 billion of investment, we still need to invest much more in solar. Solar investment is mainly happening in major developing countries like India, China, as well as developed countries. But countries in the least developed regions, the investment has still a huge way to go. Africa, which has almost 18% of the global population, receives just 2% of the investments. So the investment needs to be scaled up to almost 2x over the next 5 years, and more importantly, it needs to be spread out more importantly to least developing countries. That is the overall key message here. So thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shah. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my privilege to request His Excellency Shri Raj Kumar Singh, the Honorable Minister of Power and New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, and President of ISA Assembly, to please release some very significant reports. We would request you to please release the Global Solar Reports on Technology, Investments and Markets. This is the second edition, His Excellency. We request the esteemed dignitaries to also please join him. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the Global Solar Reports on Technology, Investments and Markets, the second edition. Thank you, Your Excellency, for releasing these. And with that, now I request you, sir, to please release the ISA ADB NEDO report on a roadmap for developing and scaling the green hydrogen ecosystem. I also request Mr. Yoshiro Kaku, Chief Representative, and Dr. Abdul Siddiqui, Representative from NEDO, the New Energy and Industrial Technology Development Organization, Delhi office, to please join us on stage for this release. His Excellency, we request you to please release the ISA ADB NEDO report, a roadmap for developing and scaling the green hydrogen ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, for this launch we have Mr. Yoshiro Kaku, the Chief Representative, and Dr. Abdul Siddiqui, Representative from NEDO, Delhi office, the New Energy and Industrial Technology Development Organization. This is the ISA ADB NEDO report, a roadmap for developing and scaling the green hydrogen ecosystem. So that is a roadmap for developing and scaling the green hydrogen ecosystem report of ISA ADB NEDO. Thank you very much, Mr. Kaku and Dr. Siddiqui. Thank you for joining us on stage. And now with that, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to request His Excellency Shri Raj Kumar Singh, the Honorable Minister of Power, New and Renewable Energy and President of ISA Assembly, for his keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have a huge round of applause for the Honorable President of the ISA Assembly.
Mr. Bhupendra Bhalla, Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India. Dr. Ajay Mathur, the Director General of the International Solar Alliance. Mr. Yamaguchi, the Country Director of the Asian Development Bank. Mr. Dave Rene, from the International Solar Energy Society. Ministers, ladies and gentlemen. There are two aspects I could talk about. I could talk about what we are doing in our country, how we see the future, what we propose to do, what our intentions are, and lay down for you what the roadmap which we are going to follow or which we are following. That is one aspect which I can cover. The other aspect, which I can cover and which also I think needs to be covered, is about our planet. What's happening around the world insofar as the climate crisis is concerned, insofar as combating climate change is concerned. And I think both need to be looked at. And I'll look at both in brief. Now, to begin with, let's first talk about what we have done, what we propose to do, and how I see the future. Now, where we are at and where we have been is that our per capita emissions are one of the lowest in the world. Our per capita emissions are about 2.19 tons. The global average is about 6.5 tons. So our per capita emissions are 1/3 of the global average. The per capita emissions of the developed world are typically about 3 times to 4 times the world average. So that is where we are at. But notwithstanding that, our government, led by our Prime Minister, has been very clear ever since it took office. We, as a society, as a culture, venerate nature. We venerate all aspects of nature, whether it is trees, rivers, you name it. That's embedded in us from time immemorial. We worship trees, we worship rivers, we worship nature. We worship hills, mountains, etc. And therefore, our government has been very clear, right from 2014, soon as we came into office, that we need to contribute to the fight against climate change, no matter that our per capita consumption of electricity is one of the lowest, our per capita emissions is one of the lowest, doesn't matter. So we made pledges which were huge. We pledged that we'll have 175,000 megawatts of renewable energy capacity by 2022. In COP21 in Paris, we pledged that by 2030, we'll have 40% of our capacity coming from non-fossils. At that point of time, our non-fossil capacity was negligible. From there to 40%, and this was in 2015, to 40% in 2030 was huge. But we made that pledge, and we have lived by it. We also pledged that despite the fact that our per capita emissions are one of the lowest in the world, we will reduce it by a further 1/3 by 2030. And we have not only lived by it, we have actually achieved these targets well before time. So we reduced our emissions intensity from 2005 levels by 33% in 2019, 11 years before the target date. That's our NDC. We achieved 40% of our established capacity coming from non-fossils in 2021. That's 9 years before the target date. Today, our established non-fossil capacity is approximately 186,000 megawatts. And out of that, about 179,000 megawatts is renewable. 7,000 megawatts is nuclear. And we have a plan to add 50 gigawatts annually. We plan to go to 500 gigawatts by 2030. We have pledged in Glasgow, we upped our ambition, we pledged that we'll have 50% of our capacity coming from non-fossils by 2030. Actually, it will be 65%. That's the target we have set for ourselves. That's the internal target which we have, and way beyond our NDC targets. We have pledged that we'll reduce our emissions intensity by 45% by 2030. We'll be way beyond that target because we have put in place policies, programs, and we put our money there. Now, so we've emerged as one of the fastest energy transition countries with one of the fastest rates of energy transition in the world. Now, that is where we are at. But we have been facing we have been facing challenges. And these challenges actually define the challenges which are there before the world. One challenge, of course, is that beyond a point, unless and until you have storage, you will, beyond a point, adding renewables becomes wasteful. You add solar, so beyond a point, during midday, you have to let go of solar, you have to waste energy. Because you can't absorb the quantum of solar which is produced. You set up capacity looking at the mornings and the evenings, etc. And then you end up by having a huge quantity of solar electricity during midday. So you need storage, otherwise you are wasting energy. Wind. Wind is available for about 3-4 months in a year, majorly, and that also about 4 or 5 hours a day. But when it is available, I mean, beyond a certain capacity, you have to waste it, you have to let it go, or give it free. Again, waste. So you need storage. Now, storage is a problem. It's a problem because despite the fact that the world kept talking about, especially the developed world kept talking about how necessary it is to do energy transition, they didn't do anything about it. They didn't add storage. You had technologies, they didn't progress it further, but most important, the manufacturing capacity was not added. So today you have about 80-90% of the manufacturing capacity located in one country. Mostly dependent on one chemistry, that's lithium-ion. The supply chain challenges emerged from that. Similarly, as far as solar is concerned, the manufacturing capacity, about 90% manufacturing capacity is again located in one country. So again, you had supply chain issues, especially during COVID. So we had to wake up during COVID, and this is a problem which is confronting the world, the lack of manufacturing capacity and the supply chain issues, because whatever manufacturing capacity is there is concentrated in a particular country. And this is a problem facing not only us. I think this is a problem going forward facing the world. We can keep talking about net zero, but unless and until we sort out these problems, the net zero is not going to happen. It will just be talk, and only talk. Similarly, you can't have round-the-clock renewable energy without storage. So that's how critical storage is. So we need to actually, as a world, as a planet, as Homo sapiens, as the human race, we need to buckle down and get down to researching different chemistries, because the reserves of lithium are limited around the world. So put our money in researching alternate chemistries, sodium ion, etc., and put our money in setting up manufacturing capacities around the world. We've decided that we'll do both. We've decided that we will set up manufacturing capacity in our country. So we came out with production-linked incentives for setting up manufacturing capacity for solar, from polysilicon right up to modules. They have been successful. So by about 2030, we'll have about 100 gigawatts of manufacturing capacity of solar modules, cells, modules, etc. Out of that, 50 gigawatts will be fully integrated, from polysilicon to wafers to cells and modules. But again, there are headwinds. There are headwinds because the machinery manufacturers for making the ingots, wafers, cells, modules, etc., are limited, and again located in just a few countries. Now this again is a challenge which needs to be sorted out. So otherwise, you can't really progress beyond a point. We had a successful production incentive bids, and a number of manufacturers have come forward. But this is the challenge which they are facing, and I'm quite sure that this is the challenge which other countries will also face. Now let's look at, this is where we are at. Similarly, battery storage. Battery storage, we had a production-linked incentive scheme, so that was successful. We are coming out with another scheme, so that will also be successful. Again, the availability of reserves, lithium reserves, supply chain issues is an issue, because again the available reserves have been captured by or tied up by one country. So alternative chemistries are essential if we need security, energy security. Otherwise, again, the energy security issues, supply chain issues will persist. And both these issues are real issues. And both these issues are issues with which nobody will compromise. No country will compromise. And rightly so. I mean, when you had a disruption in gas supplies, the developed countries turned towards coal. I mean, they demothballed their thermal power plants. Okay, So I mean, that's fine. But we need to take note of that instead of just pontificating. I mean, the pontification won't get us very far. If you look at it, this is the perspective from our side. We shall continue. We shall continue nonetheless. These headwinds notwithstanding, we shall continue in our drive to decarbonize our economy. Now, this, is not only about renewables. This is also about looking at other technologies like green hydrogen and green ammonia. So we decided that we'll emerge as one of the biggest manufacturers of green hydrogen, green ammonia in the world, and we are well on our way to doing that. The last time I checked, we had about manufacturing capacity of 5.8 million tons of green ammonia coming up in different parts of our country. So that's great. I think this is one of the biggest capacities coming up around the world. But this is just the beginning. It's going to multiply manifold. And we are going to put mandates on different departments to switch over to green hydrogen, green ammonia, whether it is for fertilizers, or whether it is for refining, or whether it is for any other sphere where you need fossil fuels. Our objective is to switch from fossil fuels to non-fossil. That's what we are doing here. But if I look at it from the point of view of the planet, from the point of view of our human race, then the challenges are graver. And apart from these challenges, there are additional challenges. And that challenge has been mentioned. And that challenge has been the fact that, a large part of our world just doesn't have the finance to go even provide access to energy to their people, let alone transition. And unless we assist these countries with finance and with technology, that's not going to happen. Access is not going to happen, transition is not going to happen. Now, I think you need to take note of one thing, and that is that every country will try to expand access to energy for its people in whatever way it is possible. I mean, if renewables are not possible, then they will do it using thermal. If coal or if they don't have coal or gas, they'll burn trees. But they will provide energy to their people. I mean, that's their duty, to look after their people. And whatever you say is not going to change that. And you can't say anything, because when you had a crisis, when the developed world had a crisis, you switched back to coal. You don't talk about, the carbon dioxide and the methane being emitted when you burn natural gas. You don't. And I don't blame you for it. Because, I mean, energy security, you won't compromise with it, I won't compromise with it. So don't talk to me about that or about coal. You have diesel and petroleum, you burn it. I have coal, I burn that. And both emit carbon dioxide. And let CCUS come. We also had a pilot. The pilot was successful. Let CCUS come. You will adopt it, I'll adopt it. But ultimately, the end result has to be a reduction of emissions. And I think you need to reduce emissions much more than we do, because you spew 6 times what we are doing or 9 times what we are doing on a per capita basis. So basically, as far as the developing world is concerned, the policy which we have followed is not possible to be replicated. The policy which we have followed has worked because we've got investments, because we have a huge market. But that's not possible for other countries, other developing countries. We'll have to step forward and assist them. And that is why the International Solar Alliance was conceived, that we'll get together as the human race to help those countries get access to energy in a clean way. And solar is the technology of choice, because it has huge advantages over wind, over biomass. Biomass is limited. I mean, it doesn't have an extreme future. But solar is the technology of choice. So that's why the solar, international solar, that is the key. So the finance and technology. Now, as far as technology is concerned, there have been advances, huge advances. But the problem again is the supply chain. And the problem is, where have the advances been? And again, you have the supply chain issues, and most of the advances have been in one country. Now we need to, all the countries need to get together and make sure that all of us together carry out research in advancing solar technology. So the research on solar technology needs to be far wider, needs to be in many countries, except instead of being located in one country. Because if it is located only in one country, you'll again have supply chain issues. And as far as the developed world is concerned, they think probably at the back of their minds that, there's always a nuclear option. I mean, the nuclear option may be there for them, but it's not there for the developing countries. I mean, we have the nuclear option, but we'll multiply it. I mean, right now it's 7,000 megawatts. We have 15,000 megawatts under construction. But again, I have a question at the back of my mind, that, if you go the nuclear option way, what do you do about the waste? Nuclear waste has a half-life of how many, 500 million years or something like that. It doesn't go away. Where will you store it? And how will you be certain that your lead canisters will not split and leak out into the ocean or into the groundwater? So that again, I mean, we can reduce our carbon emissions today, but we might be doing it at the cost of imperiling our future generations. So that is a question which needs to be kept in mind. So when we talk about combating climate change, problems remain. There are problems, there are issues. And these issues can be addressed, but we need to do it together. So we need to, increase efficiencies in solar. Of course, the costs have come down, the efficiencies have gone up, but the efficiencies need to go up more. Right now, when we began our journey, 1 megawatt of solar used to require 5 acres of land. Today, for 1 megawatt of solar, you need 3.5 acres of land. Now, in some countries, land is not an issue. But in other countries like ours, I mean, we have to calculate that, okay, I am setting up 500,000 megawatts. I mean, where is the land? So I look at Rajasthan, I look at Madhya Pradesh, I look at Andhra Pradesh, where you have the land. So we have land for that. I mean, but there will be countries which don't have that much of land, like we have. So I think the efficiencies need to be better. The cost of energy has come down again, but it will differ. It will differ from country to country. So if the efficiency goes up, the cost of electricity will come down further, which will again be good for the other developing countries. Who can't really pay for, the poorer people can't really pay for electricity. So right now, even in our country, for the populations who are below a certain income level, we give subsidies, and I'm sure that that will be true for all the developing countries. That the subsidies will be required for people or families which are below a certain income level. So they'll need funds even for that. Now, part of that subsidy can come from cross-subsidy, but by and large, the remaining will have to be given by governments, and the financial capability of governments is limited. To give subsidies is limited. Therefore, increasing efficiencies is absolutely important. If you increase efficiencies, this will actually ensure that the poorer people can afford electricity without the government having to subsidize it. So that's how vital it is, increasing efficiencies. So that is a drive which needs to continue. And of course, storage is something which, research in storage is something again which needs to continue. But in all these things, we need to make sure that we get financing to people, to countries which need it. Now that is the key. That's not been happening. Ever since in Kyoto you had pledges, and none of these pledges have materialized. And thereafter in Paris in COP21 you had pledges for financing, green finance. It has not really materialized. And some green funds have come up, but they have not reached the countries which need those green funds. I mean, we don't need funds. I get investments. I mean, I have not had to put in a single penny, and the government has not had to put in a single penny in setting up this huge capacity, 185,000 megawatts. It's all private investment. But that won't happen in other developing countries. So you won't have energy transition. So that money, that green finance has to come there. Now this has to settle in that, basically everybody has to contribute. But that again is something which I find is not happening. In fact, countries are loath to contribute even to a cause like the International Solar Alliance. But yesterday we got a number of pledges, which I'm very happy about, and the number will grow. as you know, we sort of call out people who have not contributed, so the number will grow because more and more people are contributing. But that has to happen. That has to settle in the mind. I mean, you can transition, so you can get to net zero. I'm quite certain that we have announced net zero by 2035 or 2050, you'll get it to it. I'm quite certain. You know, the targets have been announced earlier and not reached, so let us see. But what about the countries which don't have the resources? So we have to make sure that those resources are made available. And I think it's incumbent upon us who can afford it to do it. Because, you know, 85–90% of the global carbon dioxide load, which has caused this rise in temperature by 1.01 degrees, is because of the developed countries, because of, you know, the path which they adopted for becoming developed. You know, the high carbon dioxide, high carbon paths, the huge quantities of steel, huge quantities of cement, huge quantities of petroleum products, etc. So that's what's led to the present sorry path in which we find our planet. So we all have to contribute, you know, not because of the guilt feeling, but because of just wisdom. That okay, I mean, this one planet, and unless we get together to save it, and sincerely get together to save it, leaving out, you know, me first. That psychology has to go. Unless and until we sincerely get together to save it, we won't be able to save it. Now, with that thought, with that last line, I'll leave you to your deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for inaugurating this conference with your very visionary and so impactful inaugural address. Your address provides very valuable guidance for our future path in solar energy. Thank you very much, sir. We cannot thank you enough for your presence, for your address. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm now going to take the privilege of inviting Mr. Sabah Kalam, the Program Specialist, ISA Secretariat, to render the word of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sabah Kalam.
Honorable Minister of Power and New and Renewable Energy and President of ISA, Secretary of Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, dignitaries on the dais, excellencies from ISA member countries and delegates. It is my privilege to deliver the vote of thanks for the inaugural session of the High-Level Conference on New Technology for Clean Energy Transitional Sidelines of 6th ISA Assembly. The annual conference post the ISA Assembly has emerged as one of the most discussed platforms, acting as an interface to maintain the dialogue between experts, practitioners and decision makers. Over the years, this annual global event has strived to address the most pressing global challenges of our time in the field of solar energy, calling upon collaborative partnerships across and between regions, countries and working domains. Let me therefore conclude by thanking President of ISA and other dignitaries of their very thoughtful address that has set the tone for our deliberations today. I recognize the commitment of the organizers, ISA, Ministry of New Renewable Energy, ADB, ISES, whose painstaking preparations are so visible. And not least, I thank you all for being part of this conference and look forward to your ideas and deliberations during the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kalam. Thank you, esteemed dignitaries. Once again, we thank Shri Bhupinder Singh Bhalla, Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, Mr. Kenichi Yokoyama, Director General, South Asia Department, Asian Development Bank, and Dr. Dave Rene from the International Solar Energy Society. Thank you, Dr. Ajay Mathur, the Director General of International Solar Alliance. The photographers are going to need a group photograph. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all once again for your participation in this inaugural session of this conference. We are now going to be taking about a 40-minute tea coffee break, but 11:15 is when we resume the first technical session. So I'm going to request you to come back in this room a couple of minutes before 11:15. Tea coffee, excellencies, honorable dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, is being served in the hard court area. And our volunteers are going to just usher you in to the hard court area. Right across the room. Thank you very much once again, excellencies, honorable dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, for your participation. Tea coffee is being served in the hard court area. And we request you to please join us back in the room a couple of minutes before 11:15 a.m. because that is when we begin with our technical session, ladies and gentlemen. And that first technical session is themed Novel Technologies in Solar Energy. So I'm going to request you to please join us a couple of minutes before 11:15. Thank you very much for your cooperation. And then come back in this room a couple of minutes before 11:15 so that we start the technical session on time. Also, I would like to inform and apprise all of you that the interpretation headsets are functional only in this room. You could leave those also on the table. Thank you very much. Please do join us for tea coffee, which is being served in the hard court area. Thank you.
1 2. Hello, check, check 1 2. Hello, check, check 1 2. 3 4 5 6. Hello, check, check 1 2. Check, check 1 2. Hello, check. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Hey, hey. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Hey, hey. Check 1 2. Hey, hey. Check 1 2. Check, check. Check. एक कमावत नाही की अरे एक झालं. Check, check. थोड़ा देख लो घूमना है. हाँ. Check, check. Check, check 1 2. Hello, check.
check? How can I check that it was there? Yeah. Right. I just wanted to check. I just wanted to check once seeing it myself, right? I mean that it's there. At times what happens is, in case there is any, last minute problem, I should at least give it to them. That's the only thing which I'm sort of suggesting. किससे पूछूंगा मैं? I'm on the stage at this point in time. Who should I ask?
Check one. Check. Check this. Check. Check.
वासी को बीच में करो, वासी को बीच में करो और जूनियर और प्रोफेसर के बीच में एक गैप को कम करो।
हो गया यार, हाँ।
नहीं और गलत है।
Welcome back after that tea coffee break. Ladies and gentlemen, in another 5 minutes, we will begin with the technical session, the first session on novel technologies in solar energy. Excellencies, honorable dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to request you to take seats. We'd like to remind you to please keep your mobile phones on silent. And on the screens, if you would notice, we have Wi-Fi conveniently available. All you need to do is discover assembly-ISA user ID on your devices, and the password to key in is ISA@2023. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have translation headsets, interpretation headsets on your tables. To navigate languages, tune into channel 1 for English, 2 for Arabic, 3 for French, and 4 for Spanish. Excellencies, honorable dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to please take seats. We're about 2 minutes away from our first technical session on novel technologies in solar energy. Once again, a polite reminder to all of you to please keep your mobile phones on silent. Translation and interpretation devices have been placed on tables. With easy navigation, please tune in to channel 1 for English, 2 for Arabic, 3 for French, and 4 for Spanish. So, ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to please take seats. We now begin with the technical sessions, and our first session is on novel technologies in solar energy. This session will be centered around exploring emerging technologies and applications in the solar and related sectors, which are poised for significant commercialization. And this session will entail engaging discussions on cutting-edge topics such as next-generation solar cells, innovative applications of solar technologies, advancements in solar manufacturing processes, and evolving sectors such as next-generation batteries, even green hydrogen and solar-charged e-mobility. And we will begin with opening remarks from Director General of ISA, Dr. Ajay Mathur, followed by a special address by Mr. Lalit Bora, Joint Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, who is gracing this occasion. So, ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to please take seats. Thank you very much. And may I now take the privilege of inviting Director General of International Solar Alliance, Dr. Ajay Mathur. He's is going to be doing the opening remarks for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Dr. Ajay Mathur.
Morning, colleagues. So you see me again. We know why we are here. We are looking at new technologies. We are delighted to partner with MNRE, the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy of the Government of India, with the Asian Development Bank and the International Solar Energy Society to look at the technologies for tomorrow. And as we look at this, I sometimes look back, forget 25 years, forget the beginning of the century, even 10 years ago, I would have never imagined that solar would be cost effective within 10 years. And as was mentioned this morning, in most geographies of the world, solar, at least when the sun is shining, is cost effective. A few months ago, Lalit, you will know this far better than I do, the Railway Energy Management Company in India did a tender, an auction, in which they got firm electricity, that means round the clock following the 8,760-hour load curve. They got a commitment for that for a price which is 80% of the cost of new coal power stations. This is solar plus wind plus battery. This to me is amazing. The fact that what we talked about just 10 years ago has already become cost effective is for us a means of both congratulating ourselves and setting for ourselves the goals of what we look for in 10 years. Or right now we are all focused on 2030, so what do we look at for 2030? As I've mentioned many times, we launched the Solar for Green Hydrogen initiative, which those countries who are members of the International Solar Alliance will remember we did at our 4th assembly in 2021. We also went on to launch a green hydrogen incubation center as part of the G20 work this year. This tells you our new focus. I will not say the only focus, because the focus remains, as the minister focused on the point that you need more efficient technologies for solar, you need batteries, you need electrolyzers, you also need green hydrogen and all that is involved in both producing and using it as well as in transporting it. At the last COP in Sharm el-Sheikh, we had released 3 reports on hydrogen, which looked at Morocco, Mauritania area, the South Africa, Namibia area, and the Egypt area. And we looked at the huge green hydrogen potentials in those areas, and we saw that in all of these countries, 50% of the production is used for domestic use, 50% is for export. Under those conditions, the export could be available at as low as $2 per kg because of the very high amount of direct solar radiation that is available in these areas. The second report that we released, which we did together with the Asian Development Bank, was on a framework for the readiness of countries, the readiness of ecosystems, of infrastructure to go in for green hydrogen. Consequently, as the International Solar Alliance, we now feel that we can start talking to each one of you about what it takes to make your system green hydrogen ready. And last evening, we were delighted with the Danish announcement of the support for the Green Hydrogen Center, in which we would look at the, amongst other things, the collaboration of offshore wind and of solar to produce green hydrogen in Africa. We are also looking forward to welcoming the Danish secondee for the green hydrogen work. We also see electric vehicles and particularly battery charging as a key challenge in the years ahead. We will have to look at various options for battery charging, whether it is the charging stations, whether it is fast charging in homes, whether it is battery swap stations on a decarbonized electricity grid. We will need to see what are the kinds of automobiles, whether it is two-wheelers, three-wheelers, four-wheelers, heavy vehicles which move to hydrogen or to electricity, and consequently what are the kinds of charging infrastructure that need to be built. As the ISA, we stand ready to help you and support you in these activities. This brings me to the larger issue of batteries. As the Minister mentioned, batteries is important because, number one, there is no way that we can provide 24-hour electricity without the use of storage technologies, whether the storage is from pumped hydro or from regular hydro or from battery storage. But given the fact that hydro, whether it is pumped hydro or regular hydro, is very geography based, we will need to develop battery-based technologies. Clearly, one of the key challenges is how do we look at the growth of critical materials. Now, critical materials are not only important from the point of view of the development of the battery and its cost, they're also important and the cost obviously matters, in how we recycle it. We therefore look at recycling technologies as an important issue. I remind you that for many of us, when we look back, and this time I am looking back at 25 years, when we look back at the solar cells that were produced 25 years ago, and the solar cells that are produced now, there is almost no resemblance except for the fact that they are still based on semiconductors. What this implies is that recycling, which was based on separating the components, the subcomponents of a cell, is of very limited use now, because those subcomponents are not usable today. What this suggests is that as far as recycling is concerned, we need to go down to the level of individual materials. This obviously has cost issues as far as the recycling is concerned, but it is greatly beneficial to the people who use it, because they can use very high quality recycled materials instead of going in for virgin material all the time. I would strongly recommend that our member countries start looking at the whole of economy, the recycling plus the virgin material or the recycled material, as part of what we set up as the ecosystem to help the recycling of these. We are also looking at the issue of materials. Now, on materials, as an engineer, I go back and look at various materials that have been at various points in history, in my professional career, being looked at as challenges. What has happened is three things. And particularly as far as lithium is concerned, I'm seeing all the three things happen at the same time. The first is new critical material deposits are found. I'll give you the example of lithium. In the 1960s, we had done an extensive geophysical mapping of the country. Lithium was on nobody's radar. It was not even one of the materials that was identified. Now it is on the critical list. So when we went back to the same areas, at that time we had said that that particular area where we looked at, where we found lithium, had bauxite. So that's why we went back there. And along with bauxite, we found lithium. We now are starting to find deposits of lithium in various parts of the world. This will add to the global availability. The second thing that is happening is that because of competitive pressures, we have seen that across across industries, the amount of lithium that is being put in every battery reduces with time. A battery today uses about 10 to 15% less lithium than it did 10 years ago. This is just part of the secular competitive pressures that occur. And the third thing that is occurring, as the Honorable Minister mentioned, is different chemistries. We are seeing, for example, that as the concern for lithium built up, we are seeing sodium-ion batteries come up. There are companies who have invested in it. There are companies who have bought up startups who have developed sodium-ion batteries. Why? Because sodium is far more available than lithium is. Yes, they are not yet as effective. Yes, they are more expensive. Yes, they are more corrosive and therefore have to be in stainless steel containers. But because of their lower cost, at least for grid storage reasons, they can be competitive even today. They're not for mobility reasons. The point that I would like to make is that in all of these technological areas, we have questions that need to be answered. There is technological work there which will lead to both answering these questions and finding solutions. I look forward to 10 years from now when we are able to say, yes, we saw the problems and we have worked on the solutions. I thank you all very much for your attention.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to have in our midst Mr. Lalit Bora, Joint Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India. I'm going to request you, sir, to please deliver your special address. Please help me welcome Mr. Lalit Bora, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me at the outset thank the International Solar Alliance for convening the session on novel technology in the solar energy. With the climate clock ticking every moment and Nature Mother conveying the signals at the periodical intervals in the form of prolonged summer, excessive rainfall, and increased number of natural disasters, it is essential that the global climate goals are achieved, and they are achieved in time. To achieve this climate goal, we need to develop clean energy technologies at a huge scale. For example, in India, we are expecting to have 2,000 gigawatt of renewable energy by 2050, which is just 20 times more than 10 times more than what we are having right now. It's not easy. With a narrow time window to achieve the global climate goal, the industry will focus largely on the deploying the present commercially available technologies. For achieving the climate goal in sustainable way, innovation is the key. Therefore, it is important that deployment and the development should go hand in hand. In this scenario, it is at most important that researchers, academia should closely work with the industry. This can accelerate the mass-scale deployment of the developed innovative technology. Solar PV technology has shown this with upgrading the technologies every other year and making it affordable and cheaper compared to fossil fuel-based energy supply chain. The industry moved from polysilicon to mono-PERC in a record time. And the manufacturer had already started producing TOPCon and SJT modules. The innovations in the solar industry is required to make it further low cost, maybe a challenge of 10 cents per watt peak, scalable, mass manufacturing, well-defined and easily accessible supply chain, environment friendly. In solar energy, the major focus of researcher, industry and academia can be on innovation in generating devices, cost-effective energy storage and its use on applications. All the areas are equally important for shifting from the fossil fuel-based energy supply to renewable energy supply. For example, PV cell, the major innovations can be on the advanced silicon-based technologies. We have to work on the non-silicon based technology as well, that is perovskite and tandem. Recycling and circular economy with respect to the commercial panels. Innovative module designs with high degree of recyclability. In case of storage, the key innovation areas can be the new battery technologies like sodium ion, redox, flow batteries and solid electrolyte batteries. Mechanical storage is again important in the form of pump storage or the gravitational storage. The key point here will be that it has to be viable, it has to be cheaper so that the entire world can adopt it. And for the use and application of solar energy, the focus can be on the microgrid or the mini grid, the smart grid, so that we can have so much integration of the renewable energy in our existing transmission system. Green hydrogen has emerged as a new area, where synergy between solar and the green hydrogen is essential. Government of India is fully devoted to develop and deploy this technology in India. At present, the green hydrogen is not yet competitive with grey hydrogen. The major issues are the cost, capital cost, and the cost of this electricity. Considerable innovation and structured R&D efforts are needed to bring the capex down while enhancing the electrolyzer efficiency. On top of innovations, one should not forget the ecosystem and the environment for the mass manufacturing. That is the development of tool for mass manufacturing. India, with its present capacity of more than 30 gigawatt of module production capacity, will be achieving more than 100 gigawatt of module capacity by 2026. Industry is upbeat. However, the speed with which technology is changing, they are afraid as well. Will they be able to get the return on their capital investment? And therefore, in this area, it is very essential that the R&D institutes and industries work hand in hand along with the policy makers. In order to have the targeted approach for the energy sector growth, India has launched MAHIR, that is Mission on Advanced and the High Impact Research, which aim to facilitate research development and demonstration of the latest and the emerging technologies. There is lot to do, but if we all join our hand together, we are quite confident that we will be able to beat that 1.5 degree target. With this, I will not take much of my time because we have an eminent panel and we will be delighted to listen from them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, the context for the session has been set. I now take the privilege of introducing and then inviting our moderator for this panel, Mr. Jeevan Acharya, Principal Energy Specialist, Asian Development Bank. He is working in the Energy Sector Office, South Asia team of the Asian Development Bank as Principal Energy Specialist. He is a key member of the ADB's Energy Sector Group and Climate Change team and was responsible for overseeing ADB's several key initiatives, including Energy for All and low carbon technology transfer, amongst others. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome our moderator for this panel discussion, Mr. Jeevan Acharya, Principal Energy Specialist, Asian Development Bank. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So let me also take the opportunity to welcome all of you to this international high-level conference on this new technology. Ladies and gentlemen, after the inauguration and also setting the context by previous speakers, we now need to dive deeper into these new technologies, which is the main theme of this session. So in this particular session on the new technologies in solar energy, we'll focus on the emerging technologies and also their applications. in solar, of course, and also related to solar sectors that have high potential for large-scale commercializations. This is also a very important aspect of it. We have a very distinguished panel today, and then they will be covering latest trends in these technologies. But when we are talking about these technologies, we'll be looking at solar for PV, green hydrogen, solar e-mobility, solar battery waste management, and materials discovery through a combination of material science and machine learning techniques. While talking about these technologies, we will also focus on the policy side of it, policy and regulatory aspects of it, which are also very, very important, and also new business models, because unless and until we have a demonstrated business models, these technologies may not go very far. And also, the whole ecosystem also has to work to make these things happen. So we have requested our panelists to focus in these areas. They will be sharing their knowledge, experience, and expertise in various aspects of these technologies and these areas. And then, of course, we will have our question and answer session from us, and also from the floor as well. I do want to mention that ADB has an ongoing technical assistance project with International Solar Alliance, about $3.5 million. And through this technical assistance project, we have been supporting and working very closely with ISA and also its various member countries in promoting various these technologies, knowledge in these areas. We have a packed program, so I would not like to take a lot of time, because I think we all are very eager to hear from our panelists and so on, and on this topic. So let me take the opportunity, first of all, to invite our session chair, Professor Jujair Wassi. So if you could kindly come here. So let me also, even though many of you may know him already, but Professor Jujair Wassi has been with the Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay since 1981, where he is currently a professor emeritus. He has worked in the areas of microelectronics and photovoltaics. He was the founding principal investigator of the National Center for Photovoltaic Research and Education, set up by MNRE at IIT Bombay. Jujair Wassi is a fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering and a fellow IEEE. He received Lifetime Contributions Award from IIT Bombay in 2013 and from INAE in 2018. He has a BTech degree from IIT Bombay and PhD from the Johns Hopkins University. So Professor Wassi, please come to the dais. Let me also take the opportunity to also invite our other distinguished panels to the dais. We have 4 panelists today, so let me start by inviting Dr. Nancy Hagel. So if you could also come to the dais, please. So Dr. Nancy Hagel is the director of a National Center for Photovoltaics at NREL. She has a PhD in material science from the Lawrence Berkeley National Lab. She has recently led international efforts promoting the role of solar photovoltaics. She is the co-author of the nearly 160 publication and is a fellow of the American Physical Society. So Dr. Hagel, please, yeah. Okay. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Avinav Mathur. He is the advisory board member of Atero Recycling Private Limited. Dr. Mathur also has 30+ years of experience in senior leadership position in large multinational organizations in areas including mobility, telecom, healthcare, entertainment, and finance. So he has been contributing to several clean tech initiatives and to Atero's mission to making a notable change in the clean tech space through its work on e-waste recycling. Dr. Avinav Mathur is a PhD in computer technology from IIT Delhi. So welcome, Dr. Mathur. And we have now next panelist is Dr. Sturle Pedersen. So he is the chairman of the board of Grimstad Limited, Norway. Yeah. Dr. Sturle Pedersen is an experienced CEO with over 30 years of global experience in leading successful business initiatives and ventures. skilled conceptualizing ideas and seizing opportunity. He has an exceptional track record of identifying and pursuing growth opportunities through strategic partnership, mergers and acquisitions, securing funding from a global industry leader. So, Mr. Pedersen, welcome. Last but not least, Professor Umesh Wagmare. So he is currently the Dean and Faculty of the Theoretical Science Unit at the Jawaharlal Nehru Center for Advanced Scientific Research, Bangalore, and is also the President of the Indian Academy of Science. He is the recipient of DuPont Young Faculty Grant Award, MRSI Medal, B.M. Birla Awards of Physics, DE Outstanding Research Investigator Award, IVM Faculty Awards, Santi Swarup Bhatnagar Prize in Physical Science, and the Infosys Prize in Engineering and Computer Science. Professor Umesh Wagmare is a BTech in Engineering Physics from IIT Bombay and a PhD in Applied Physics from Yale University. So as you can see, we have been able to bring together very distinguished panels, bringing a lot of wide range of experience and expertise. And then I would like to thank Professor Vasi for the chairing this, will be chairing this session, and also for distinguished panels for accepting our invitation and so on. So now with this, I would like to hand over to Professor Vasi for his opening remarks, and then taking the discussion forward. So thank you.
Thank you very much, and again, welcome to this session on new technologies in solar energy. As you're all aware, solar deployment has been really very successful over the last decade or so, and we crossed that 1 terawatt milestone last year. And sometimes one gets the feeling that, okay, solar, the new developments are over and now it's just a question of deployment. But that's absolutely not true, because we're really looking forward to, maybe 10 terawatts by 2030 and perhaps, 30, 40, 50, 60 terawatts by 2050. To get to these kinds of targets, actually we will have to have continuous developments, new technologies coming up, and we must continue to do that. Of course, one of the important things is that we do want to bring the cost down, and that is going to really result in research in new technologies. And we know already some of the new technologies. We've heard it this morning from Dr. Ajay Mathur and also from the Secretary and the Honorable Minister this morning, all the new kinds of technologies which we are to look at. Just to mention a few, perovskites, that's a buzzword now, but that is certainly something which is happening, which can change the landscape. We have to wait and see what's going to happen. Not only perovskites, but the tandems which would go with them, new materials which may have to come up to really go into the tandem. So really a lot of work which has to be done. The other thing I would say is that you've also heard hydrogen being talked about a lot today, even though it's the International Solar Alliance, but that's because this whole nexus of solar, hydrogen, and storage, all of it has to come together, and that actually will mean new ways of looking at the things, and therefore new technologies which must emerge. I'll also briefly mention agrivoltaics, very interesting area which we must really work on. And also perhaps the resurgence of, or let me say, coming again of the CSP. When we talk about solar today, we seem to be focusing only on photovoltaics, but solar also has the CSP thermal part, which was very much there some years ago. And of course, the International Solar Energy Society, ISIS, has been looking at solar thermal also, and maybe we will see that happening again. So these are some of the new technologies. Talking about recycling, both Mr. Bora and also Dr. Mathur talked about recycling, and maybe to look at recycling, and as Dr. Mathur mentioned, materials, we have to be able to separate out the materials really. And is this going to mean new types of technologies coming up? So all of these are questions we have to ask, and I'm really very happy that the panel which we have today will be able to address many of these issues. The final thing I would like to say is, I think collaboration is going to be the key as we move forward, and it's really great that today ISIS and ISA have both come together, and we have the possibility as we move forward with the new technologies to have some very good collaborations between countries across the globe. So with these few introductory remarks, we can now start with the panelists. I'll first call upon Mr. Peterson to give his few remarks. I suggest that each panelist give their opening remarks for about 5 or 6 minutes, and then we can go on to the questions and answers.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation and the kind introduction. It's an honor and a pleasure for me to be here today to participate in this panel discussion and talk about opportunities and challenges associated with green hydrogen. In the face of global climate targets and urgent need to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions, green hydrogen has emerged as a key enabler. While green hydrogen shows great promise, it is not without its obstacles, particularly in the area of electrolysis, the fundamental process in green hydrogen production. The electrolyzer industry is facing severely challenges that are obstacling its growth. One of the primary challenges is the lack of appropriate infrastructure, which is delaying the adoption of electrolyzer technology. Our world is experiencing an ever-growing population and economic expansion, resulting in a substantial rise in energy consumption. The traditional method of energy production, as we know, has been relying heavily on fossil fuel and have led to steady increases in CO2 emissions since the industrial age. To ensure a sustainable and a stable long-term energy future, the world is now shifting its focus towards innovative, clean and renewable energy sources that we have heard here today, with the aim of decarbonizing power generation and transportation sectors. However, the transition to a fully renewable energy system faces, as has been mentioned, significant challenges. The problem is due to the variable and intermittent nature of these resources. Today, the matching between supply and demand of solar and wind is actually not making up or matching, and we are losing between 20 to 30% of the energy because we cannot store it. However, the transition, in response to this complex challenge, green hydrogen has emerged as a global game changer, offering solutions for future decarbonization and sustainable energy system. Green hydrogen's unique properties, including high mass density and ease of electrochemical conversion, make it versatile and can be transformed into electricity or synthetic gas and used for commercial, industrial, and mobility purposes. Green hydrogen has a multifaceted application, serving as a chemical feedstock in the refinery and in the fertilizer industry, heat source as well, component for synthetic fuel production, and a source of electricity through fuel cells. Its ability to be stored for extended periods of time, and it positioned this as a unique renewable technology, as it can be capable of storing energy for a long period of times. As a cleaner and more sustainable energy carrier, green hydrogen is playing a crucial role in reducing greenhouse gas emissions while enabling the effective integration of storage and utilization of surplus renewable power. Government and industries and communities worldwide today are focusing their efforts on deploying hydrogen to complement existing energy systems. However, despite green hydrogen's potential, it faces many challenges, and let me go through a few of them. The large-scale production of green hydrogen is still in its infancy, accounting for less than 1% of the total hydrogen produced globally today. These challenges include the high production cost and lack of developed markets, and also investment risk due to regulatory constraints and uncertainties. And the need for extensive production technologies and infrastructure is another challenge. The International Energy Agency predicts that green hydrogen will exceed 20 to 25% of the energy mix by 2050, reshaping the global energy landscape. It is essential to seize this opportunity and prepare for the significant change and opportunities that green hydrogen will bring. However, to truly harness the transformative potential of green hydrogen, we must confront and overcome a series of challenges that span from various aspects of the hydrogen value chain. One of the primary challenges facing hydrogen industry is the need to improve efficiency. Today, it is about 65% on average, but it needs to be reached 76 to 80%. And the stability of the electrolysis technology is also a challenge. Extending the life expectancy of this system is equally crucial for sustainability and cost effectiveness. However, there is some good news. In the next 3-4 years, the industry itself expecting the capex to drop by 40 to 60%. So the work is ongoing. To meet the growing demand for green hydrogen, we must build robust manufacturing infrastructure. The lack of manufacturing capabilities remains a significant obstacle to scaling up production and realizing the full potential of this clean energy source. The supply chain has also been mentioned here earlier today, and this is also a challenge for the hydrogen and the electrolyzer industry. Raw material is a critical aspect that we need to look at to maintain the reliability and sustainability of the electrolyzer systems. These challenges include the availability and accessibility of materials. Many of the electrolyzers today depends on precious metals, and that is one of the limitations that we see today. With the growing focus of green hydrogen, ensuring safety standards for production, storage, and transportation is permanent. These standards are essential to protect the environment and human lives and infrastructure as we navigate to the shift towards a cleaner energy. The advancement and implementation of green hydrogen technologies demand capacity building. This involves educating the workforce that they are capable to manage the complex technologies involved in the shift to a hydrogen ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, green hydrogen holds immense potential to change our energy landscape and combat climate change. However, to truly harness power, we must address the hurdles that the electrolyzer industry faces. As we work together, we improve efficiency, extend durability, bolster manufacturing capabilities, securing the supply chain, and enforce safety standards. We are one step closer to a sustainable and prosperous future. This journey is about commitment, collaboration, and innovation. Only by collectively tackling these challenges can we truly make a difference in our battles against climate change and pave the way for a world powered by green hydrogen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. I now request Professor Umesh Wagmare from the Jawaharlal Nehru Center for Advanced Scientific Research to give his views on what's going to happen.
Good morning, all. It's my pleasure to be here with you to express my thoughts on the energy transition. And you already heard about solar energy, wind energy, and the fact that solar energy is economically becoming more and more effective than even coal is terrific development as a result of a lot of efforts over the last several years and decades. So still, as Professor Vasi mentioned, there are challenges, materials challenges, which can be if we succeed in them, they can be game changers, perovskites being some of the materials, and but they have a fundamental problem of stability and sort of cyclability. So many issues need to be sorted out, which involve basic material science. I now want to propose a way of looking at the energy transition which is a little different. So think of a transition to renewable energy. First, we need to focus on what we have at hand, right? And I wish to point out three things there. One is hydrogen, which was covered in the last presentation. The second is carbon dioxide, which is horrible for climate, as was pointed out. The greenhouse, one of the major greenhouse gases. And the third is hydrocarbons. Hydrocarbons are the carriers of energy today, they are fuels. And if you want to consider energy transition, I think we should first think of these three things. And one idea one can immediately think of is, can we recycle these three objects using renewable energy? Right? So hydrogen and CO2 make up hydrocarbons, and why hydrocarbons? I would call them as green hydrocarbons. In a few minutes I'll explain. Why hydrocarbons are so special? Well, not only that they come from oil and gas, which are very cheap, but also they are remarkable in terms of storage of energy. They can store very low energy, like a lighter, butane in a lighter, for very short duration, to oil, which can store lots of energy in terawatts for over a long period of time. So this flexibility that hydrocarbons offer, in addition to the fact that they can be transported very easily, is a very serious advantage. And when we consider energy transition, I think a transition is not going to happen overnight. So in between, we may need to develop other technologies which will achieve recycling between these three objects using renewable energy. So green hydrogen, of course, has been already talked about, and that brings out another element in the energy transition, which is heat. For example, if 40% of the energy that we consume is wasted in the form of heat. And one of the challenges that was pointed out by Mr. Pedersen about the efficiency of electrolysis to generate green hydrogen is the fact that if you operate it at higher temperatures, the efficiency goes up. So exploiting heat in some of these challenges is also an open area one needs to think about. So let me come back to green hydrocarbons. There are a few routes to achieve that, and first two are not really green routes, where one can source carbon dioxide, which comes out of the flue gas at the thermal power stations, and if the thermal power station is powered by coal, of course it's not a green solution. Yeah? So, but it's one of the solutions which exists today, where one can source CO2 gas and then hydrogen using renewable energy and reduce CO2 thermocatalytically to methanol, which is one of the 4 hydrocarbons that I'm going to tell about. And methanol, of course, is something which you can use readily in the automobiles, and it solves the issue of transportability as well as storage. So I look at these hydrocarbons as essentially medium to store hydrogen, which is generated using renewable energy. But the only sure shot green route to hydrocarbons is really to source carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, use water, and then renewable energy to get hydrocarbons back. And that's one technology which needs a lot of fundamental breakthroughs as well as scalable development. In all of these examples I gave you, materials are very critical. In fact, materials can be used to capture CO2 from atmosphere, like the metal organic frameworks, which are nanoporous materials, and there is a lot of work going on in this area. The second is materials in battery applications, from cathode, anode, electrolyte, and the membranes. In most of these, there is a lot of room to improvise and develop technologies which are based on earth-abundant materials. Now, I will complete my presentation by pointing out that typically a discovery of a material and its deployment in a real application takes decades, at least about 20 years. And unfortunately, this energy transition that we are very actively pursuing on do not give us the luxury of time to so what is needed is an accelerated discovery of materials and with design, and there are methods which basically are based on fundamental principles of physics which can predict material and their properties in a very reliable way. But one big challenge there is you cannot synthesize those materials at large scale. So scaling up is not guaranteed even if somebody predicts a material to exhibit very high efficiency in certain applications. So that's where an integrated approach is required, which will capture description of a material starting from its synthesis, processing, to structure properties and its performance in a real application. And that's where, as Professor Vasi pointed out, a lot of collaboration is required to share data on all these four aspects of development of material among researchers and develop an integrated scheme to predict new materials. Well, that's not so easy. You know, this concept has been around for a long time, but I would say that given that more and more data is available and the techniques in machine learning are really developing equally or even more rapidly, I think there's a huge opportunity to use machine learning to develop an integrated approach in design and discovery of new materials in a fairly accelerated way, where the discovery to deployment period can be shortened to a few years. I will start by pointing out that the most recent advance here is to use generative artificial intelligence to ask questions whether a material can be made, or if it can be made, how do we make it? And that seems to be quite successful. It has been shown based on a very small data sets on metal organic framework. So there's a huge promise in using machine learning and artificial intelligence method, particularly the generative one, in tackling all four aspects of material development to tackle this problem of renewable energy and the energy transition at large. So I will stop here, and of course we will have time to discuss further. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Vagnare. I now request Dr. Nancy Hagel from the National Renewable Energy Laboratory in the US to give her presentation.
It says your battery is running low. Thank you very much, Professor Jusing. Good day to you all. And I have pictures. So I'm going to talk about novel technologies in solar energy and next generation photovoltaics. And let's see. Pardon? Oh, there we go. Okay, very good. Pardon? Okay, very good. So when we do that, I think it's important to realize that we need to talk at multiple levels. And as we've heard from our speakers this morning, the current silicon industry, over 90% of the market, is not standing still. We've seen rapid device evolution, and this just illustrates some of the various technologies. Some of them have gone into manufacturing rapidly, some not so much. But the point is that this is an industry on the move. And so it's not just not just the technologies, but also innovation in manufacturing, in materials use, and also continuing to reduce embedded energy and embedded carbon. These things are all happening at once. And as the efficiencies improve and technologies change, we learn new things and it marches on. Thin film technology was also mentioned this morning. The CadTel technology is advancing. We just showed here, these pictures give you a sense of the evolution. And within very recent years, there's been the development now and soon the introduction of bifacial technologies in CadTel, and also a recent change in materials chemistry that has increased their efficiency. So again, technology on the move. SIGs, there's multiple materials that we've used for lighter weight thin film technology, is getting a resurgence of interest for things like building integration, vehicle integration, and tandem technologies. That's what we show here on the side. Excuse me. You can see that the ability to put multiple materials and multiple solar cells together. That brings us to the power of multi-junctions, and you've heard several of the speakers mention tandems. We're very proud that the first tandem PV cell was invented at Enel many years ago, and people all around the world continue to push this technology. The record today is an amazing 47.1% under concentration. Now, this is a very complex device. It is a very expensive device, and it will not be on our roof or anywhere else anytime soon. That said, we've learned a lot of physics here. And one thing that we've learned is that there's energy that we lose, both to heat, which is shown in the one arrow there, and then to light that we don't absorb. So we want to bring that idea now forward into the next generation. Right? We use this in space all the time where we need the highest efficiency and can afford it, but it's now time to bring that to Earth. So that brings us to perovskites. Professor Juzzi used the word buzzword, so I think it's fair to ask, what's the buzz, right? And the buzz is a number of things. First, this is a very interesting material. It's an organic, inorganic hybrid material, and it has very strong absorption of light and excellent transport of the electrons, right, that we all discuss. And that's really what a solar cell does, right? It absorbs light and then allows us to transport charge. So these materials do this, and they do both very well. It also has the potential for tandems, and it has the potential for very high-speed manufacturing, potentially solution, perhaps vapor phase. We don't know the answer to that yet. The pictures below show some examples from recent literature of what a perovskite tandem might look like. And it's very exciting that a perovskite layer, a thin film, on a more traditional silicon solar cell can have extremely high efficiencies, as has been demonstrated to date in the laboratory at relatively small and now growing size. So you can see the numbers here. Okay, if I go back. All right. The yellow shows how perovskites have increased their efficiency in the laboratory. And this is really unprecedented. And then the blue, picking up from that, is the tandem. And it's above now 30% by multiple groups around the world. So those things together are the buzz. The question, can that be now moved forward to manufacturing scale? And there are groups all over the world working on this. So it is very exciting. We won't see it tomorrow, but we will see it, I think, soon, and that's a discussion we'll have. At the same time, there's innovation going on because PV, among any and all of the renewable clean energy technologies, right? If you think about wind, you think about hydro, you think about nuclear, PV is the only one that you can have on your backpack, on your window at home, on the roof of your car, on your house, on the local big store, of course on the satellites above us, and in PV plants now that are reaching 2 gigawatts. That's an amazing capability, and it's one that we will, I think, increasingly leverage to sort of have PV everywhere as our goal. It doesn't mean that it will be all of our generation. It will couple to wind and hydro and perhaps nuclear going. We don't know that either. We have scenarios. But PV is unique here. And so the ability to think about agri-PV and windows and all these things, places that we don't collect energy today, is another very exciting piece. And then I'll be very provocative at the end and talk about what maybe the future far off could bring. So when people first started to think about thermodynamics, there's always been this question of how do we harvest this thermal energy? How do we get random energy back to use? And there's a long-standing problem in physics called Maxwell's demon, right? How could you go in and find the high-energy molecules from the low? And it's fascinating that today, at very small scale, at nanoscale, people are starting to do experiments that do that. Now, this is far from any realization, but the idea is there. And what we've realized is that we can couple work, heat, and information. Biological systems do this all the time. This is how something as ordered as a human being emerges, right, from something as simple initially as two cells. So if I really look forward, we will someday have a grid where decentralized control, billions of devices, energy from variable resources, and billions of our new energy technologies come together. That's far off, perovskites in the middle, but clearly I hope the story is that there is a lot happening from the range of our dominant technologies today to the new ones we may see. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hegel. I now request our last speaker, Dr. Abhinav Mathur, to come and give his comments, I think mostly on the recycling aspects, which is going to be very important.
Well, we wait for the slides to come up. When I was coming here, I was not sure how receptive the audience will be for recycling. But it's extremely encouraging for me to see that nearly everybody is speaking about recycling. The DG also spoke about recycling. The Joint Secretary also spoke about recycling, and it's such an important, element that we need to all take care of. So while the world is aiming to set up global installed PV capacity of 4,500 gigawatt, and this number may vary by 2050. The dark side of this is that the amount of electronic waste, or rather the PV waste which will get accumulated, is huge. And just to put things in perspective, if you look at the total e-waste currently generated by the world, whether it's air conditioning, refrigerators, smartphones, you name it, batteries, the total electronic waste which is getting generated right now is approximately 53.6 million tons. The bad thing is that only about 18% of that is getting recycled, which is a huge waste. So many critical elements, so many critical resources are not getting back into use. And what is going to happen is that probably close to 80 million tons of electronic waste in the form of photovoltaics will get, accumulated or start to become available from these solar plants that have been sort of set up. Now this needs to be addressed and started to be looked at today itself. Otherwise we will not have the appropriate solution or the scale when this problem actually hits us. When you look at electrical and electronic wastes, essentially there are 56 different elements which go into creation of these electrical and electronic waste. And as I was listening to Nancy, the amount of complexity which is getting added is huge, and therefore to extract these elements from, or each of these elements from photovoltaics or any other such equipment becomes very difficult. Essentially because they are not put in a pure form and they are not designed in a form that it can be extracted easily. So it's very complex to actually extract all of these elements at a single time from this. When you look at photovoltaics, the current capacity of electricity is approximately 3% of the global need. But even as we speak, 40% of the world's tellurium is put into that, 15% of the world's silver is sort of caught up here, and there is a substantial chunk of semiconductor grade quartz and other materials also which go into this particular installations. And as we scale, we can't possibly imagine that the same number, same amount can go in. You can't possibly have that much tellurium or that much silver. So there will continue to be innovation, but we need to be able to extract whatever has been put in as the end of life of these equipment come about. Similarly, very closely coupled to the solar industry is the storage of the batteries as well. And inside batteries, there are very, very high value critical materials which are there, like lithium, cobalt, nickel, graphite. There are just too many elements which we can't sort of let go into a landfill. What we at Attero have been able to achieve, and I'm sorry for the pitch there, but in Attero, what we have worked for the past 12 to 13 years is work on mixed metal refining. Essentially, what that means is that when there are materials which have been created by multiple elements being there, how do we ensure that every single material is extracted in a pure manner and in a highly efficient manner? So that's what we have been working on, and the good news is that at least in most of our recycling operations, we are able to extract 98% of the material which has gone in at an efficiency of greater than 95 to 99%. That's the range in which we are able to operate. Not so much in the photovoltaics as of now, but for lithium-ion batteries and for EVs, we are able to do that. In photovoltaics, we are able to extract close to 75% of the material which is, sort of originally put in. And we have close to 50 odd patents, and we continue to invest very, very significantly on R&D, and we have close to 200 odd people which, which work on this particular thing. So out of the 56 elements which go into electrical and electronic waste, we have been successfully able to extract out 22 of these elements. The rest of the elements are in very, very small quantities and very minuscule quantities that it's not viable to extract them. But most of the materials which can be materially sort of extracted, we are able to do that. The challenges for providing recycling solutions for global solar ecosystem is something that I believe would be of great interest to this particular audience. And one of the challenges, of course, is that the time scale. The solar panels have a life of 20 to 25 years. So typically people have not really thought about the recycling aspects of it, and they have not planned for that. Because it sounds distant, and very few countries have any sort of a policy for the same, although now policies are starting to be put in place. India has also come out with some things, Europe has also come out with certain things, but that's not very uniform, and this has to be looked at very, very closely. And there is exponential growth, of course, right? So today there is hardly any significant, I would say, capacities which are required, because the end of life is still far away. But then suddenly the amount of capacity which will be required will be huge, and the creation of that kind of a capacity will require significant resources, and probably private players alone would not be able to do that. There will have to be some sort of a financing mechanism to be able to provide for such a thing, and we will have to design something like that. There is, of course, also the business viability issue of it. When you actually recycle these, there is significant amount of cost which goes into extracting these materials, and as per NREL, the global figures are that you are able to generate around $3 of revenue from recycling these, while the current cost is around $20 to $30. At our facilities, we are able to do that under $10, so that's a good thing, but we need to sort of work towards making it viable on its own, or there will have to be mechanisms where the industry will support or the customer will have to be charged, so that recycling can be done profitably. And of course, there is resource intensity, and I've already spoken about it. There's a lot of material which is going into the solar panels. The support required, like I said, is there should be greater environmental regulations. There has to be business model support, especially for the exponential scaling as it will come, come suddenly. And there will have to be a significant amount of collaboration between manufacturers and recyclers, because as the panels become obsolete, right, that knowledge of what and how it has been structured, if that is shared with recyclers, they'll be able to create better mechanisms to actually, find the processes to recycle these materials. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for the recyclers to be able to do that. And manufacturers will also need to maybe take ownership of collaborating with the recyclers to be able to extract these materials and use these extracted materials as well. India, and I'm sure most of the countries globally, have started to look at extended producer responsibility. The exact mechanism of that has to also, be created, and that's something I believe will be the support that recyclers will require, so that, a viable recycling ecosystem can be sort of created. With that, I'd like to sort of, go back to, the questions which will come up. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Mathur. We're entering the question phase. Jeevan, we certainly have a few questions which we may like to ask and then open it up to the audience. Would you like to ask some of the questions first?
Thank you to all the panelists for great remarks and so on. We definitely have some questions. So I want to be nice to all of you, and then let me ask the easy questions first, and then I will let Professor Vasi to ask you the difficult questions to all of you. Okay. So, Mr. Pedersen, let me start with you first. You talk about, the green hydrogen, but can you also elaborate a little bit further in terms of, some of the challenges that we are facing in this wide production? And then, of course, it's always good to talk about the challenges, but what do we do to address those things? Some of these things you kind of covered that in your presentation also, but that's the common questions that we all have. What are the problems and what do we do to address those?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Of course, it's a quite comprehensive question. What we need to be aware of is that we have been producing green hydrogen for about 100 years. In Norway, we started in 1927. And the technology, when we are talking about alkaline technology, it's a quite mature technology. But there still are challenges, as I mentioned, to the efficiency. We need to improve the efficiency. It means that the electricity that we are using to split the molecule, we need to bring down. Both the cost, but also the amount that we are using of electricity. That is the only way we can achieve cost competitiveness. Today, we are kind of dividing hydrogen into different colors depending on how much pollution we have. So we are talking about green hydrogen, which is produced out of renewable, like solar and wind, and hydro. We have challenges with PEM technology, which is a little bit more efficient technology, has its advantages, but we don't have a technology that is kind of covering all purposes. So it's very location dependent what technology you would choose. It is very depending on the end application. We know that the capex is today too high, so we need to work together to share actually technology and our expertise and experience. So that's why a global effort is needed. The climate change is a global challenge, and also how we are going to solve it is something that we can only do by collaboration. So I think that we will, the next 3-4 years, see a lot of the pilots coming into place, and we will learn a lot during these experiments or these pilot and demo projects, learn how the value chain is, how to develop the value chain and also the supply chain. We have a lot to do in the educational area. Safety is one of the concerns, of course. Even we have a very good track record on hydrogen over the 100 last years. Now we are going to expose the population. We are going to store it. We are going to leave it on the roads, on the sea, and we are going to have filling stations. There is a lot of people who will be exposed. And we need to make sure that everybody understands how to manage it, so we don't see that incident is escalating to the accidents. That would be a disaster.
Thank you. So let me go to Professor Raghuwari also. So, this materials discovery, and then you also talk about this artificial intelligence and machine learning as well. But it will be interesting to hear from you, what else, what is needed to accelerate all those things. I think if you can elaborate that one further, it will be appreciated.
Thank you. So there are a number of efforts in using machine learning to predict materials for some target application. And as I pointed out, the problem is these machine learning models are based on learning from the data, which is calculated data, not experimental data. So one of the needs of the hour is to have a combination of experimental and calculated theoretical data to take it forward. And the experimental data can be at all the four levels, from processing to structure to properties and performance. And that's actually the strength of machine learning, that it doesn't care for what data it is, but it finds the relationships between them and allows prediction. There are also a need for an approach which will learn from small data. Many of the AI approaches, particularly based on artificial intelligence, are based on large data sets. And in materials, typically we don't have such large data sets available, unless we, of course, augment it in a sort of design way. So my group, for example, was involved in combining wisdom and data in developing models which are more generalizable, and that allows little less accuracy in fitting the data, but it gives more reliable models in prediction. So that is also one thing which many of us are trying. The last is, I told you, the generative artificial intelligence seems to show a lot of promise, but it's still at the really initial stage. Just by looking at published works, this scheme is allowing to answer questions like, how do I synthesize this specific material, which is quite promising, because even then a non-expert can make use of these ideas to, of course, it's yet to be seen how accurate they are and so on, but there's a lot of promise in generative approaches as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good, thank you. Now let me move on to Dr. Hegel. I have this problem, and also many of our audience may have also this issue, and I wanted to request your help to get clarification. I mean, there are various silicon-based technologies that are happening right now. Should we continue exploring those further? But at the same time, you also showed us that there are new technologies that are also coming up. So we are in a dilemma, whether shall we wait for these new technologies to kind of get matured so that we can make use of it rather than relying on the silicon-based technologies alone? Or how do you find this good balance of these two?
So I think the answer to that, for me personally and for much of the community, is very simple. No, we cannot wait. This is not an either or, this is both and. Right? If you're thinking about moving toward an energy system where solar is a majority of total energy, it's a very different world than we know today, but there is both an urgency to move forward and a necessity to continue to invest and learn at the same time. I don't think we would make that trade-off in any other area. And the times are wrong, 25, 30 years, that's good, but 2050 is 25 years ago, so we could have a whole new technology at 2050. But waiting, we published a paper recently, and I'll talk about it tomorrow. Waiting is not an option, because to grow an industry of this size takes time. And if you wait and you've made the wrong bet, then we have our challenges today, those would be significantly worse. But I think there's time to do it in parallel. So, and that's really what we do with other things, right? Cars develop, factories develop. We don't stop. But here the urgency is even greater.
I have one follow-up question to that one. Is, see, what happens is that I work in Asian Development Bank and then also many other financial institutions. So when we finance a project of using one technology, and then we are so excited, there's a lot of prospects and so on, but once you finance it, once it gets into implementation, boom, there's another technology pops up. So what do we do in such situation? We have made significant investments, and then that technology may become obsolete as soon as we approve the project. So that is also an issue, no? How shall we handle it?
Right, and there's probably broader contributions in the audience here. I mean, it won't be totally obsolete, right? It will continue to perform at the level that you hoped. I think we have to reframe and think about that evolution as a plus for humanity over time, not a negative thing. And we simply have to move forward because there are a lot of other costs that you're not considering, like the costs of the climate impact and the other things. So it's a big gap, but innovation is good, historically.
No, thank you, because I remember that from ADB side also we have financed the large-scale CFL lamps promotion in some of these countries, and by the time we invested and these LED bulbs and so on came up, right? So now in CFLs we don't even talk about it. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't think your silicon PV is going to go away anytime soon. I would invest.
Right. So Matthew, you briefly talk about some of these policy interventions and so on, because we also have some policy makers in the audience as well. So this e-waste thing is very, very important and critical. So maybe if you can elaborate a little further some of the innovative policy interventions on this e-waste that you have seen, encountered, or learned, or maybe some other countries can also consider those things.
Sure. So I can share the experience in India. So as a company, we've been there for more than 12 odd years, and we have seen the ecosystem evolve in India for electronic waste. What we observed was that the viability of the business starts to happen if the regulation is working in parallel to ensure that the entire life cycle of a product is managed. So in India, till 2019, we did not have a very strong EPR regimen. And, at that time, what used to happen was that, most of the recycling was being done by the informal sector. And like I mentioned, there are 56 elements in electrical and electronic products. And there are certain things which will have value and would be easily extractable. The informal sector focuses on that and throws away the rest, and which is highly polluting. Now, in India, the EPR regimen kicked in, and the National Green Tribunal actually was very, very vehement that scientific recycling should be sort of employed, and we are now starting to see the fruits of that. But the other thing that we have also seen is that, like I said, only about 20% of the waste is actually coming on for recycling, and that's a huge problem because 20% of 35 million metric tons is hardly, around 7 to 8 million metric tons, and still a lot of things are getting wasted. So one is the policy intervention. The second is the support to ensure that the industry can bear the cost of ensuring that there is enough capacity, and end-to-end the life cycle is managed, which is still not being done in India as effectively as it should be. So my thing would be that we should create a policy where, first of all, scientific recycling is extremely strongly sort of supported, and the implementation should be very, very strong, and the brands, the manufacturers, the entire ecosystem should be charged with the responsibility that the recycling is done through formal recyclers.
Good, thank you. So, Professor Vasi, I would like to leave it to you to ask the difficult questions.
No, Well, I have a lot of questions. I don't think they're difficult. But what I would like to do, I think, is maybe I'll just ask one question, and then we'll have some time to go to the audience. And that one question I would like to ask Dr. Hegel, and that is, the perovskite, and especially the perovskite on silicon tandems, promising efficiencies of 30+%, very important because as the Honorable Minister mentioned this morning, we don't have much land, and if we can improve efficiencies, that's very good. But one keeps hearing things about perovskite on silicon tandems, great promise, but will we be able to realize the promise in time?
Right, so the question, of course, is that a solar cell not only needs to perform in the laboratory initially, it has to be a consistent performer over many years. And these materials, like all materials, have stability challenges. They've got some additional ones, some new ones that we have to learn about. And that's really the research and the development that's underway in laboratories, but also in almost all of the major PV companies right now. But we have to remember, we might like certainty, and maybe you get it in your lives, but I think most of us have realized we have to learn things take time. And I think it was Albert Einstein that said, if we knew the answer, we wouldn't call it research. And so you find very optimistic communities, you find more pessimistic people. I think the honest answer is we don't know. We are learning as quickly as we can, but investment and research will be required. That was true for the silicon industry too, though. It had reliability issues and it has dealt with them. So I'm cautiously optimistic, but I do not believe that perovskites will be an answer to the point that you should stop doing everything else today and wait. I think that would be too large a bet. But we don't make those kind of bets normally in other ways. So it's a complicated answer, but I think it's a true one.
Thank you. Can we have some questions from the audience? Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
If you like, you can address it to a particular person.
Thank you so much. It was very enlightening session with all of you. I'm giving the feedback from the rural India about all these PV and whatever we have done in India about energy. One thing is it has been top-down approach. Number two, we just installed systems without creating human resources at local level to sustain those, and all the research institute, none have come out with how many systems are closed, not functioning. Everybody wants to promote how big is the number. We want to show the numbers, how many gigawatt we have installed. So another thing is there is no monitoring and evaluation, and the whole thing is urban system. There is no interest in micro level at rural India. Thank you so much. It's not a question, these are my recommendations and observations.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. No, it's very important, the rural, and I think that's one of the reasons why solar, as Dr. Hegel mentioned, going from very small to very large, it's all possible with solar. So, but we must, of course, take this opportunity to address the rural and the small things also.
Can I respond to?
Hello. Okay, please answer, Dr.
Yeah.
Just one quick response. Thanks for raising this important point. Just want to tell you that there are works, not as many as you would like, but one work we had was to develop a material which uses heat from chula and lights the hut. Okay, and which was designed for rural India, remote villages where the power lines may not be able to go, but they will use these materials are called thermoelectric materials, which convert waste heat into electricity. Absolutely, yeah. No, there is a need. Okay.
Sir?
Great, thank you. I'm Guli Mohammed from the Republic of Djibouti. I would like to thank all the presentation and all the panelists for every word given. It's very interesting, and I would love to hear more about it. I will just resume my two questions to just two people, and that will be Dr. Hegel and Dr. Mathur, especially for your last presentation. So Dr. Hegel, I was really interested by the presentation you just made on the whole thing, and I totally agree on the work you've done. One thing that really put the focus on my interest was the mention of the loss of efficiency of a solar panel due to heat. And that is really an effective thing in my country, which is very hot. And I believe we do lose a lot of power due to heat. And so my question was, do you have a power factor or any ratio between the enhancement of technology you mentioned, the cost of it, and the recovery of the heat loss that may happen or occur to happen? So that will be the answer that I'll expect from you, and I'll also mention my question to the doctor. So in addition to what I just mentioned is the harsh conditions of any site could also be a good bed test for such technology. And I believe my country could be related to a state of America, just like Texas, Arizona, or Nevada. But I believe we have a harsher climate and all year long. And I believe we could share some experience from the NREL. I'll let you answer on the power efficiency. Dr. Mathur, I'll just go for my second question. Dr. Mathur, I totally agree on your initiative for recycling technology coming from solar technology. I believe you did focus your point on PV. So my question will be, another technology of solar such as concentrated solar power, which require a total different set of equipment to be made. Is this technology more recyclable? Or if we also maybe compare to another technology of solar panels such as the thin film from Sharp, is it more recyclable? And once you've given your answer, will it be reasonable in terms of efficiency, the technology we will choose? Thank you very much, and thank you for every panelist.
Thanks. Thank you for two excellent questions. Dr. Hegel?
Sure, the temperature coefficients and dependence of performance are, as you say, extremely important. I don't have the perovskite numbers at hand. I know people have looked at that. There's papers. And of course, it's a growing issue. There's also, looking at redesigning modules to try to mitigate that. This becomes a cost-performance trade-off. These are all issues, and you can see the mentality moving from efficiency as the only metric to energy production, which is what you mentioned. So I think it's going to receive growing attention. It's an area where we need global performance information coming in to accelerate our learning, and I think that's a very exciting possibility. And then all these things are going to change. I think, when you're 2% of electricity globally, it's one story. If you're envisioning being 40, 50%, these become billion-dollar issues, and hopefully they will then get the additional research and development to address them all. But it is an issue, but it's one people are looking at. Yes.
Hello. I have a question. Hello. I have a question, sir.
We'll just answer the second question, then we'll go on.
Questions. There were two questions. I'll just answer, and then maybe you can sort of ask a question.
Sure.
So, the technology that we have developed is essentially, sort of does not depend on the structure or the technology that has been used. So the same process can actually recycle all kinds of technologies, all kinds of electronic waste as well, right? So it's just a modular and a very streamlined process. I'm not sure about the cost effectiveness of this. Maybe, I'll exchange, your contact details, and I'll find out and I'll get back to you. But to the point that you said about, becoming billion-dollar problems, in 2050, like I said, the 70 million metric tons of waste which is going to get generated will have material captured inside, which will be closer to $15 billion at that time. So the need for recycling is extremely, extremely, important.
Thank you.
Hello sir, good afternoon. I am Samir Jaiswal. My question is directed to Dr. Mathur. He was talking about the disposal of solar panels, and we all know that in near future it is going to be a big job for all the developers. So I wish to know whether he has done any kind of estimation, like how much quantity will be there down the line year-wise, and has he worked like what will be the right way or the most suitable way of disposing these solar panels? It should be economically viable as well as it should be environmentally compatible. So this is my first question. The second question is regarding his about the recycling of precious material from electronic waste. And he pointed out that the cost of recycling is more than the value of the material that he is getting from the waste. So how the business is keeping going when this is the scenario?
So let me answer your question one by one. The first question you were asking about, how do we, what is the estimated, volumes or capacity which will need to be developed. So, there are numbers which are available. So by 2030, India will require something closer to 35,000 metric tons to be recycled of photovoltaic, PVs to get recycled, and there will be, some amount, I'm not sure about the number right now, for lithium and batteries as well. So there is an estimation, there are various bodies which are working on that estimation, and you can find that if you need, I can share certain sources with you. The second question was around how do we ensure that this is economically viable, the recycling of solar panels, etc. So the biggest challenge is the size, the volume, and therefore the logistic cost of this. So the technology that we are working on is we will actually be able to do part of the mechanical recycling at the site itself. So maybe a truck or a container, kind of a thing will be deployed, and where the initial crushing, etc., could be done, and some amount of separation can be done, so that the logistics is much more efficient. Otherwise, if you have to transfer panels, it will become extremely costly. And right now there is obviously a viability gap, which will obviously be taken care of by, doing more R&D on this particular aspect. So I don't have a clear answer, but there are initiatives being done by our organization and many other to actually make this economically viable. To your question with regards to electronic waste, so maybe I was not clear. The viability gap is in PVs, not in electronic waste and lithium and batteries. Lithium and batteries is extremely, I would say, economically viable and very profitable. And e-waste is just marginally profitable, but the EPR mechanism by which the manufacturer also contributes to the cost of the recycling ecosystem, that has actually helped to keep this viable. And something similar will have to be done in the case of PVs as well. I hope that answers the question. Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Acharya, do we have time? Of course, I'm sure there are lots of questions, but I'll ask you to...
Can we have one question? Last, quick. Hello, sir. This is Kedar from Germany. Hello.
Yes, let's have a question back there.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, please.
This is Kedar from Germany. Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. I think it is nice to see the advanced technologies on, let's say, future scale. But I have a rather simple question, which is more on the energy consumption side, because there is a big delta available between energy consumption per capita on let's say, the developed world versus developing countries, and like how to tackle that in consideration to design the future of energy.
I'm sorry. Okay, we can take one more question.
Yeah.
So, yes, please.
Okay, I'll quickly raise the question since I have the mic.
Yeah, while the mic is going there.
I'm Jaideep Malviya, and my question to maybe most of the panelists here is, are we accounting the early loss factor? Perhaps even Dr. Mathur may like that also very much, but all the questions are getting pointed to him. When we talk of early loss, looking at the rapidly evolving technologies, they are making, the predecessor technologies obsolete. So it would be a good, in fact, for, the conferences to show very big figures coming out, because more and more solar PV modules may get manufactured. But then definitely the early loss would be by way of, loss of quality or evolving new rapid technologies. New rapid evolving technologies. How would that be addressed? Should they be repurposed, or should they really be allowed to die the end of their life?
Yes.
Okay, I will speak it in French. Can I go in French? Is it possible to do it in French?
Yes, I think it should be possible. We'll have to
Bien, merci. Félicitations pour vos différentes interventions, brillantes interventions. J'ai beaucoup apprécié sur l'ensemble de vos interventions. Quelque part, nous sommes collègues. Moi, je suis, c'est vrai, ambassadeur du Burkina Faso en Inde, Delhi ici, mais je suis aussi enseignant-chercheur à l'Université de Ouagadougou dans un tout autre domaine, dans le domaine de la sociologie. Et ce qui m'a le plus intéressé dans vos interventions, c'est l'ensemble des concepts qui sont ressortis, des concepts très techniques, très technologiques, viabilité, bien sûr, efficacité, et puis des chiffres, beaucoup de chiffres. Alors, la dimension que je n'ai pas perçue, vous avez parlé des avantages aux êtres humains. Alors, quelle est la part des êtres humains dans vos recherches? Quelle est cette part des êtres humains? Est-ce que l'acceptabilité sociale, n'est-ce pas, de vos recherches, est-ce que c'est une évidence? Autrement dit, pour recycler les objets qui sont déjà passés par des mains humaines, est-ce que c'est une évidence de pouvoir accéder? Les découvertes en termes de progrès scientifique, technique, technologique, est-ce que l'acceptabilité, l'adoption par l'humain ou les humains, est-ce que c'est une évidence? Donc c'est juste pour dire que je n'ai pas vu l'hypothèse sociale, sociologique, à travers vos interventions. Juste une anecdote pour finir. J'ai vu dans un pays, quelque part en Afrique, un large périmètre d'implantation de plaques solaires. Au bout d'une année, les populations ont saccagé ce champ de plaques solaires parce que tout simplement ayant constaté au bout d'un certain temps qu'il n'y avait pas de pluie, ils ont fait le lien avec l'implantation des plaques solaires et ils ont tout cassé. Donc l'acceptation de l'évolution technologique technique chez vous, est-ce une évidence? Merci.
So I think he's waiting for, let's use that as maybe the last question, and if you could be very brief, and then I think we really need to wrap up now.
Merci, Monsieur. I'll just briefly kind of give for the rest of the audience what the question was. It was really about the social acceptability of all the changes which are taking place in solar, and whether we are focusing too much on the technological advances without giving enough attention to acceptability by society and related issues. So this was the question, and I can request any of the panelists.
Maybe there is one question there. I think we can use that as a last question and then maybe ask the panelists to, and then we can close it.
Oh, I thought this would be the last question. Sure.
Merci pour la patience. Merci à tous les présentateurs. Alors, moi, ma question s'adresse à tous ceux qui ont fait la présentation. Alors, depuis hier, on dit que l'Afrique regorge des ressources solaires les plus élevées. Le potentiel solaire est très élevé en Afrique. Et de toutes les présentations qui ont été faites ce matin, alors moi je voudrais savoir c'est quoi les liens que vous faites avec l'Afrique, avec toutes ces innovations, toutes ces recherches dont vous faites capable. Je n'ai pas vu la contribution, la position de l'Afrique dans tout ce qui a été développé ce matin. En termes de recherche, en termes d'innovation, et même y compris le recyclage, je n'ai pas vu la part de l'Afrique. Est-ce que l'Afrique serait toujours considérée comme le pays qui attend que tout soit développé de l'autre côté de la mer et que la consommation soit réversible de l'Afrique, ou dans vos stratégies, comment est-ce que vous positionnez l'Afrique, en tout cas dans tous ces mouvements qui sont en cours? Voilà, merci à vous. Bonne journée.
Thank you, Mercy. The question again was relating to, we talked a lot about developments in technology, etc., but the question really asked, he did not hear much about what we were talking about, how it can directly impact the developments which need to take place and are taking place in Africa, in countries in Africa, and I suppose also in some other parts of the world. So I think both the last two questions really dealt with how are we going to really address the sociological aspects, but also how do we address, and that perhaps comes back also to the first question, how do we address the so-called bottom of the activities where, it must reach out to people all over the world. Would Dr. Hagel have?
Sure, I'll just start with perhaps a connection back to the question of global development and energy accessible more broadly. One of the reasons that there's often big discrepancies in projections of how much solar or other generation we will need is because of differences in ideas about development. And so many of the larger projections, we saw one earlier that was 4.5 terawatts, there are projections that go as high as 70. And they include often how much total energy, but also how much there's development. And so we have to understand that we will need more. And back to the social acceptance, I think one thing we can do, I'm a technologist, right? I don't understand global markets and things like that, but as we move through this transition, we often talk about how hard it will be, right? When humans like where they are, where they've been, and the costs, and those are all true, there are challenges, but we have to remind people and tell the story that this can be a better world. This can be a world with cleaner air, cleaner water, energy more broadly available to more people. Right? Nobody owns the sun yet. And so this is really going to be a very different world, and we have to remind ourselves that it could be a better world. And I think sometimes we lose that story.
Hello. Yes, I think this is a very important question. How do we build public acceptance and awareness? So we need to keep that in mind when we do development of new energy solutions. I think that hydrogen is very important here because that is giving a completely new dimension to solar. To use the renewable energy, we can now reach out to areas where we have not the funds and money to build grid solutions. So now we can reach out to villages, small places, off-grid solutions where they can produce renewable energy and they can store it and they can create jobs and the livelihood will be much better. The farmers can get cooling of the vegetables or whatever they are harvesting, and
there is a lot of opportunities, but we need to get everybody on board and everybody understand how important this collaboration is and this educational process. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've come to the end of this session.
If you allow me just two brief questions.
No, I don't mind, but it depends upon the organizer. Yeah, so I think the suggestion is we take it offline, and in that case, I would like to wind up this session. So thanks to all the panelists. I think we learned a lot about hydrogen, the possibility of really new kinds of developments, of course, about the recycling, also about perovskites and other new technologies for solar panels. So it's been a very good session, and also, of course, we got a lot of good inputs and questions from the audience. So I thank the panelists, I thank the audience for this session, and if there are some questions, we can continue with this after the session over lunch. Thank you very much, everybody.
I also want to take the opportunity to thank Professor Vasi for chairing the session, and also once again all the panelists for a very good discussion. And again, I'm very sorry that we are all very charged up on these topics, and then we'll have to close it. But in our subsequent sessions, we'll be also talking some of these issues, so I think you can also participate and then have the further discussions as well. So with this one, we'd like to really thank you to everybody and this one, and to all the participants for actively participating. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Acharya, and thank you to our chair. I would now request our chair to please help us give away small tokens of our gratitude to our panelists also. But first, we'd like to start by inviting on stage Mr. Lalit Bora, Joint Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India. So we request you to please accept a small token. Thank you so much for your presence. Thank you for your address, a very insightful address indeed. I'd request our session chair, Professor Vasi, to please give away a very small token of our gratitude and appreciation. I say a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Professor Vasi, may I request you to please present the next one to our moderator, and then from there we'll go on to the panelists. So a big round of applause for Mr. Jeevan Acharya. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Mr. Jeevan Acharya, Principal Energy Specialist ADB, our moderator for this panel. So, may I request you to please present the next one to Dr. Nancy Hable, Director, National Center for Photovoltaics, NREL, USA. Let's have a big round of applause for the lady. Thank you so much, Madam. Dr. Hable. Dr. Abhinav Mathur, Advisory Board Member, Atara Recycling Private Limited. Can we please hear it from him? Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Sturl Pedersen, Chairman of Board, Greenstat Limited. Let's have a big round of applause for Mr. Sturl Pedersen. Professor Vasi, we request you to please present to Professor Umesh Vagnavil, JN, CEO, SR, and President, Indian Academy of Sciences. So a big round of applause for Professor Vagnavil. And I'd like to request Ms. Mridula Bharadwaj from the ISA Secretariat to please present a small token of our gratitude and appreciation to our chair, our session chair, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Juzair Vasi, Professor Emeritus, IIT Bombay. And I think the photographer is going to need a good photo opportunity. Ma'am, I would request you to stay back for that. And ladies and gentlemen, with this, we will now take a lunch break. Lunch is also being served in the hard court area. And we also have the poster exhibition in the adjoining room, ladies and gentlemen, by the World Solar Congress. There are lots of posters for you to look at, for you to read. I request you to please find time for the exhibition and also enjoy your lunch. And we will be resuming the proceedings with our next technical session 2, which is themed Solar PV Resilient Supply Chains, Need for International Collaboration in Solar Manufacturing. And for that, we will have to reassemble a couple of minutes before 14:15 hours. That is 2:15 p.m. is when we start. So we'll have a good hour for lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your lunch, and I will see you on the other side of this break. Thank you very much once again.
Master, as you can see this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After that lunch break, we're going to be starting in about 5 minutes. I request you to please take seats. May I draw your attention to the screen? Those are the channels, ladies and gentlemen, listed on the screen. You have to switch to channel 1 for English on your interpretation device. For Arabic, it is channel 2, for French, channel 3, and for Spanish, channel 4 is to be tuned into. Translation, interpretation, headsets, devices have been all placed on your tables. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to kindly join us in the room and take seats. We're going to be very shortly starting with our next session on solar PV resilient supply chains, need for international collaboration in solar manufacturing. So once again, I'd like to request you to please take seats, ladies and gentlemen. This is an announcement for those of you who are still outside the room to please join us in the room. We're going to be starting. Our esteemed panelists are all here with us, and we're going to be beginning with the proceedings of this technical session 2, which is on the theme of solar PV resilient supply chains, need for international collaboration in solar manufacturing. So we're going to start, ladies and gentlemen, in about 5 minutes. So I invite you to please be seated. A polite reminder to all of you in the room to please keep your mobile phones on silent. Thank you very much for your cooperation. I request you to be seated, and we will begin very shortly. Thank you very much once again for your cooperation. Welcome back after lunch, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, honorable dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, welcome again. We're going to be resuming the proceedings of this conference with the second technical session of the day. We're going to be starting in 2 minutes. May I request you to please take seats? A polite reminder to you to please keep your mobile phones on silent. Thank you very much. And we also have interpretation devices for you on your tables, ladies and gentlemen, and we have designated channels for you to navigate in order to choose your preferred language. For English, please switch to channel 1, channel 2 is for Arabic, 3 for French, and channel 4 for Spanish. And may I request you to please take seats. This is an announcement also for all those people who are still outside the room. May I request you to please join us back in the room and be seated. All our panelists are here, ladies and gentlemen, and we request you to please join us and be seated, and we will begin in under 2 minutes. Thank you very much. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to technical session 2, which is themed Solar PV Resilient Supply Chains, the importance of international collaboration in solar manufacturing. I request you to please take seats, and once again a polite reminder to everybody in the room for their mobile phones to be on silent mode. Thank you very much for your cooperation, ladies and gentlemen. And as you can see on the screen, in order to navigate languages on your interpretation devices, those are the channels to be switched to. For English, please tune into channel 1, Arabic channel 2, French channel 3, and 4 for Spanish. Now, this session, ladies and gentlemen, will explore the steps needed to ensure strong and resilient supply chains for solar PV and how the global solar community and countries can work together in the manufacturing process. Additionally, we also have a short presentation in this session, which is on the Supply Chain Resilience Report. This is a joint effort by National Solar Energy Federation of India and Solar Power Europe. We have in our midst our distinguished dignitaries, Mr. Dinesh Jagdale, Joint Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, Mr. Bhartosh Shivara, he is the European Union Delegation to India, and Dr. Ajay Mathur, Director General, International Solar Alliance. I'm going to request Dr. Ajay Mathur to please do the opening remarks for this session. Let's welcome him onto the podium with a round of applause.
Thanks ever so much. Thank you. Thank you. This is an important session for us, and I'm delighted that the industry has gotten together to organize it. I'm very grateful to the International Solar Energy Society and Solar Power Europe for organizing this session. Clearly, we need to ramp up PV capacity, PV installed capacity across the world. So we currently have something of about 250 gigawatts every year. We would need to ramp it up to a minimum of 700 gigawatts per year by 2030, but it could also be as high as 1900 gigawatts per year if the green hydrogen and the electric charging take off. Now, this means that we need to have that much manufacturing as well. But the challenge is that single facility manufactures 1 out of every 7 solar panels produced globally. We have one country which produces something of the order of 70% of the solar modules, another country which produces approximately 12% of the global modules. This concentration is dangerous. And in light of the increasing demand, this concentration will become even more dangerous. Why? Because we have supply chain choking that occurs. So, for example, 2 years ago or 3 years ago when the COVID struck, we found that the supply chains led to an increase in solar module prices, even their non-availability in some parts of the world. This made us sit up and realize the problems that occur because of this concentration in solar manufacturing, and the need for the geographical diversification through multi-sourcing and near-shoring. You essentially have to make it such that you manufacture it and it can be exported to other countries as well. Now, given the fact that the manufacturing process consists of many steps, we looked at the kinds of cost and the demand issues at each level, and came to the realization that when you talk of solar cells to solar modules, they are essentially cost effective in almost every part of the world if there is an adequate amount of demand. If there is adequate infrastructure, then we should do it. Now, of course, if suddenly the demand increases and somebody else comes up, that's a different matter. But that's a competitive issue, but in general, solar cells to solar modules makes economic sense. The problem is
on the solar manufacturing, going from sand to semiconductors to ingots to wafers to solar cells. Here, the manufacturing requires a lot of support ecosystems. Now, each country is different. In some countries with very limited capital availability, it may make sense, therefore, to start off with what I said, the solar cells to solar modules, and move to manufacturing of solar cells later. This can help reduce the supply chain risks and to generate local employment. And as industry matures, it may be possible to vertically integrate into other parts of the value chain of solar manufacturing. We look forward to this discussion. We look forward to the kinds of challenges that the manufacturing industry faces as we look at diversification in the years to come. Let me also take this opportunity, while I have all of you here as captive audience, that later today, on behalf of our partners, the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, and the Observer Research Foundation, we are delighted to invite all ISA delegates to attend the Energy Transition Dialogue, which will be inaugurated this evening from 7 p.m. onwards at the Hyatt Regency Hotel. This, I think, is followed by dinner as well, but all of you are very, very welcome to join the GIAP event as well. But right now, let me welcome you to this manufacturing event, and we look forward to a successful discussion and hopefully the start of a longer-term discussion on the challenges of manufacturing in and around the world. Thank you all very, very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for rendering the opening remarks for this session. And now it is my privilege to invite Mr. Dinesh Jagdale, Joint Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mr. Dinesh Jagdale. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. And first of all, welcome all of you for this wonderful gathering since we had for last 2 days. And today I see a lot of friends sitting here, not only from the industry, but I see the partners with the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, a lot of scientific fraternity sitting here, which I personally have been engaging over the last couple of years and looking at the progress that we all collectively are making in bringing the resiliency in towards not only solar PV supply chain, but also looking at renewable energy as a holistic industry and working towards bringing that kind of, what I can say is more into the resiliency part, supply chain part, technology part. So I have been called today here to give some remarks which I have documented here, but let me first of all thank Dr. Mathur for his opening remarks and in general for a very successful assembly session that we had yesterday. Thanks for all the country members, partner countries, partner organizations for making it happen and making to come here and witness the India's progress and also participate in a collective thought process, thought-provoking discussions that we had. So, Excellencies, we all know that climate change risk is there. We have been discussing it, and the window of action to ensure a healthy, prosperous future for the people is narrowing as we pass each day. We have set collective targets for 2030. We have set collective targets and reach is based on the circumstances, national circumstances that each country has. And as far as India is concerned, while we believe that action has to be done today, action has to be done on a frequent milestones, and therefore we have our 2030 agenda. We have set a 2047 agenda, and of course, the Honorable Prime Minister's announcement during the previous COP on taking India to a net zero path by 2070. There are several reports you must have read, you must have come across, that the need for increasing the capacities in solar and wind needs to grow multiple times. It's different reports say different, but it says about 20 times of solar, 11 times of wind, probably from 2020 onwards till 2050, that the capacities has to grow this fold. And that brings enormous pressure on the installations, enormous pressure on the supply side, and therefore the need for this particular topic on international collaboration makes much more important in this era. Many emerging and developing nations are going, looking at this aspect and have demonstrated functional energy transition pathways. However, for several of them, energy demand is rising rapidly, and their fiscal bandwidth, as we all talk about, is stressed as they strike a balance between greening their energy mix and maintaining the affordability of energy supplies for large proportions of their populations. Globally, the progress towards SDGs is not that to the mark as we must have expected, and therefore this decade has started with when we look at our ambitions towards 2030, but the start of this decade, while this is a decade of action, probably may not have been that good. There are several geopolitical pressures, tensions all around, and this has, and we could see all around the globe, that this has put a lot of pressure on the supply chain. Even as countries worldwide take the leap into this new energy paradigm, many countries are facing and will face significant energy and economic security vulnerabilities due to the current state, as I mentioned. Over 60% of global manufacturing of several solar PV, Dr. Mathur mentioned that, 60%, we released one report in the G20, in the Energy Transition Working Group, during which there was a lot of collaborative effort, and ISI was a part of our as knowledge partner, including some of the other think tanks. They released a report. 60% of global manufacturing of solar PV, wind, and battery components is concentrated in a single geography. For certain key technologies such as solar wafers, this concentration is greater than 95%. These manufacturing concentrations are leading to increasingly vulnerable imports, particularly for lower and middle-income countries. Nearly 100% of countries importing solar PV and lithium-ion batteries saw concentrated imports between the period from 2014 to 2021. Now, when we look at this, India has taken a very aggressive path forward. India's solar PV manufacturing capacity, to give about some numbers, is showing a very robust growth, surging from 18 gigawatt and solar PV manufacturing capacity of creating as modules of 18 gigawatts, which was as March 2022, has reached to around 38 gigawatt by March 2023. In 1 year, this has taken significant process, and I see and I congratulate all the manufacturers. There are sitting manufacturers in this forum. They have taken extensive efforts to bring the capacities in India, start manufacturing, and put those assembly lines to produce state-of-the-art quality modules, not only to meet the domestic requirements of India as a country, but also to see that this supplies required by the global fraternity are also met. And what we believe from now onwards, thanks to the incentive schemes released by the Government of India in 2 tranches, we are seeing equally good response for this production link incentive. We call it PLI. And there are several corporate houses who have adopted, who have subscribed to this PLI and taking the manufacturing capacities. And what we expect is that the capacities by end of March 2026 will reach more than 75 gigawatt in India. What does that mean is, India will not only be able to meet its demand of modules to be installed for Indian context and Indian plants, but it also will be able to export substantial capacities to meet the global demand. And today's topic is about international collaboration. So we have been talking, and that's why I said we see a lot of international partners in this room, in this forum, which we continue to engage on to look at technology, to look at best practices, to look at various kinds of facilitative reforms that are required to bring a very resilient policy that can enable installations, that can enable manufacturing, and I congratulate to them. Going further, we are also now looking at partnership to diversify clean energy supply chains in the Indo-Pacific under the Quad leadership. We are hosting the Quad this year. We are also looking at workforce, clean energy workforce, and promote greater and public-private investments and collaborations on clean energy innovation. At the BRICS summit held recently, the Honorable Prime Minister of India also spoke about the importance of resilient and inclusive supply chains for the betterment of the entire world, especially the global south. Under India's leadership, in line with the principles of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, under the G20 Energy Transition Working Group, as I mentioned, we had some very detailed discussions with the countries. And what we believe that it is important, and the ETWG, the Energy Transition Working Group, emphasized that it is important for promoting open, competitive, non-discriminatory, and free international markets. Notably, the ETWG also recognized the importance of technology collaboration and cooperation as a key element of strengthening energy systems. So what's the way forward? And according to us, the way forward, not only for solar, but for the entire RE supply chains is the first and foremost, countries must look towards improved access and affordability of clean energy technologies. This will require vastly increased innovation funding for clean energy technologies and a collaborative approach to technology development. Further financial support towards scaling emerging clean energy technologies that use low-cost materials or meet the requirements of underserved markets are necessary. Countries with access to capital need to take large calculated risk on clean energy technologies rather than simply maintaining the status quo to improve the accessibility and affordability of clean energy technologies. Secondly, the countries in global north, we believe, need to identify securing energy supply chains of the global south as a vital climate challenge. Climate finance must be targeted towards developing domestic manufacturing capabilities in countries without access to such financial resources. Such financing must be at a concessionary rates and not increase the financial burden on the countries that are aiming and really do need to progress rapidly. And thirdly, countries globally must balance localization ambitions with keeping the global market free and open. Most countries will be unable to secure their entire clean energy supply chains since it would be prohibitively expensive or practically impossible given resource and skill constraints. Instead, global industrial and trade policies should prioritize the export of affordable and cutting-edge technologies. Instead of creating hurdles for the trade of critical systems, countries should endeavor to eliminate cartelization and ensure the free flow of these technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, these were some of the thoughts that I thought we should be a part of this. I know there is plenty of very technical experts are going to deliberate and a panel discussion. I look forward to that, and I do understand there is a extensive report done by the collaboration between the EU and the Solar Federation of India. So we look forward for that. Thank you again for patiently listening. Wonderful to see you again, and we'll keep meeting each other often. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. With that, may I now take the privilege of requesting Mr. Bartosz Przywara, European Union Delegation to India, to kindly express his special address. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please welcome him with a round of applause, Mr. Bartosz Przywara.
Thank you very much. This was very, very good pronunciation. I'm already used to 100 different versions of my own name, but that was very, very close to perfect. So good morning to everybody. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, for inviting me here to this very important event. The event which will discuss a very important topic of solar power, and in fact which will also announce a very interesting study which has been financed in fact by the European Union in the framework of our India-EU Clean Energy and Climate Partnership Project. Before I start, I would also like to praise and congratulate the organizers of the whole assembly event. It is really an impressive and very important gathering of all possible stakeholders, Indian, international, public, private, scientific, business. Everybody is here. Yeah, I'm really impressed. It's in fact my first event of such scale here in India. So I'm pretty impressed. I'm representing the European Union delegation here in India, and well, let me start from exactly from the European Union. So just as practically all the other countries and all the other stakeholders of this sector in the world, the European Union considers solar energy as one of the cornerstones of its energy transition strategy. It is well aware of its importance. Of course, it is very eager to include the powerful source of energy as solar power in our, but also in global energy mix. Maybe let me start with to give you a very clear idea how important the role of the renewables in general and of solar power in particular play in the European Union strategy planning or thinking. On 18th of May 2022, the European Commission published the REPower EU plan. That was a plan which aimed at rapidly and structurally reducing our dependence on Russian fossil fuels, but without losing track of our energy and climate action objectives for 2030 and 2050. So the ideas that we put forward as the consequence of a follow-up of the Paris conference. This plan, this REPower EU plan, calls for massive acceleration of renewables on both supply and demand sides, and the subsequent Renewable Energy Directive, so a sort of legal translation of this plan, this strategy, in fact increases the EU 2030 renewable energy target to 42.5% with an additional aspiration to reach even 45%. But most importantly for our gathering here, as part of this REPower EU plan, the Commission has also published the EU Solar Energy Strategy. This strategy recognizes the key role that the solar energy will play in meeting our renewable energy targets in 2030 and includes quite an impressive set of measures, objectives, initiatives. So just to give you a very quick idea what we have in this box, what goodies do we have. So we have there a target to double the installed solar photovoltaic capacity to 320 gigawatts by 2025 and almost quadruple it to 600 gigawatts by 2030. A new European solar rooftops initiative is there. This initiative will progressively oblige to install rooftop solar energy on all new public and commercial buildings and new residential buildings from 2026 onwards. Then we have a new European Solar PV Industry Alliance, which is a forum for industry to develop an innovation-led competitive solar manufacturing sector in the European Union. And then we also have the EU large-scale skills partnership to address the skills shortage in the renewable sectors, which concerns both solar and wind energy. And finally, the strategy also introduces easier and faster procedures to acquire permits for investments in renewable projects. But it also requires stricter environmental standards for solar energy products sold in the EU, as of course it is essential for us that we make the value chains greener. For the European Union, development of social energy provides, of course, multiple benefits, as for anybody else. It contributes to our energy security, our climate objectives, and it reduces our energy bills for fossil fuels. And it also leads to the increase in employment, so it creates the new jobs. And in 2022, we have recorded a record year for solar energy in the EU, as much as elsewhere in the world. And in fact, everybody, both societies, civil society, populations, and industry expect that our solar targets will be achieved. However, of course, it is clear that we still need to step up our efforts. Everybody has discussed about it yesterday and today. If we want to meet these targets, we have to make further efforts. But of course, in a globalized world, especially in such a technology and material-intensive sector, the efforts cannot be done in a local or even regional scale, but they must be really based on the international global cooperation. And this is where India enters into the picture, because India is clearly a very promising, very trustworthy partner in such potential, in such way, in fact, already today in cooperation, but also in the potential cooperation in the future. Given several factors that it represents, or several favorable features, so clear political prioritization of renewable energy development. We can hear it from the several representatives of the Indian government. We see the ambitious targets and objectives that I'm sure you all know by heart, so I'm not going to enumerate them here. The huge market economic potential, of course, and obvious endowment in natural sources of energy, such as sun, wind, hydropower. So in such circumstances, no wonder that our, let's say, renewable paths of the European Union and of India have been predestined to cross. So in 2016, at the EU-India Summit, we have agreed to establish the EU-India Clean Energy and Climate Partnership, which since then has become the main multi-purpose platform of our cooperation in the area of clean energy, aiming at the promotion of these renewable energies and strengthening the implementation of the Paris Agreement. This partnership has been implemented by a consortium led by PwC and has the two work mainstreams. One is the policy dialogue, where at the political level we exchange our experiences, best practices, legislative initiatives, and discuss the best way forward best way forward for our joint efforts in several sectors, such as energy efficiency, renewable energy, climate change, smart grids, and many others. And the other pillar of this cooperation is a more hands-on practical cooperation between India, the European Union, the member states, the key stakeholders from academia, business world, NGOs, civil society, and so on, through a support to innovation projects, business-to-business contacts, field visits, study tours, and valuable analytical work. And among 80 activities we have organized together in the framework of this partnership over the last 3 years, we had, of course, several studies, events, and workshops on solar energy. And yeah, of course, I'm not going to enumerate them again, but let me just tell you that one of them, and probably one of the most interesting one, one of the most interesting ones, in my personal opinion, is the report that we are going to present and discuss today. So it is really a very interesting study. Please, I recommend to everybody to read and analyze it. And I would like to congratulate, of course, the author of this report, so the Solar Power Europe and the National Solar Energy Federation of India, for a very, very good job. And to thank also the supporting organization, the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy of India, the International Solar Association, and PwC, our partner. So, after saying this, I don't want to take any more of your time. You will hear all the details from the presenters and from the authors, discussants. So, once again, thank you very much to all the collaborators. Thank you for your attention, and have a good event today.
Thank you very much, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, now we will have that presentation that Mr. Peshawara just mentioned, the presentation on Supply Chain Resilience Report by National Solar Energy Federation of India as well as Solar Power Europe. So I'm going to request Ms. Alexia Ruro-Leto from Solar Power Europe and Mr. Shubhang from NSE-FI to kindly join us on stage. Let's welcome them with a big round of applause.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege to be present here and presenting you before you all the findings and the conclusions of our upcoming report on India-EU Manufacturing Cooperation Study. So I'll start by introducing the project and the report. So it's been So NSE-FI and Solar Power Europe have been working together on similar kind of reports for several years now. So this is the report for solar PV supply chains in India and EU in the framework of EU-India Clean Energy Climate Partnership, as before mentioned by Mr. Bartosz. So this project, under this project, we tried to establish the industry task force who can help us with ground reports and primary data and provide their valuable inputs so that we can come up with the challenges and that industry is facing in regards to supply chain diversification. For this, we did a total of 2 task force meetings with our industry partners, our industry members from NSE-FI and Solar Power Europe. The first task force meeting was held on 16th May, which conducted a preliminary exchange of feedback for the study, and the second meeting took place on 27th September, which tried to take feedbacks and inputs on the potential area of cooperation for supply chain resilience and manufacturing between EU and India. So taking it further, this is just an overview of current global supply chains for photovoltaics. Today, as we know, also mentioned before, that there is a high dependence on one supply country for raw materials, modules, which also includes the equipments. There is also the risk of supply chain disruptions, as it is highly dependent on one country. And however, to that, if there is a supply chain diversification, the benefits will be the reduced disruption risks, decarbonization of the PV manufacturing process, enhanced transparency on the material sourcing, improve environmental and social practice, and also there will be a local job creations. Also, the broader challenges are like high capex requirement, low profitability of the sector, high OPEX costs, skill shortage, supply glut, and so on and so forth. So being from the National Solar Federation of India, giving the Indian supply chain outlook, as we are aware that India launched the National Solar Mission in 2010 with the initial target of 20 gigawatt by 2022, which was later revised to 100 gigawatt by 2022. However, since 2011, the domestic manufacturing growth slowed down and India's solar imports surged, with over 90% of the capacity that was dependent on the imports. Due to the supply chain disruptions, the Indian government announced the dedicated scheme, the PLI, also mentioned by our Joint Secretary, Mr. Jagdale, to promote the high-efficiency solar manufacturing in India. So by the end of 2026, India is targeting to become one of the major solar manufacturing hub outside of China, and also to work with EU and other countries, and mainly with EU to partner for manufacturing. Looking at this, some of the challenging that India is facing on the broader level are mainly the 3 challenges, which is, first one is critical minerals, as industry is facing lack of access to affordable technology for mining and processing of raw materials. The second one is a very important one, which is the equipment manufacturing. There is a lack of, mainly in the ingot and wafer and polysilicon, which relies heavily on imports. So there is no equipment manufacturing for this materials. And there is also the challenges for ancillary materials, as India depends on the heavy import for encapsulants, glasses, and backsheets and EVAs. So thank you so much. This was from the India side. I'll hand over to my colleague Alexia from Solar Power Europe to give the EU perspective.
Thank you so much, Shuvan, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So allow me to introduce the European perspective on this study. This corresponds to a chapter that you will find in the study that is currently sitting at the graphic designer's desk, waiting to get all pretty and ready to be sent to your inboxes. As speakers before me mentioned before, we have a manufacturing target for 30 gigawatts across the whole value chain. This corresponds to approximately 1/3 of the expected demand, which means that there is a lot of room for India to come in and export Indian solar products. So that's why your PLI scheme makes us happy and looking forward to it. However, European manufacturers face challenges as the Indian manufacturers do, so especially regarding financing, so money, money, money. That's why among our recommendations, which we will see in the next slides, we invite for policymakers to provide financial support on CAPEX and OPEX financing. Currently, it has to be mentioned that the European manufacturing are facing a very big crisis due to oversupply, but also excess ordering that is creating a hopefully temporary situation of decreased prices for solar modules. Of course, this also puts us in financial difficulties. Regarding the strategy that the European Union is adopting is that of non-price criteria. So we're focusing on sustainability. Sustainability is at the core of EU values, and it's extremely important. We have extremely high demand for transparent supply chains and responsibly produced solar products. And the EU is in particular legislating on this. So we have the EU Directive on Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence, and we also have the forced labor ban on products made with forced labor. And the industry, together with other actors from civil society and the finance community, are also launching this Solar Stewardship Initiative, which is essentially a global standard for ESG. And we hope our Indian partners can also join in this. Now moving on. Is it working? Okay, thanks. After the two task force meetings that my colleague mentioned before, we came to the conclusion that there are a few areas in which the EU and India can cooperate. And first of all, we think that the ingot and wafer segment should receive particular attention because, again, as speakers before mentioned, cells and modules is quite easy to diversify, but ingots and wafer is where you have the bottlenecks. So both from an Indian point of view, there is lack of expertise and machinery, especially for ingot pulling and diamond wire saws. And this is also challenging from the European point of view because this is a rapid evolving technology and investments are required to update these technologies. So there are some case studies mentioned in the report, and for example, there is this Next Wave study, so it's a early stage technology for wafers that Next Wave is able to develop together with an Indian investor that you all well know, Reliance New Energy. So this is a sign that something is already happening and we need to continue in this direction. So another area in which the EU and India can cooperate is research and development. Again, as mentioned, solar is a rapidly evolving technology, so we need to have adequate support to make sure we stay ahead. And one recommendation that is notable is to include India in Horizon Europe. Horizon Europe is an innovation program from the European Union. And India, as an associate country, could also cooperate with the EU for specific funding calls. Another area is critical raw materials. Now, we don't have readily available solution from the EU because also the EU is lacking critical minerals. But one recommendation that we can make to both the EU and India is to work with third countries that have expertise and that access to critical minerals and build strategic partnership, both bilaterally, but also trilaterally, multilaterally. So access to finance was also from both sides, from Indian companies and EU companies, a cry for help. We're proposing in the study that we make use from the EU side of the EU Global Gateway Initiative. It's around 300 billion euros available for funding. Of course, this initiative should prioritize strategic investments regarding the PV sector and notably manufacturing cooperation. We can also call on both governments to develop specific funding calls for EU and India cooperation in PV. And last but not least, sustainability. As I mentioned before, there is a very strong demand from European consumers to have access to responsibly made products. This also means that, the industry is reacting to this with the Solar Stewardship Initiative, which is open to all manufacturers around the world, including Indians, and that would be great if also policymakers could recognize and provide support to this initiative. So just to conclude, finally, so the areas that we propose to cooperate on is ingot and wafer manufacturing, R&D, critical raw materials, financing, and sustainability. And we're both recommending to the Indian government and to the EU to keep developing their own manufacturing base. Of course, for the EU, 30 gigawatts will not be enough, so clearly we need to stay open to other countries. And there is strong demand from the EU side, from EU PV buyers to have alternative suppliers. Finally, we are recommending to make use of the EU Global Gateway Initiative for filling the gap in financing, recognize sustainability initiatives aim at increasing supply chain transparency and ESG compliance, such as the above-mentioned Solar Stewardship Initiative, build strategic partnership with third countries for access to critical raw materials, and direct available funding to PV manufacturing and research and cooperation between Europe and India. So thank you for your attention. I'm looking forward to the panel discussion.
Thank you, everyone. So for the next, I would like to call NSCFI CEO, Mr. Subramaniam Pulipaka, for the panel discussion. Thank you so much.
Let's welcome him with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And before we hand it over to our moderator for this session, let me take the privilege of introducing him to you. Mr. Subramaniam Pulipaka is the Chief Executive Officer of National Solar Energy Federation of India. NSCFI is India's largest umbrella body for the solar energy ecosystem, which works in a complementary manner to realize India's ambitious solar goals and represents the Indian solar industry. He's also the chair of Renewables in Agriculture Working Group at IRENA Coalition for Action, and he's the recipient of the BRICS Young Scientist Award 2018, and he also specializes in solar module reliability. Warm welcome to you, sir, and the floor is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I would like to express my gratitude to Dr. Mathur, Jagdalaji and Mr. Bartosz for their insights and a very good presentation from Shubhang and Alexia on our work with European counterpart on manufacturing task force. I'll not take much time, and we'll straight dive into the panel discussion. For this, I would now request our panelists to kindly take their seats on the stage. With us, we have today Dr. Priyanta Wijayatunga, Senior Director, Asian Development Bank. He has over 35 years of experience, including 15 years in ADB. He was the Director of South Asia Energy Division, prior to which he was assuming this role, and before that he was the Founder Director General of Public Utility Commission of Sri Lanka. Welcome, Dr. Wijayatunga. We also have with us Dr. Ming Sun Koo, who is the Deputy Division Director of Industrial Technologies Institute. He has been in the field of photovoltaic technology since 2001, with more than 20 years of professional experience in a wide range of photovoltaic technologies such as cells, modules and systems. Dr. Koo is joining us today for the panel discussion. Welcome, Dr. Koo. We have with us Mr. Sujoy Ghosh, who is the Vice President of First Solar. He needs no introduction, but for the sake of today's discussion, he is the Country Managing Director for the India operations for the manufacturing business. He has over 30 years of experience in India and joined First Solar from GE, where he was the General Manager. Prior to that, he worked for 13 years in Tata Honeywell in automation. We also have with us Ms. Vasanthi Sriram, who is the Chief Technical Advisor to Websol Energy. Ms. Sriram has done MSc in Physics from IIT Powai and MTech in Energy Studies from IIT Delhi. She has over 30 years of experience in solar energy field and has been part of Websol since 1994, when the company had 1 megawatt of capacity, and now it's almost 250 megawatt. And I was told that they're going to expand to 2 gigawatt. We also have with us Mr. Sukumar Madugula, who is the General Manager of RCT Solutions. He comes with a very extensive experience and expertise in various fields, including manufacturing, mechatronics, and he plays a very crucial role in his company's operation in India and driving the sales across the globe at the magnitude of almost 94 gigawatt. Last but not the least, we have with us Mr. Dhananjay Kumar, who is the Director of Corporate and Regulatory Affairs at NG, an industry veteran well known to all of us, has experience in the entire energy industry, including business development, project development and corporate affairs. He played a pivotal role in other companies before, including SR, Lanco, AES, and he is a key member of the NG India team, which is looking to expand significantly their footprint in India as of the news last week. So yeah, we have a very interactive plan for the discussion today. I was told we need to cut short the panel discussion because of the time constraint, but I'll try to make sure that each of the panelists will give their perspective. Maybe let me start with a financing point of view, and it's easy. Dr. Wijayatunga is here with me. Dr. Wijayatunga, we have seen in the report today, though it is between India and EU, globally the deployment of solar is increasing. 1 terawatt is the call today, tripling is the notion everywhere. From a multilateral development bank and a financing bank perspective, how do you look at it, especially the manufacturing lens, and what is the overview or an idea from the financing institution on not just manufacturing but also down the value chain up to the level of mining?
Thank you very much. First of all, let me thank the organizers for inviting ADB to be in this panel. Of course, it's partly organized by ADB too. To start off with, actually, let me quickly look at what our intentions are from ADB viewpoint. We have recently elevated our climate financing targets to 100 billion, from about 80 billion to 100 billion dollars up to 2030. And also, you may have realized that all our operations, in sovereign operations, will have to be climate, Paris aligned from middle of this year. And all our private sector operations will have to be fully Paris aligned by 2025. So that's the kind of background we have as far as our financing is concerned. And also, if you look at the overall lending, roughly about historically 20 to 25 of our lending, annual lending, has been in the energy sector. And which means we really need to look at what kind of projects which we will be financing in the energy sector. So we have two reasons to be interested in this particular topic. One, of course, on the lending side, the final beneficiaries of these technologies are those who deploy these technologies in different systems. And obviously, when we start lending to these institutions and the entities where they try to deploy these technologies, we have to make sure that these technologies are accessible, the supply chains are reliable, there won't be any price shocks and so on and so forth. For that, naturally, it's quite obvious that you have to have diversity in manufacturing base, whether it's at the extraction, processing of minerals level, or at the final manufacturing of solar modules. All this will have to have a kind of a diversified geography when it comes to manufacturing. And we are quite interested to make sure that happens for that reason, make sure that our clients at the end of the day will benefit from it. The other is, of course, on the manufacturing itself. That opens up an opportunity for ADB to get involved in manufacturing. We haven't really put in a lot of money into manufacturing for years, and we would like to get back to it. So obviously, if there is a diversification in manufacturing base, naturally these parties will approach us for possible financing, and we would love to get into it, because if you carefully look at it now, as I was talking to one of my colleagues here, financing may not be as much of an issue. And for us, the major issue is we don't have a pipeline to finance. We don't have projects to finance at the moment. So one of our biggest efforts now is to develop a pipeline. And naturally, when you have manufacturing coming in, we will be able to fill in that gap as much as possible. So that's the other reason why we would like to go in.
No, thank you very much for those insights. I think the key mantra here is resilient and reliable supply chains. And for the manufacturers on the stage and off the stage, as Dr. Vijay Tunga said, the doors to the bank are open. There's very heavy plans of a lot of countries, especially developing ones, to scale up manufacturing. So in case there's finance required, ADB is the good to go. I am very surprised to see the arrangement of the panel here today. And the weight is tilting towards the left side because all the industry heavyweights are on that side. So before I go to the industry side, maybe let me touch upon the academia and industry collaboration and research. For a long time now, especially in the last 4 years, we have seen an increasing emphasis on research and development and deployment when it comes to solar manufacturing. NREL's chart gets updated every year or a quarter, and we see the efficiency clocking up. So maybe I'd like to bring Dr. Koo into this question. Dr. Koo, from your experience, how do you think, or what is the importance of a very comprehensive industry-academia collaboration? How do you see that changing the way of scaling up manufacturing, especially in the global south? Dr. Ming-Sun Koo, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm very delighted to have the opportunity to share my view on this topic with you. On the industrialized path of the crystal silicon solar cells, cost reduction and efficiency improvement has continued. In the past 10 years, the levelized cost of energy of large-scale PV power plants worldwide has decreased by more than 80%. In the past 20 years, solar cell efficiency has improved by an average of 0.25% per year. Looking at the historic development from the perspective of large-scale mass production, we know that 20 years ago, the back surface field technology started on Earth of the first generation of crystallized solar cell technology. And on the basis of BSF technology,
after the introduction of passivation technology at the rear side of the cell. 10 years ago, he entered the second generation, namely PERC technology. In the past 2 years, he has been upgraded again based on the PERC technology and introduced passivation technology to enter the third generation. That is internationalized production with TOPCon technology. With strong long-term research funding support from Taiwan's Energy Administration, ITRI invests in TOPCon technology R&D in 2016, and firstly transferred the technology to one of the local manufacturers in Taiwan in 2019. TOPCon's excellent market competitiveness has also attracted other first-time manufacturers to invest in the TOPCon this year. Through the assistance of ITRI, it is expected that Taiwan will have a 2 gigawatt of TOPCon production capacity. That is 50% of Taiwan's production capacity by the end of this year, next year, for both cell production and module production. The rapid changes in mass production technology in the past 5 years are extremely obvious. For example, the first generation of PV cells using multi-crystallized silicon wafer has withdrawn from the market. Moreover, the size of silicon wafers are dramatically enlarged from M2 to G1, and then to M6, and finally up to current mainstream size of M10. Furthermore, M-type mono crystallized silicon wafers has been rapidly introduced into the market. With the deployment of the third generations, and the current market share of the mainstream P-type PV cells is expected to be completely replaced by N-type in the near future. Back contact refers to the SBC technology can inherit the most TOPCon related technology and the hardware resources that is expected to succeed TOPCon and become mainstream of the market in the future, which is the fourth generation of industrialized silicon solar cells, faced with the fact that Chinese manufacturers are conservative in investing in new technology. ITRI is concerned about the continuation of their existing technology and assess. And is also conducting R&D in this technology. Inheriting the foundation of mainstream technology from the different generations, tandem cell technology can surpass the theoretical efficiency limits of a single junction crystal silicon in the future. It is very likely that the bottom cell will use silicon crystal cell. The emerging technology of TBC is a combination of TOPCon technology and BC technology. The TBC cell architecture has the advantage of no front electron, so it is a good candidate as the bottom cell for silicon-based tandem technology, which may also kick off the era of the post-crystal silicon in the future. Perovskite cells, currently very popular in research, are attracting much attention as the top cell. Although the lifetime of the current perovskite cell is too short, to be consistent with that of silicon cells. However, we are still optimistic that through the support and the investment of different countries in academia, industry, and the government, different technology challenge in the future should eventually be overcome one by one. Currently, Taiwan's academic community is focusing on the device development for photovoltaic solar cells, where some new players in industry are focusing on the developing of manufactured equipment. The government provides research funding subsidies. Each its investment lies in the development of all aspects of the entire value chain, industry value chain. If this investment can be strengthened through international cooperation, the next generation of the photovoltaic supply chain will be gradually established. Linking manufacturers through the industrial associations should help promote future international cooperation. Both annual production capacity of Taiwan solar cell and module are experimentally 4 GW. Taiwan's domestic market requires about 2 GW per year. So the other half of the production capacity need to be exported. Taiwanese manufacturers welcome international cooperation because those suitable cooperation model and the channel. Taiwanese manufacturers can get assist in expanding overseas markets, which is likely to create win-win results. Taiwan is currently working on established consistency in module fixing. This only makes the manufacturing supply chain more flexible, because it also avoids the impacts of a replacement due to difference in module specification, which can also indirectly improve Taiwan's power supply resiliency. In cell manufacturing, Taiwan has a high-quality conductive pads and lasers that can be independently supplied and even exported, that reduce dependency on Chinese materials and equipment. ITRI is honored to be the technology pioneer in Taiwan's PV industry, leading Taiwan's industry technology upgrades. ITRI is also honored to contribute to Taiwan's international cooperation in the field of solar energy technology and manufacturing. It is currently actively cooperating with international research institutes to develop next generation solar cell technology, and providing technical service to the new European solar cell manufacturer in TBC solar cell development. As a citizen of the global village, Taiwan government, academia, and industry are looking forward to technical and industrial cooperation with other region countries in the future, and jointly contribute to the global energy transformation and renewable energy development. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Koo, for giving your perspectives, of course, on the way or the trajectory of manufacturing evolution, how you say NP type will be obsolete, and also giving us some insights on Taiwan's robust and comprehensive technology, as well as your inclination to a partnership. The session's theme is on need for international collaboration and talking about resilient supply chains. So let us take a step back and examine the problem statement. Today, we are at an inflection point as a world when it comes to our energy transition journey. We need to triple or quadruple our installed capacity of solar, and this is not so surprisingly an agreed fact across the globe. On the other hand, the modules that are required in the supply chain is predominantly dominated by one country. If I take one more step back and give you a back of the envelope calculation, polysilicon, wafer ingot, cell and module are part of the supply chain. On a broader level, there are still much more things that are below it. On the polysilicon front, 98% of the supply is controlled by one country. On the wafer and cell, wafer and ingot, 95%. On the cell, it is around 89%. On the module, it's around 80%. So that means the delta that is available for other countries to produce is shrinking as you go down the value chain where the value addition is added. So this is the situation that we are in. To juxtapose the acceleration of deployment and increasing domestic capabilities, we need a greater cooperation, especially throughout the value chain. So to give us some insights on this perspective, I would now like to request Mr. Ghosh from First Solar. Mr. Ghosh, First Solar is truly an international company today. It's a household name for solar modules. How do you see this international collaboration playing out, number one? And maybe you can throw some light on First Solar's India plans that are now a reality, and what are the challenges that were faced for an international company to scale up, not just in India, but if given an opportunity across the global south, including some of the African countries where there's a high potential.
Thanks, Subbu, and thanks to the ISA for inviting us. As we talk about sustainable supply chains, I think we should also include the word trusted, right? And I think trusted and sustainable supply chains make a good combination. And every crisis has an opportunity. And I think as the world emerged from COVID, as was alluded to by Mr. Jagdale and before that Dr. Mathur, there was a need for diversifying supply chains. First Solar's very unique in the solar industry because we have a differentiated technology and we are completely independent of the polysilicon ecosystem and the value chain which is concentrated in China right now. And so as we looked at pockets of demand for our technology, we've been in India for the last decade. We saw it as an opportune moment, and it's the Indian government rolled out, a very clear policy where they connected their clean energy transition to industrial manufacturing. We saw this as a clear signal for us to look at India as a potential destination to invest and build a fab. And, the biggest driver for us was really look at very objectively the cost of production in India. Versus our other alternatives. We had operating manufacturing in Southeast Asian countries, in Malaysia and Vietnam. And we looked at the cost and we looked at the access to the market, the proximity to a large pocket of demand. India is expected to be the third largest global market for solar photovoltaics in the near future. And COVID also taught us that manufacturing closer to demand is a lot better in the long term as compared to manufacturing in remote areas and then shipping the product halfway across the globe, dealing with disruptions in logistics, trade disputes and so on and so forth. And so that was the combination in terms of looking at the absolute cost to produce as well as the opportunity to have a market for our products which made us invest in India. And it's a testament to our technology. The founding principles of our company was really solar under one roof. So we do everything from semiconductor to making the finished module in one vertically integrated manufacturing facility. And we've been able to establish our fully integrated production facility in the state of Tamil Nadu in about 19 months from groundbreaking, right? And to us, within First Solar, that's a record. And it's a testament, I think, to a very clear support from the federal government in terms of policies, but more so the state governments in India who've been doing a lot of work on the ease of doing business, removing bottlenecks around infrastructure, permitting. Access to labor was never a question in India, but then labor and power and some of these are not really big swingers in terms of when you look at cost per watt, which is the metric which drives the industry. The biggest challenge for us, and a lot has been talked about the capital goods ecosystem. By the way, we've established this factory with close to $700 million of investment. About 70% of our capital ecosystem comes from the EU, and mostly from Germany, Italy, Netherlands, some of it from the US and some of it from Korea and Japan. But we've had an opportunity to bring in our suppliers from Europe, given that we've set up this large facility. They start with providing us, the services for running these equipments, and then potentially some of those ecosystem players start to get into localization. But the larger challenge which we see as you get into manufacturing into a new geography is really the BOM, right? If you look at, the overall cost of the module, anywhere between 65 to 80%, depending on the level of integration you have, is the BOM cost. So really, while the CapEx is important, the CapEx is really a depreciation which is carried out across the cost of the module. Manufacturing's, creating that whole manufacturing supply ecosystem, the component ecosystem of glass, back sheets, frames, low voltage electrical components is, I think, crucial for the domestic manufacturing ambitions of India to scale up and become globally competitive, right? Yes, we will have these PLI schemes, we will have all the support, the tax incentives from the government, but it's incumbent upon companies who've taken the first step, like us and like some of my colleagues on the dais, to really start looking at and collaborating and creating that larger component ecosystem, which can scale up. And once that component ecosystem scales up, you're able to predict and control about the balance of the value chain, the 60% of the value chain of the cost of the module. And that's when you become globally competitive. And as you look at what can we do in terms of country-to-country collaboration, I think every country has a legitimate right to localize the ecosystem. Countries which have scale of demand would be able to successfully do that. But then there is a play which every country can have. I mean, you don't need to build all the components in one place. You could look at collaborations where you look at the ecosystem being, the complementariness in the ecosystem creation. And I think forums like this can kind of bring out some of those ideas as we go along. Thank
you very much, Mr. Ghosh. I think as you also co-authored the report of India-EU Solar Task Force that is supported by India-EU CECP, I think one of the main ingredients of diversifying manufacturing into different geographies is, of course, the BOM cost and the level of localization that one desires. And I think that is an area which requires more integrated approach and collaboration from your remarks. And next we have a short presentation from Ms. Vasanthi Sriram from WebSol. Maybe Ms. Sriram, if you can cover quickly from a WebSol's perspective, how do you look at expanding into different geographies and what kind of support a company needs to ensure that we are able to handhold up and coming companies in geographies where the demand is spurring and there's no supply?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm from WebSol Energy Systems Limited. We are actually a company located in the eastern part of India. So a very brief about our company. So we were established in 1994 in technical collaboration with Helios Technology of Italy. So we were one of the oldest companies in India for cell and module manufacturing. We developed expertise in processing reclaimed wafers from the semiconductor industry. And in 2009, we established a facility in the Special Economic Zone over an area of 7 acres. In 2022, we have now a plant capacity of 250 megawatt for cell and 250 megawatt for module manufacturing. But now in 2023, we have replacing all these equipment to replace it with the new mono-PERC line with 600 megawatt of cell and 550 megawatt of module capacity. So this has been our journey of technological evolution, but I think I will not go spend much time here. This is for the module evolution. So I would like to speak a little bit about the innovation in cell manufacturing. So we were one of the companies, I mean, only one or two in the world, I think, where we used reject wafers from the semiconductor industry, and that gave us an edge over, in 1994 and up to 2000, we were able to compete with the Japanese companies like Sharp, Sanyo in terms of cost, because they were low cost and high quality raw materials. And we also did a lot of in-house R&D to achieve the cell efficiency from 11%. We went up to, step by step to 16%, as well as once we went to the Falta SEZ from 17 to 18.8%. Our new line will be giving a 23% plus efficiency. So the fine tuning of the, so in terms of, module as well as cell technology, I would say that we were set up as an export oriented unit in 1994. And we produced our cells and modules, and we exported most of it to Europe, US. But not only that, we have the experience of having exported to the African countries as well. So we have exported, I think, to Kenya, to Botswana and South Africa. And somebody spoke today, so we, the modules that we exported to Europe were quite a little bit different from what we exported to Africa, because we had to take a note of the high temperatures in those countries. So we designed the systems a little bit different for the African countries. And we also employed new methods to reduce the cell to module losses. So this is some pictures of the new cells that we will be manufacturing, the mono-PERC cells. In the module manufacturing, we have made trials with a lot of innovative materials to increase module output. Also, as I said, mentioned just now, that we have a different module design for the African countries compared to whatever designs we have for the Indian or for the European countries. This is a short block diagram for the module line process. We have these are the different process steps that we need to go through. Let me come to the key aspects in module manufacturing. So of course, we need uninterrupted power supply. Identification of the right raw material. So from our experience over so many years of functioning, I would say that we have learned the technology of identifying the right raw materials, and also the importance of manufacturing processes and the quality parameters. So on the right in this picture, I have shown different types of defects that come in the field. So we need to know what are the actual causes of these defects, and how the choice of the right raw materials as well as the control of the process parameters and the quality parameters that helps in eliminating these defects. So final product quality criteria as well. And this all has to go hand in hand with the regular training of the manpower that we use for running the plant. So let me tell a brief about why, how, in what way we can, as Websol can help in setting up module assembly lines in Africa. We can give a technological tie-up, which will include technical advice, manpower training, assistance in ramp-up and running up of line for a fixed period. Or we can have also some equity contribution with the company in Africa or in other countries, and assist in technological as well as operational front. So our expertise would be in equipment selection, assistance in manpower selection, assistance in the operation of the plant, also in the product certification, because that is also an key part in the product development. So certification for international standards, and impart training. We could do a web-based training, and then training at our workshop. So some of your people can be trained at our workshop, the key people can be trained there. And then final training at your site, where all the people can be trained at your site. So our training program consists of basic training of the solar cell and module, training regarding that, then raw material quality control and the selection criteria, quality control in the manufacturing process, then major reasons for the module failures in the field, and root cause analysis and how to take care of those problems, and quality checks, solar modules and their significance. So just to give some idea, for a 1 gigawatt project, we using the latest technology, the land required would be around 20,000 square meters. Power requirement less than actually 2000 kVA, manpower requirement around 350. Timeline would be 6 months from COD from the order placement, and capex value less than in fact $10 million. So as a summary, Websol is one of the oldest solar manufacturing companies in India, and our modules are working in the field for more than 25 years, both in the domestic and the overseas market. And since inception, we have been an export-oriented company, so we have the knowledge and the experience of quality and performance of the PV products. So I think Websol is well poised to tie up with companies who wish to diversify into the solar business, and we can provide both, mainly the technical support and maybe financial support to interested PV module manufacturers. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sriram, for giving us a very good overview of Websol's capabilities and an open invitation to companies who wish to avail your service. Maybe now that we are here on the topic, I would now go to Mr. Sukumar. RCT is one of the global leaders for providing end-to-end technology service as well as enabling manufacturing. What kind of challenges do you generally see when it comes to downstream, setting up facilities for downstream and upstream manufacturing? And of course, we know today setting up a poly to wafer to ingot cell module plant is not a small thing, and it is more capex oriented, but it's also, like Mr. Ghosh was saying, there are a lot of other geographical factors that are involved. So what are the main challenges there, and can anything be done through platforms like ISA or other multilateral platforms to ease some of those challenges so as to have more distributed manufacturing across the globe?
Yeah. Thank you, Subbu, and ISA for organizing and inviting me. Rightly, I will jump into that point of doing upstream or downstream. The key challenge is which one to choose. With the current supply chain scenario in India, like everyone was focused to tell into one geography, everything is there, like ingot wafer, especially on the silicon part. I, at least as RCT, executing more than 15 giga, and last 3 years in India, more than 15 gigawatt projects in India. I see a major bottleneck is the basic utility, land, and also the compliances to start the project. And second, the finance, as we discussed. So more on the supply chain, we are focusing on the raw materials needed for the production. I would rather also raise the topic to make in India machinery, which most of the machinery also can be manufactured in India. Like Solar Power Europe has given a good report together with you, where we can start from there to bring some know-how of making equipment into India, which will be the game changer to counter the one democracy or one country in the world, so which we are open to support. And second challenge, as I said as Mr. Ghosh, I have huge respect for First Solar coming from the Western Hemisphere to India, investing into India. Also on the knowledge sharing and training part, we should also invest in training people how to operate the factory. Setting up a factory is one big challenge, which India is now currently interested to. Plus, like ma'am said, also the training part, India has a very few resources, maybe on the module, a lot of resources, who knows how to run PV modules, but on the upstream, going to upstream, not even we are talking to polysilicon, we are talking on ingot, wafer, and solar cell. A lot of talent is required. At least we are expecting more than 10,000 people in next 2 years, where RCT as a firm, not only as a company, as a community, we'd like to co-work with you, Subbu and ISA, to develop a curriculum program with the university to develop the skill to how to run factories in India with good margins. As already bringing materials from the one democracy, one geography, and make in India, still we are not competitive, make in India modules. So this way, we should more implement Make in India machinery, Make in India automation, Make in India know-how, with the support of European and other countries to bring more local manufacturing affordable. Otherwise, we are, I think, running in a different way to not bringing to upstream. More on the upstream, on the silicon part, 2 major companies started the work on the engineering front, out of 4 in the PLI bid, and thanks for the PLI, which also gained a lot of attention in the industry, and I hope in the next coming 3 to 5 years, at least on the metal grade silicon factories will come and the polysilicon will start. Unfortunately, with the drop of the price, we foresee some delay, but definitely until 2027 or 2030, polysilicon factories will start to come, and it's more of a chemical factory like Mr. Subbu, as you asked, and India has a huge experience in doing pharma, and I'm very sure polysilicon will be coming. And also the big companies will invest into India. So,
thank you very much for sharing the same optimism. But I think one of the main, takeaways from your remarks is on the capacity building and availability of skilled workforce. I think that is the challenge that is valid not just for India but also other developing economies who have, plans of scaling up renewables. And I hope your offer is valid for those countries also, apart from India.
Yes, from RCT's point of view, we are open to work in any country in the African continent or also in the Western Hemisphere to kickstart these projects. We are very well experienced to not only bring and kickstart, also we handhold until the execution. So we can do a lot of projects together. Where I see a lot of potential in African continent. We have done few projects in Algeria and also in Morocco. The electricity point of view and also on the land point of view, you have a lot of incentivized programs, which is almost a 30% part of the supply chain. The cost of electricity also key, which is not so available in India. So we are very open to work in other developing countries or developed countries to bring this execution strategy we learned for the upstream and downstream.
No, thank you very much for that. I think we have heard very interesting insight from the manufacturers, but I want to leave all of you from this session with by hearing the insight from IPP perspective. Mr. Dhananjay, you've seen the sector evolve in the country in various roles. Now NG in India is they already have a very good base and they have huge plans to expansion. From an IPP perspective, how do you look at supply chain resilience? Is that something that is dictating the procurement strategies given the shocks that all of us felt during COVID, especially in India market for NG? How do you look at this from your perspective?
Thank you, Subbu. And this is one of the challenges. By the time you reach the buyer, the product reaches, the margins are very thin. So in terms of time, I'm correlating. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for showing so much enormous patience for last 90 minutes. And trust me, I will be very, very brief so that you can stretch your legs and go and have a coffee. Just by giving a little bit context, NG, most of you know, it's a global utility IPP company. We have about 38 gigawatts of renewable projects globally, about little more than 1.3 gigawatts in India operational, another gigawatt in construction. Coming to the supply chain, you know, all of you know that it's the energy markets are so price sensitive, so competitive, that when it comes to the utility like us, it's really a very tight rope when on one hand you have got the consumer, the general people to whom you have to supply affordable, sustainable power. At the same time, you have to keep yourself also up and running for at least 25, 30 years of every project. So as Sujay said, I agree with him, it's not just a price, it's a price and performance. Both are very critical to the IPPs because you have to guarantee the performance for next 25 years to your stakeholders, to the consumers and to the lenders, to everybody. Now we have seen India evolving quite a bit, specifically after COVID. The gigawatts that we are talking about is, you know, 20 or 25, they were in single digit. I remember when we were bidding for some projects just during the COVID, not even COVID. So that way, it's a good thing. Government has brought a lot of schemes. We would really love to see, and any buyer would love to see, as many suppliers available in the market. It gives you flexibility. It gives flexibility to the buyer. Ultimately, I will be able to pass on to the consumers. I would say, unfortunately, although it is getting better, but still we are very keen if we can see +1 supply chain. Most of us have spoken here about that +1, and even our Home Office is looking India as a +1 supply chain alternative. It is not there yet, but we hope and we trust that it will be there. Of course, we can say that for our Indian projects that we have been constructing recently, we are procuring modules from Indian manufacturers, which is a great thing. But we want to see more and more. So NG typically is adding between 4 to 6. I mean, currently it's adding 4, but going forward, you know, in next couple of years, we will increase it to 6 gigawatts. And in India also, on average, we will have 1 gigawatt. So we are not that big in India, but still, whatever we are, we will be very keen that as many as alternative supply chains are created in India. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dhananjay. I think the underlying conclusion here is the more the merrier, and we've heard from the financing perspective that the floodgates are on for financing. We need more industry-academia collaboration. We have seen the technological advances that the manufacturing sector has taken, the trajectory that they have taken through the last 4 or 5 years, and the procurers are also all in when it comes to diversifying the supply chains. I think we had a very wonderful and engaging panel discussion. I would now like to request my friend Mr. Matthew Harris, who is the chairman of Global Solar Council, to give us his closing remarks and also suggest a way forward for international collaboration in terms of manufacturing. Over to you, Matthew.
Thank you very much, Subbu, and thank you very much, everybody. It's really good to be here. Thank you for the organizers for inviting me. So in my brief concluding remarks, I would like to put the topic of today's sessions into the global perspective. And how am I going to do that? I'm going to talk about the famous tripling target, something that has been mentioned today and in the past couple of days multiple times, but I will tell you a bit more about it and how supply chains are an essential part of it. So the Global Solar Council is the voice of the solar industry at the global level. It represents organizations such as NSCFI and Solar Power Europe and many other associations and corporates around the world at the global level. So our main target audience is international institutions such as the International Solar Alliance, IRENA, UNFCCC. And so the Global Solar Council has joined forces with 5 other international renewable energy technology associations. The global bodies representing wind, geothermal, hydropower, long-duration energy storage, and green hydrogen. And we created an alliance, the Global Renewables Alliance, the main objective of which is to ensure a stronger than ever voice for renewables at COP28. And so what is our main objective at COP28? It is to reach a global renewables target. And so this is the famous tripling target. The target is about tripling globally installed renewables capacities from today until 2030 to 11 terawatt. And so we all know in the solar sector that solar will contribute the lion's share to this target. So we estimate that out of 11 terawatt, between 6 and 8 terawatt will be coming from solar energy. And so the Global Renewables Alliance just published a report last Monday, a joint report with IRENA and the COP28 presidency explaining how to reach the 11 terawatt. And by the way, the 11 terawatt is not something that we just made up. It is based on scientific calculations, numbers corroborated by calculations of IRENA, the International Renewable Energy Agency, and also IEA, the International Energy Agency. And it is absolutely necessary to reach 11 terawatt in order to stay on the 1.5 degrees Celsius pathway. And renewables, especially solar, are crucial to reach this target. And also, investing in renewables is the most cost-efficient and effective way to stay on the 1.5 degrees pathway. And so, as said, the report is about how to get there. And how do we get there? Very, very brief summary of the report. Of course, recommendations include points around the importance of investing in infrastructure and grids, recommendations related to policy, such as permitting, for example, making permitting procedures more efficient, recommendations about scaling up financing, especially in the Global South, and I think the Global North has a tremendous responsibility in supporting financing in the Global South, and building resilient supply chains. So having resilient global supply chains is a crucial aspect in delivering the 11 terawatt. And so what is that about? What are the key points when it comes to, or the key requirements when it comes to achieving resilient supply chains? And many of these points were mentioned today in the panel, also by the Joint Secretary at the beginning of today's session. It's about diversification, building local value creation, and it's also about ensuring ESG and compliance with sustainability and environmental, social governance criteria. Another aspect that is highlighted in the report is about investing in the reuse of materials, circularity, which will also help to reduce dependencies, global dependencies, and reduce the centralization of supply chains. And last but not least, very, very importantly, all of this has to be balanced with reducing trade barriers and maintaining open trade. Because without that, deployment and maintaining deployment levels, accelerating deployment levels, and reaching the 11 terawatt will not be possible. So all of this has to be taken into account. Thank you very much. And with this, I will hand it over to the organizers.
Let's have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our esteemed panel, for Mr. Heiss. Thank you so much. And I'd now request Mr. Subramaniam Pulipaka, in the capacity of our moderator, sir, if I may please request you to present small tokens of our appreciation, first to our keynote speakers. Mr. Dinesh Jagdale has had to leave, but may I invite Mr. Bartosz Pishwara. May I request you, sir, to kindly join us on stage. So a big round of applause for Mr. Bartosz Pishwara, who's the European Union delegation to India. Let's have a big round of applause. Thank you very much, sir, once again. I now request you to present the next one to Dr. Priyantha Vijayatunga, Senior Director, Asian Development Bank. Let's have a big round of applause for him. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Ming Sun Kuo, Deputy Division Director, Industrial Technology Research Institute. Let's have a round of applause for our eminent panelists. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for the applause. Thank you, sir. Mr. Sujoy Ghosh, Country Director, First Solar. Let's have a big round of applause for him. Thank you very much, sir. Ms. Vasanti Sriram, Chief Technical Advisor, Websol Energy. Let's have a round of applause. Thank you very much, madam. Mr. Sukumar, General Manager, RCT Solutions. Let's have a round of applause for him. Mr. Dhananjay Kumar from Onji. Thank you very much, sir. And may I now invite Mr. Alexander Hogovin-Rutter from the ISA Secretariat to present to our moderator, Mr. Subramaniam Pulipaka, CEO, NSEFI. Let's have a round of applause for him. May I also invite Mr. Mate Hayes, Global Affairs Director, Solar Power Europe, to kindly grace the stage. And I request Mr. Alexander to please present a small token of our appreciation to him as well. And the photographer is going to need a group photo opportunity, so I request you, Mr. Alexander, why don't you join them, and Mr. Mate Hayes as well. Ladies and gentlemen, after this, we're going to take a very short 15 minutes break only. It's going to be a strictly 15 minutes long break, so I request you and urge you to please come back. This is a recharging break, so to say. After this, we have our next session, next technical session on storing the future, global advances in hybrid, renewable plus storage business models. Do we have the mentors for them? Thank you very much. Thank you to the esteemed panelists once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we will reassemble in about 15 minutes from now. So it's 4:05. If I could request you to please join us back in the room at 4:20 p.m., please. And then the next session is themed, like I said, it is the third technical session on storing the future, global advances in hybrid, renewable plus storage business models. And we will resume the proceedings, ladies and gentlemen, just 15 minutes. So we're only resetting the days. We're only taking some time to set it up all over again for the next session. So please be back and do not miss it. This is going to be a very interesting and unmissable session. I request you to please come back. Or just stay with us in the room itself, because it's only going to take 15 minutes to reset the days. Thank you very much. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After that very short break, I request you to please take seats. We're going to be starting with our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, may I invite you to please take seats. All our panelists are now here for this next session, and so let me introduce this next session to you, and may I invite you to please be seated. This is the technical session 3, Storing the Future, Global Advances in Hybrid, Renewable Plus Storage Business Models. A very important session as well, ladies and gentlemen. May I invite you to please take seats. Now, during this session, we will delve into the vital need for hybrid storage innovations around the world, and these innovations aim to effectively harness solar resources while facilitating grid integration. So, I'd request you and invite you to please take seats very quickly, ladies and gentlemen. We have our panelists here, and let me just apprise you that we will start with opening remarks from the Director General of International Solar Alliance, Dr. Ajay Mathur, which will be followed by a special address by Mr. Ofa Safana, Department of Energy, Kingdom of Tonga, who's going to speak on the viability of solar plus storage and displacing fossil fuels. Then we have a keynote presentation and launch, a report on hybrid renewable projects by Dr. Amit Jain, the Senior Energy Specialist, World Bank, who's gracing us. And then we have a panel discussion to be moderated by Dr. Rashi Gupta. So, and she is the Managing Director of Vision Mechatronics. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us begin with the session. And let me invite Dr. Ajay Mathur, Director General, International Solar Alliance. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Director General, International Solar Alliance, Dr. Ajay Mathur.
Thank you. As we begin this session on storage, we note that while the overall investment in solar, is that better? Okay. That while the overall investment in solar has and in renewables has been increasing, we do need to now focus much more on storage. Now, the annual capacity addition of energy storage systems conservatively is expected to rise by about 5 times to reach about 80 to 90 gigawatts by 2030. Currently, it is at about 16, 17 gigawatts. So, this will be, I think, largely driven by the reductions in prices of lithium battery packs. But I think it will be driven much more by the fact that we will start finding cost effectiveness in renewables plus storage that are then competitive with fossil fuel-based electricity. As I mentioned earlier, we have this year found a price which is the price of electricity from solar plus wind plus storage, which is less than the cost of new coal power stations. Similarly, we'll start finding solar plus batteries to be more cost effective, or wind plus batteries to be more cost effective. I think these kinds of economic considerations will lead to a far greater degree of battery usage than we have at present. We are looking at the Indian example is just one, but we've had large-scale examples of, for example, the German auction of a gigawatt of installed capacity. China's very, very aggressive targets. Californian set aside mandates. We at ISA have established, not now, but a long time ago, a program on scaling solar e-mobility and storage. And therefore, our goal is to help member countries in creating the kind of ecosystem that it takes for the large-scale deployment of energy storage. As we move ahead, we believe that it is important that we need to continue to see how we do the interventions that reduce the deployment cost, the cost of the batteries itself, the cost of interconnections, the cost of the whole system, not just of the batteries. As my colleagues often note, we go astray if we talk only of cost of electricity from batteries, because batteries are, at the end of the day, a transformation device where electricity comes in from one side, is stored, and then goes out from the other side. You have to see this in totality, together with the base load system. We believe that at the moment, while competitive pressures will continue, we need a great degree of global cooperation in order for the business models that occur across the world to be moved, the kinds of technologies that are occurring across the world to be moved from one country to the other, and the kinds of financial models that we are finding, because this is a very cost-intensive system as far as capital cost is concerned, though the operating costs are low and therefore the overall costs are much lower. But we need to ensure that financial systems enable this kind of move from operating expense systems to fully or largely capital expense systems. I look forward to the discussion and look forward also to coming out also with the kinds of discussions which it will take for individual countries to move on towards a more aggressive storage strategy. Thank you all very, very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, it is now my privilege to invite for the special address Mr. Ofa Sefana from the Department of Energy, Kingdom of Tonga, who's going to speak on the viability of solar and storage in displacing fossil fuels. Let's welcome Mr. Ofa Sefana, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, sir.
Oh, this one. I'll just put Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and pleasure for our Tongan delegation to be given this opportunity to start this last session of the day by briefly sharing some few experiences from our small island country perspective as a case study on deployment of battery energy storage system to be shared with you, Excellencies, and fellow delegates. I will be emphasizing on important roles of battery energy storage system to our effort to decarbonizing the power sector. And I do hope, ladies and gentlemen, that experiences from the islands would be of interest and be of help to the countries of similar conditions and circumstances to Tonga, as Tonga. I will be starting with a few facts with the power generation sector in Tonga, both because it's actually divided into two, focusing on the off-grid and on-grid. Still, we are highly dependent on diesel fuel for electricity generation. The overall grid installed capacity is so small compared to the large countries. It's only about 34 megawatt of installed capacity, and 14.4, about 41% of which is solar, PV, and wind, and the most installed on the main islands. The other capacity is on separate mini-grids or household systems across many islands. In terms of renewable energy generation, in 2017, we achieved 11%. And as of October this year, last month, we reached 25% of renewable energy generated from 25% of electricity generated from renewable energy, where 91% met by photovoltaic, and 9% was from wind power generation. The whole consumption, national annual electricity consumption is only 70 gigawatt hour. The off-grid has installed capacity of 8.7 megawatt, being distributed among the small scattered outer islands, a combination with battery energy storage system, and are all designed to run on 100% renewable energy. Of course, the photovoltaic. And some systems which are powered by solar, which are communal fusion systems, freezer systems, have been in operation at 100% renewable energy in the past 6 years. As stated in our country statement as of yesterday, the rate of electrification has now reached 99% as of September this year. The deployment of battery energy storage system has been focused on two areas. Of course, in the outer islands with the off-grid, and also on the 4 main grids. Battery energy storage system is a vital component to reaching Tonga's renewable energy dreams of 50%, 75%, hopefully in 2 years' time, and perhaps totally put off diesel-based power generation in 15 to 20-year timeline. Well, the country is lacking of appropriate renewable energy resource to cater the utilities base load is key challenge to our energy development, renewable energy development. And this is due to the variable and intermittent nature of available resources, which is only the solar and wind. And therefore, a battery energy storage system will be a key part of Tonga's effort to decarbonize the power sector. The deployment of BESS, as I mentioned earlier, focused on the outer islands with the off-grid and also on the main island. Of course, in the outer islands, deployment of battery energy storage system, both lithium-ion batteries and also deep cycle lead-acid batteries were all designed to operate 24/7, provide full service electricity, mains electricity to the outer islands. And I must say, deployment of solar batteries in the remote islands have proven to be viable and most suitable to small communities. And all batteries are designed for a 5-day of autonomy, cloudy, rainy days. The battery energy storage system in the utility scale, the BESS, we have put forth the 18 megawatt of solar installation capacity in order for us to achieve the 50%, and a 10 megawatt of battery energy storage capacity is also accompanied in order for us to achieve the 50%. And with the 75%, which is now planned to be achieved by end of 2025, under a project called the RAPID, we will be including extra 24 megawatt of solar wind installation capacity with about 15 megawatt of battery energy storage to be accompanied in order for us to achieve the 75% by end of 2025. So it will be a total, we're looking at a total of 42 megawatt solar and wind anticipated installed capacity with appropriate BESS in order to achieve the 55%. The utility BESS, or the BESS being deployed in the utility level, have been assigned to cater for two main purposes. One is to stabilize the grid, and the other purpose is to shift loads from the diesel genset to the battery. The stability battery energy storage system are all assigned to become perhaps when required, to become a spinning reserve, and maybe to smooth variation in the load and diesel generators, and also manages short-term power imbalance in the system, both active and reactive power, and also potentially allow diesel off operation of the system by setting grid frequency and voltage. The load-shifting battery energy storage system being deployed, which is now at a 23.85 megawatt hour with a capacity of 11, its main function will be load shifting, which will be to facilitate increasing capacity of renewable energy generation in the grid by storing solar generation during the day for use during evening peak at night. And also, it's also assigned to manage daily power imbalance in the system by capturing excess renewable generation during the day for release at night and into the evening peak load. And this reduces spill of renewable energy generation and increases the penetration of renewable energy generation of the power system. In this setup, we expect to experience a totally zero diesel operation for a few hours, few minutes during the day. And we have experienced that at around 3 to 4 p.m. Some challenges that we have, and also some success that we have witnessed. As you know, the majority of remote rural population have access to 100% renewable and full mains electricity services on a 24/7 service, of course, with battery energy storage system. Of course, we have not underestimated the capability of the outer islands, who have been willing to participate and also collaborate with the outer islands in trying to manage properly all these setups and these infrastructure in the outer islands. High cost of operation as caused by due to geographical locations is also a challenge. At the on-grid, we have been experiencing the high cost of tariff, and it continues to be a challenge. But with the ongoing in-depth studies and proposed reforms to the Tongan's power sector, we anticipate a major reduction to the cost of electricity as we move forward to achieving our targets of 50% and 75%. Various findings proved that 100% combination of photovoltaic and wind plus battery energy storage system is technically feasible. We have also experienced huge savings, greenhouse gas emission from the power sector. You can count up to a quarter of the quota compared to our greenhouse gas emission in the past 10 years. Capacity strengthening in the outer islands mainly remains a challenge. And also on the on-grid electrification, we're really keen to have all those engineers to have access to proper training as the technology of battery energy storage system has become an important component of the energy system development. Of course, automated controlling mechanisms needed to be in place to manage and operate all of our sources with the solar, the wind, the photovoltaic, and also the diesel generators. We've been looking at also strengthening our capacity of the grid in order for us to achieve the 50%, 75% of our renewable energy targets. The battery energy, our batteries are now arranged to be recycled in South Korea through a local company who has been in contact with, with companies in South Korea. I must say that that would be it for my statement, and I must apologize that I'm not able to share a few photos from the islands, as I was only given this opportunity as of last night. I thank you all, Excellencies, for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we now have the keynote presentation and launch on the report on hybrid renewable projects. And so I take the privilege of inviting on stage Dr. Amit Jain, Senior Energy Specialist, World Bank. Let's welcome him on stage with a big round of applause. Dr. Amit Jain. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First, it's a privilege to speak after the esteemed speaker from Tonga, small island developing states. These are islands are very close to my heart, and for last 10 years, to be frank, most of my professional life I have spent in islands, starting with Maldives and now in Mauritius and Seychelles, looking at the energy transition plan. So I was listening to the speaker from Tonga very carefully, and I completely agree that solar plus storage or renewable plus storage has a clear business case, starting in renewables, which are paying more than 25 to 30 US cents, and then moving on to other middle income countries in Africa and in Asia. So in the next 15 minutes, what I'm going to do, I'm going to put together what World Bank has done in the last 1 decade in 57 projects across the globe. I have tried to synthesize these 57 projects into a report, which I will present at the end. These projects are renewable plus storage. Now, as you all know, storage is scaling up, but it's scaling up slowly. The reason it is scaling up slowly, including India, is because it's a complex asset class. Solar has more than 80 use cases. We can use storage has more than 80 use cases. We can use storage more than 80 ways, but currently we are using only 3 ways globally. So I'm going to explain how we can monetize the business models of solar and storage, how World Bank and other partners of the World Bank has done this globally. And with IFC and MIGA, we will be launching a framework. We will be launching a template at COP, which will provide a step-by-step procedure for the government, for the policymakers, trying to implement solar plus storage on a fast-track basis. So I have divided my presentation into 4 pillars. First, just trying to assess what are we facing today in context of the Ukraine war and the current Gaza war, where we are currently globally on energy. Second, as I mentioned, what is the analysis of these 57 projects which I would like to put forward in front of you. Third, and the most important, which even in G20, the World Bank was asked to be a better and more effective bank. So that's the third pillar we are trying to target, how we can scale up, quickly, and how we can replicate these projects quickly. We all know solar is now transformational. Storage is also going very fast, but the challenge is to scale and to replicate very quickly. And finally, the report which we have put together will also showcase what could be the procurement procedures by governments taking forward. As we all know, tendering and procurement has been a challenge, not only for the World Bank, but also for governments, and it takes years for us to procure right from a light bulb to a 100 megawatt hour storage battery. So let's start with the first pillar. Today here, ladies and gentlemen, we are standing on the front line of climate change. Those times are gone when we were saying climate change is happening or not. in California, Pakistan, India, for order matter for any country in the world, we are experiencing earthquake, floods, drought, and wildfires all in the same year. Such is now the difficult situation globally. We are experiencing these climate changes in the same year in the same country. Today, I checked in the morning, the Brent is at $90, and it is expected to go more than $100. This is the price of oil which we cannot survive. It has already put several countries into a debt trap. We have recently seen what has happened in Sri Lanka, or for that matter, any more countries who are relying on oil, especially island countries, as Minister said from Tonga. We are falling under debt trap because of the excessive reliance on fossil fuels. Now, yes, renewable energy is moving very fast. IEA has reported that currently, today, if we invest $1 in fossil fuel, we are investing $1.5 in solar and wind. A very good number, right? We should be all proud of this. However, to meet the 2050 goal, this number has to be 1:9. The investments in RE plus storage has to quadruple if we have to make the net zero by 2050. So what we are doing currently is not enough. 1 to 1.5 ratio is not enough. What is happening globally? US has taken a big step with Inflation Reduction Act. India has come up with a huge policy of production-linked incentive. Europe has come up with a Green Deal. These are trillion-dollar investments with a big T. And these are the game changers which are going to revolutionize the RE plus storage market. So government is doing its bit, and what I'm going to show you is a framework how World Bank is taking it forward to a next step. Little bit, what is World Bank doing? We have committed more than $13 billion on renewable energy and catalyzed $20 billion in private sector investment. On storage, please note this figure. 5.5 gigawatt in storage and $850 million in storage in climate finance. World Bank is probably one of the largest lenders, not only in renewable energy, but also storage. And I'm placing these numbers in black and white in front of you. Now, what we did, we analyzed this 5.5 gigawatt hours. We analyzed this $850 million, where these investments went, whether it went for ancillary services, whether it went for peak shaving, or it went at looking at arbitrage. We analyzed these 5.5 gigawatt hours, and we have tried to categorize into a framework which I will be presenting going forward. And we all know developing countries, including India, receives 1/5 of the global energy investment. We need to do more. What is missing is scale. I would like to give example of India over here, but this is true for many other countries, including SIDS and large economies. Now, again, we know India has done terrifically well in renewables and storage. We are one of the global leaders and superpowers when it comes to solar, wind, and storage. Please look at this figure very, very carefully. And I show this figure every time because I want to make a point over here. Just focus on 2-3 things what I'm going to tell you. First, India receives $44 billion every year on green finance. What is green finance? 3 pillars: clean energy, energy efficiency, and transport. Very clear and simple. India needs $150 billion, again, if we have to become net zero. So despite being a global leader, we are still at 1/3 of what is required, okay? Now please focus on left-hand side on the orange and blue, very, very important. The blue is the public sector investment, what Government of India is doing, what NTPC is doing. That blue is $20 billion, which also includes World Bank and ADB, okay? This $20 billion is mobilizing $24 billion of private sector finance. Every dollar of public sector, including multilaterals, is mobilizing $1.2 of private sector finance. This is a very poor number. Leveraging by the public sector of private sector at 1.2 is a very, very poor number. G20 report on MDB reforms has put that MDB's leveraging is 0.65 globally. This number needs to change if we have all need to meet the net zero target. The reason I'm saying is the gap of $100 billion for India can only come from this orange, the private sector. The reason, Government of India is only fiscally stretched. There's a limit to what Government of India can invest. There's a limit to what World Bank can invest in India. We are already at our single borders limit. What can increase? The only thing which can increase is the orange, is the private sector, is the commercial banks, is the private sector. The role which World Bank can play is the role of a catalyst, is the role of creating structures where we can attract private sector investment. So in the next 5 minutes, I'm going to present a framework for solar plus storage, a particular technology which will help us mobilizing private sector investment towards the net zero goal. The other thing which is missing is replication. Yes, as I mentioned, we are doing quite good, as you see on the map. This is where the World Bank investments have gone in renewable energy plus storage. As you can see, we are all over the place, right from ECA to MENA to Latin America to South Asia. The investments on storage and solar are all over the place. What we did, we took 57 projects of where we have invested, of all our partners that invested. We analyzed these 57 projects in the last 1 year, and we came up with best practices, with a framework, how we can do replication of this quickly. Why do we have to reinvent the wheel again and again? If we have a PPA, if we have a power purchase agreement, which is vetted by private sectors, which is bankable, why don't we bring a template of PPA with a framework which can be replicated very, very quickly? Because again, as I mentioned, procurement and bringing PPA, first of all, it's $1 million endeavor to create a bankable PPA, and secondly, to replicate, it takes years and years. So we are trying to short circuit, we are trying to catalyze the market by providing a structure. Now, let's go to pillar number 2. Very quickly, we know last year has been phenomenal for storage. Last year, the world installed 16 gigawatts, 68% from 2021, a very good number. But again, Bloomberg says by 2030, it will be 500 gigawatts. Are we ready for 500 gigawatts? Do we have the right templates? Do we have the right project structures? Do we have the right PPAs for this 500 gigawatts? That's the question I'm asking all of you. India, again, has done phenomenally well on solar and wind, but on storage, we are still a little bit behind. Again, government has taken credible measures, and almost 10 gigawatt hours of storage are under procurement in India as we speak. In fact, the first storage project by SECI in Chhattisgarh on solar, wind, and storage is being financed by World Bank on EPC with SECI. The reason why storage is not scaling up, because storage does not have a clear business case. I'll explain why. When you install a coal and a solar plant, it generates electrons. Those electrons you can go and sell in the market. Battery storage does not generate electrons. It only stores electrons, and even with a degrading factor of 97% every year. We actually lose electrons in the battery storage. What I'm trying to say, no clear case of battery storage unless we are able to monetize the use cases of battery storage. That's what we are going to do. After giving all the negative features of battery storage, I am a big believer in storage. Last decade, I believe, went to solar, and this decade belongs to storage. I firmly believe this decade is for solar and storage. All right, so this is what I have been talking for the last 7 minutes. This is the bread and butter of the report. This is the framework I have been talking about with all of you. I will not go into details. For details, you will have to log on to a report, which will be available on public website, free of charge. But please look at the 4 phases, what we have done. Phase number 1, and the most important. Overall system planning of a country and the region is the step number 1 and the most important step. Integrated resource assessment of a country is very important before you start adding madly solar and wind. Especially in sub-Saharan Africa and island countries, we are all big fans of solar and storage. We start installing solar at a frantic pace without looking at the impact on the grid. What happens? Huge curtailment of expensive solar in these countries. So before we do that, please conduct overall system planning. The good news is many countries have already done overall system planning. With this, you plug in where solar and storage could fit. When you do overall system planning, for example, I'll take the two examples I'll take, Maldives and India, right? Maldives generate electricity at 30 cents per kilowatt hour, clear business case for solar plus storage. We recently got 10 cents for solar and storage will be about 7 to 8 cents. So at 15 or 17 cents, it's already 50% to what diesel is generating in Maldives. Even in India, we saw the bids of RTC, round the clock, and off-peak tariff where we got cheaper bids than new coal. So clear business case, hybrid can fit directly into your overall system planning. In phase 2, we start talking about where we can place the storage. Whether it should be at ISTS or it should be at DISCOM, whether it should be co-located. These are the questions we start asking in the phase 2, and the report and the framework which we're going to come with help you in answering these questions. Very important question you have to ask, the DISCOM has to ask, are they looking for dispatchability or are they looking for firmness? We all want the best of the two. We all want both, but you cannot get both at the same time. You have to understand different permutation and combination, whether you're looking at dispatchability or you're looking at firmness. The report highlights that in a very clear manner. Phase 3, as I mentioned, there are more than 80 use cases of battery storage. Currently, globally, we are doing only 3. So we have tried to bring together what are the business models are happening globally on solar plus storage. The 3 business models are 2-part contract, where you have a contract for solar on per unit, but you have a storage contract on capacity. That's the first contract. Second is a single contract, where both solar and storage are on capacity contract. Third, blended, straightforward, a per unit contract for both storage and solar. Again, we'll not go into details and bore you, but I wanted to make this a point that these 3 business models are most relevant and happening globally right now. Phase 4, where we start implementing the project on the ground. It is here we have provided a detailed procurement framework with a term sheet. And finally, we have also provided a template PPA. Again, as I mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, a template PPA could cost as high as $1 million, but what we have tried to do, we have tried to provide a framework or a template which you can customize as per your own needs. Disclaimer, big disclaimer, please do not use this PPA as it is. It is a template only, but it will solve 70 to 80% of your problems. You will still have to hire a legal firm or a transaction advisor to customize it as per your project, as per your region, but we have come at least to the last stage of bringing together a bankable PPA for you. So the template which we have provided also discusses whether public financing is important or private sector. Globally, EPC and public financing has been mostly popular for storage because it's new and utilities want to retain hold of the storage at a utility level. However, we do encourage private finance, private sector is very important, which I explained earlier, to bring the investment for net zero targets. And this PPA template built in conjunction with IFC is moving towards that direction where storage should also be invested by private sector and not a financing structure. We have tried to provide risk mitigation framework for solar plus storage. Again, Maldives is a perfect example where we came together and provided a 3-tier mitigation framework. First was providing guarantees. This is a backstop termination guarantee. If anything goes wrong, MEGA, IFC, and World Bank are standing behind that particular project developer, and we will pay you if anything goes wrong. Second is an escrow account. 6-month hard cash is being put up in Bank of Maldives, where if there's any delay by utility, this escrow account will come into play and it will pay for 6 months. Thirdly, currency convertibility has also been provided in Maldives. What we are doing is we are replicating this solar plus storage framework in SIDS, starting with Mauritius, Seychelles, but we are also talking to many other SIDS countries to take it forward. And the plan is to take this report, to take this framework to other countries, including Africa and Asia. That's the last slide. The teaser of the report is already out in the form of a blog published on World Economic Forum. Please go ahead and look at this blog. It mentions the different contours of the framework, what the report will do. The actual report will be launched at COP, but initial teaser we have to try to put together in the form of a blog. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and I highly encourage to please move towards private sector financing of solar plus storage, looking at different use cases in your own country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for that enlightening presentation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time that we delve into the panel discussion. So let me take the privilege of introducing and then inviting our moderator for this panel session, Dr. Rashi Gupta, Managing Director, Vision Mechatronics. Dr. Rashi Gupta is a pioneering force in the domain of advanced cell chemistry within the lithium storage battery sector. Her voyage toward innovation led her to conceptualize and produce the world's smartest lithium battery. She is the founder and managing director of Vision Mechatronics Private Limited, and she is a council member at United Nations Council of Engineers for Energy Transition. Let's welcome the lady with a big round of applause, as now the proceedings are going to be in her hands. Ma'am, welcome. I request you, Dr. Gupta, to please take over the proceedings. Thank you very much.
Well, first, a very warm welcome to everyone seated in the room. Thank you for patiently being here with us since morning. And I thank Amit Jain for such a wonderful presentation from the World Bank. And we've been talking of having 3x renewables. We're talking of going off grids. So with this, it's a big challenge that all of us are going to see now. And I rightly see how Amit asked, are you ready for the 500 gigawatts coming in? So yes, we are ready. And I'll invite my co-panelists here. Firstly, Dr. Bill Thomas, Associate Laboratory Director, Material, Chemical and Computational Science at NREL. Mr. Bill is an Associate Laboratory Director at NREL, and he has been overseeing NREL's solar, hydrogen and fuel cells, basic energy sciences and advanced computing, and ARPAE programs. He has been actively engaged in collaborative research and technical leadership positions for over 30 years in industry and national laboratory positions. So welcome. Julia? Okay. Next, I invite Mr. Debi Prasad Dash, who is currently working as an executive director at IESA, India Energy Storage Alliance. I mean, he needs no introduction, but then still, he has an over decade of industry experiences and has been a part of various industry associations like IEEE, Smart Grid Working Community, PES, SSE, IGEF, and he's been actively involved in techno-commercial feasibility, strategy, formulation and consulting in emerging technology areas like energy storage, advanced battery technologies, renewable energy integration, green hydrogen, smart grid, electric vehicles, and microgrids. Next, I'd like to invite Ms. Sanskriti Dubey. She's the Senior Manager at Fluence India. Sanskriti is leading the market growth and communications for Fluence India. In her role, she takes the lead in policy and regulatory measures for market entry and drives the growth in energy storage for the Indian market. Ms. Dubey has authored various white papers and articles that raise awareness about battery energy storage. So I'm very happy to welcome all of you here, and I have two panelists online. Have they joined? Yeah, I have Julia Sodar. She is a very good friend of mine, as well as she's a strategic executive with over 20 years of expertise in energy and environmental sectors. As a coalition builder and advocate, she is a long-time advocate of clean energy technologies. And right now, she is the global CEO of Long Duration Energy Storage Council and chair of Global Renewable Alliance. We also have Mr. Suhas Sutar, head BD and engineering for RE+. Yeah, we see them online. Okay, good. So just to set a bit of context here, now, since many days and morning, I have been saying that we have been all talking about how storage is a critical technology for enabling the energy transition, or like I like to call it, a transformation for integrating renewable energies and improving the reliability of the grid and reducing the greenhouse gas emissions. Well, we have seen fantastic figures in the World Bank presentation, but as of August 2023, we look at the energy storage capacity of the world is at 231 gigawatt hours. This is a 69% increase, which is fantastic. And the global battery energy storage market is continuously expected to grow and improve. And, we all have been pro storage for a very, very long time. We have learned how to store many forms of energy. And it's now that we are coming to actually realize how do we have to store electricity in the form of energy. We learned how to do agriculture and store food, right? That is one form of energy. We learned how to store water, which is another form of energy. And now we're learning how to have electricity is stored and efficiently used to get the right value of this energy which is being stored at the right time and at the right cost. So the market is continuously growing with the declining cost of battery energy storage technologies. Newer technologies are coming into play, and we can see there is an increasing government support. And there's a very big growing demand of renewable and clean energies that each one of us has been talking about right since inception of ISR. So what I see is some things which are posing a little bit of challenge today is when I look at the energy pyramid. So if I look at the base of the pyramid, which really forms a large masses which are using this energy and electricity, but the decision makers are very few at the top. And most of the times, the policies and the finances do not percolate right till the bottom of the pyramid. And this is what we all have to collectively focus and work towards, ensuring that the masses together have an access to clean energy with effective storage and affordable storage. Also, I'd like to emphasize a bit on distributed energy storages. I mean, when we look at the country perspectives, when we look at the larger pictures, we have been overall focusing on large installations, large utility scale installations, or focus is more on that. But distributed energy storage can play a very, very significant role in providing reliable, clean, and affordable energy to all, which is one of our SDGs that we all have been harping for. And they can also help in improving the grid resilience that we all really need, reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, and have more local impact on communities with lesser impact on finances directly. So, we have to focus more on distributed energy storage, yet have a centralized combination of all of them as on a district level or on a country level, on a state level, and globally together. So it's time now to cooperate and collaborate. Just to give a short perspective, I have here a list of 17 islands who have actually made it, because islands are someone who are really away from the entire development and connected from the grid. So they have their own independent grid. Many of them have been running on diesel, and we all know how fossil fuels are going to be extinct, and we just hope that we will be able to achieve the solar plus storage or renewables plus storage to make actually an impact and reduce our global emissions and use of fossil fuels. So now with this, I head back to my seat and I start the panel discussion. Thank you. So now on this new mic. So my first question would go to Dr. Bill. Ready?
I'm ready.
Fantastic. So what are the most promising and emerging technologies in battery storages, battery energy storage in pipeline other than lithium ion that we can think of? Because everyone today has been talking about lithium ion, and how we can see that, you know, the prices are falling, and it's an absolute price war with the L1 in India, of course. So how do you see new technologies emerging and playing a very important role in the energy transformation?
So I want to first start by, I think historically, while scientists and engineers drive innovation, they're horrible at picking technologies and predicting the future. And so I think it's really important to understand what we're really trying to do. I think we're really trying to interconvert our electrical and our chemical systems, and I think that there are current technologies. There are people out there that will tell you the current technologies, and they'll draw graphs. We'll cover all of our grid storage needs for a while. There are people out there that will tell you about very promising new technologies. Some of those technologies are being put in place. Clearly, there are alternatives to lithium-ion batteries, thinking about sodium and multivalent systems like magnesium. They still have cost, safety, and other issues, lifetime issues. Predictability issues is really important. Clearly, flow batteries are very exciting. There's large installation in China. At the same time, these are not new. Vanadium and zinc bromide chemistries have been around for a long time. I think that we're going to find that we're going to continue to have to innovate in lithium-ion batteries. We've heard already about the critical material issues. We heard about designing for remining so that we can recycle these systems in a much better way. Certainly people are still very interested in electrode chemistry, moving away from graphite to other systems on the anode, getting rid of cobalt and the like on the cathode, thinking about electrolytes. So I think there's a whole R&D spectrum there, and hopefully I'll have a little time to give you my perspective on, as this industry continues to move forward, how important maintaining an R&D ecosystem for this industry, the way all industries have benefited from those types of ecosystems, whether they're pharmaceutical or chemical or aviation, I think is really critical.
Okay. Thank you. Moving to Julia, what do you think, Julia, is the role that can a long-duration energy storage play in providing 100% firm, reliable, round-the-clock power? I know long-duration storage is very, very close to your heart, and we've discussed this many times. And we see very few technologies, I mean, having that, you know, cost effectiveness where we see a value for money coming into picture. So what are your thoughts on that?
Hi, Rashi. It's good to see you. And thank you again so much for the opportunity to be here. And hi, Debbie. It's good to see you too. And I'm so sorry I'm not there in person. And everyone, thank you for the opening remarks and for listening about Island Tonga. And I look forward to seeing your pictures about what's happening on various islands around the world. And I mean, it's great to see you too. And thank you for all the work you're doing with the World Bank, really elevating the essential message of the partnerships of storage with renewables. And we'd like to even advance further the importance of scale, because we like to see more than gigawatts. We want to see terawatts. As Mate said earlier, and hi Mate, the important role of tripling renewables, you have to have a tripling of storage to really make sure that we can meet these targets. And this has to happen in such urgency. And as Bill just mentioned, you know, the diversity of storage is so critical to making sure that each community around the world can really make this transition happen, and transformative transition, as we replace all the industries that currently use fossil fuel and move into being replaced by solar, wind, and storage. And we need long duration storage, because if we want round-the-clock power 24/7, we need to have that flexibility, that reliability, and that durability that we can really ensure that we have clean power for every hour of every day of every month. And there are different technologies, as Bill was pointing out. Within storage, you can have the power, heat, and hydrogen, and we like to focus on the 4 families of long duration. We keep saying batteries, and Rashi, as you said, there's more than lithium-ion. Lithium-ion is really important, but if we have to scale, we have to focus on the mechanical, building on the pumped hydro, building on the gravity base that is, you know, some of this new technologies, building on the innovative ways of pumped hydro that have been commercial for over a century, compressed air that's commercial, that's been, you know, available for decades, liquid air that is moving into commercial stages and starting to scale, and liquid CO2. And there's also thermal energy storage. Many of the hard to abate industrial sectors are looking at how to really capture sensible heat, latent heat, and thermochemical heat that really kind of use heat for making green cement, green steel. You can do this with long duration energy storage. And to your point too, we can also do this in the savings. If we really bring in long duration energy storage in the marketplace with these public-private partnerships, you can save $540 billion US a year with long duration energy storage. And this is something we really want to show, is that it's not just the cost and expanding the market criteria, it's also the benefits and savings that you get with long duration energy storage. There's also the chemical piece where it's power to gas, and green hydrogen work that we're doing with Global Renewables Alliance and partnerships, and then electrochemical. All the elements on the periodic table are really important. As Bill was mentioning, we have the zinc and vanadium. There's different types of flow batteries. There's metal anode batteries. There's organic batteries. And this is great because you can have the distribution, the small scale, and different, meeting different needs, and you can also have large utility scale. So what we really want to elevate is that there are a diverse group of technologies of long duration storage available today, and we need to scale it to meet the terawatts that are needed globally. And we look forward to working with all of you partners in the room, and TPC and others, about how to get to the 1 gigawatt of LDES, that the 1 terawatt of LDES in India and by 2030. So this is really exciting, and looking forward to, again, the public-private partnerships, working with all of you to really make sure we have the scale that we need to really promote 24/7 solar.
Fantastic, Julia. Moving to Suhas. Can you, you have also executed a project in Modera where you are looking at, it's like India, and how you have demonstrated a mini grid out there with solar plus storage. So can you, how do you see the CNI sector and off-grid locations developing now with respect to this?
Yeah. Thank you, ISA, for inviting RePlus to this panel discussion, and my apologies, I could not make it in person to be part of this panel discussion. Before I start on speaking on Modera, one disclaimer: I did this project when I was in Mahindra Sustain, so this is a project which was done by Mahindra Sustain and not RePlus. So in fact, Modera Sun Temple project is a project which focuses on grassroots level, the point you were discussing at the beginning or at your keynote, because it works for villagers, and every villager in that Modera town has now a residential rooftop installed on their roof. And in a way, they are operating a big storage, community storage, which is a part of bigger project, which is outside the village, and it is almost 15 megawatt hour of energy storage. So entire village throughout the day generates energy, keeps it into a bank, common bank, which is for village. And in the night time, they again utilize this energy to use during peak time and during night time. So this village is now totally isolated from, you can say, technically it is totally isolated from grid, and it brings a lot of benefits to the community because now they are generating their own energy and they're free from the problems of energy price rise and other things. So, the impact of that, we have seen few of the customers have even started getting credit of solar and excess solar energy generated during daytime. They are getting credit of that amount into their energy bill, and almost they are now energy neutral.
Okay, that's cool. Moving to Debbie, I mean, Debbie, you have been at the forefront of policy and, representation of storage sector, and it is India Energy Storage Alliance. So, I mean, as he was also talking just now about the microgrids and, how metering challenges are there, and, what do you see as an improvement or what is your wish list for the policy at this point of time in India, of course? And then maybe if you want to comment on some global perspective there on having more storage and solar and renewables for that matter, because we are all talking about 3x. How do you think the policy framework should be to actually lead smoothly without any road bumps to reach 3x? 3x solar, 3x renewables and 3x storage.
So for last 10 years when we worked in storage, so usually talk 2023 is the year for energy storage policy in India. We specifically saw 9 policies has been announced by the ministries in India to support energy storage deployment. I will not go in detail, but it includes National Energy Storage Framework, ISTS waiver, energy storage purchase obligations, and also VZF, and similar many others. But it is not the end. There are many things still the industry wishes from the government in India, which include resource adequacy, to include energy storage in the part of that. Also support the balance of the system. It's not only about the battery cell. There is balance of the systems in energy storage projects, because that cost also 40 to 50% of any of the projects. That also need to be supported in any form. And also there is net metering for the commercial industrial segment, that also need to be supported or minimized to support the energy storage installations at the state level. And in the grid resiliency also need to be given priorities, because that's maybe the third level priorities for the government, but that need to be on the first level priorities beyond energy access. So these are the industry ask from the government, but the first step towards national or international collaboration, which is the next step for the growth, as Amijan from World Bank mentioned, next 10 years or this decade is for energy storage. Now independently all the countries, maybe it is European countries for the Green Deal, or USA at IRA, or India maybe PLI, is independently working to develop energy storage. But next 10 years is the collaborative approach. Maybe the first step has been taken by the government of India and US on creating the US-India Energy Storage Task Force, and where we are proud to be secretariat for that. But there is similar approach need to be taken, like how the islanding countries can be develop hybrid projects, where the companies who have done the projects, based on their experience they can do, how the Middle East and North African countries, like we have actually talked with many Middle East and North African countries to create a India-MENA energy storage cooperation, and part of the World Energy Storage Day, which is again a global collaboration approach. It should be chemical processing, manufacturing, deployment, and also for the test bed. Like as the Energy Storage Alliance, we are not talking about single technology. So all the test bed or rapid prototyping center need to be technology agnostic, and all the countries should develop the platform or the policies or tender document, or it may be bidding document, irrespective of technology. It may be pumped hydro, lithium ion may be the front runner, or the futuristic technologies like sodium and others, but it should not be mentioned in any of the procurement plan. That need to be the voice of the industries. Whichever technology is not only cost effective, is safer, cost effective, and also feasible for the commercial and financial perspective for the consumers. That need to be the first step for any of the countries. So the wish list for India is long, but wish list for the global audience, the cooperation should be the next step for the energy storage deployment to go 3x or 5x. Actually energy storage is nascent stage, 3x is maybe smaller one. We should target for 5x growth of the energy storage. So this is with our work with many of the country alliances from across the globe, this is the requirement is the next 3 to 5 years as a platform we should do.
Fantastic. So coming to Sanskriti, can you share some of the energy storage projects around the world? Can you shed light on how utility scale or large scale projects have been shaping up, and how this entire energy storage shift is actually fueling 3x renewables?
Sure. Thank you, Rashi, and thank you ISA for having me over here. So Fluence is a global leader in battery energy storage projects and digital offerings, and so far Fluence has deployed 6 gigawatt of battery energy storage projects in 44 plus countries. This is since last 15 years of our experience. And for Indian market, Fluence has formed a joint venture with a renewable energy company, which is a 10 gigawatt of renewable energy developer, Renew. And this joint venture is an independent entity for serving the Indian market. So one of the first large scale project which Fluence is doing in India is of 75 megawatt, 150 megawatt hour project. This is being developed under a tender which was issued by Solar Energy Corporation of India in 2020. And the tender has three hybrid configuration model. One is the solar, second part is the wind, and the third is battery energy storage. So altogether, the contracted capacity which has the PPA is of 300 megawatt, and the battery is being deployed for 75 megawatt. Now this tender was to meet the peak power requirement by the utilities. And this was 2 hours in the morning and 4 hours in the evening. So one of the application which we see from this battery energy storage was to meet the peak power requirement. And as we have been hearing that India is moving more towards getting renewable energy integration, that's the major application which we are expecting from battery energy storage. So in the same line, the second project which we are expecting to be developed is of 25 megawatt, 100 megawatt hour. This is for round the clock energy deliverable application. This is being developed in the Jaisalmer area of Rajasthan. So these are the two projects which is more focused towards the renewable integration applications. Taking a move, if I talk about the global projects which we have seen various applications, and country which has already achieved a level of renewable penetration higher than 40%. We have seen a large amount of these projects are moving towards standalone battery energies project, which in helping the grid to integrate renewable in that sense. So one of that project is being developed in already commissioned in Australia, which is of 150 megawatt 1 hour project. That is, and as you all know, that Australia has very good frequency response application, a large amount of market, wherein battery is being used to deliver frequency services, very fast frequency services. From a 5-minute settlement, they are moving to 5-second settlement, and that is where battery is being used. So that's a great application, and we have also seen lately we have signed a agreement with Transnet, which is Germany grid operator. So it is storage as a transmission asset, the first of its kind and one of the largest in the world as of now, being developed for 250 megawatt capacity. This is storage which will be used as a transmission line asset to strengthen the load shifting from north side of Germany to the load center which is located in the south side of Germany. And there's a lot of transmission failures which we have seen in Germany area. So the storage will be helping to create an N-1 mechanism for transmission line over there. So what we are seeing is there are various revenue streams which is available in the storage market. And I think as we move forward from a 10% renewable penetration in India and go more towards increasing higher penetration, we will see a large revenue streams which needs to be developed to make this asset, to develop this business models in India. So that's all from my side.
Oh, that's nice. Now since you've just touched upon financing, I'll go to Julia. Julia, how do you see new and innovative financing models coming for energy storage in, say, I'm not going to specify any technology out here, just energy storage plainly, and how do you see financing or energy as a service and, coming into play to exactly foresee and portray the true nature of what energy is and how energy storage is going to transform this entire energy landscape?
No, it's a great question. Thanks, Vashi. And the Long Duration Energy Storage Council has worked with communities around the world of 20 different policy recommendations to really amplify what changes need to be made in different marketplaces. We've looked at long-term market signals, so making sure that you have storage capacity targets, making sure that you're looking at getting paid for not just ancillary services, but additional benefits that you can bring to the grid, black start capability, the frequency response, load following, making sure that all these other attributes that provide value are given monetary, benefits so that the companies can make just not for the generation, but also for the O&M. We're also looking at different revenue mechanisms. So the 24/7 clean power purchase agreements are another way to really benefit, both the customer and the utility and the developer by demonstrating that you really can show up and provide for every hour of every day, especially for long duration energy storage where you have, the benefits of 10 hours days, weeks, months, even years, being able to get paid to hold that storage over time, that then you can, when it's needed, you're able to, supply to the grid and also provide that additional benefit. So we've also been looking at various public-private partnerships and incentives, grants, to really, again, scale up the financing to really push forward the direct technology support. Really having those parallel paths of R&D development to, push the pilots to commercialization and scale, but also to really encourage the marketplace today to really bring additional value to, the different portfolios, different benefits that long-duration energy storage can provide, especially for being able to charge and discharge. Also, to the point that was raised, when we really hit that integration point of over 60% renewable energy integration, you see the cost come down dramatically for all types of storage. And it can be even $100 a megawatt hour or $50 a megawatt hour, depending where you are in the world, whether you're replacing backup diesel generators or other aspects. So the costs are there. It's really having that immense amount of renewable energy integration, being able to capture all the curtailment is what we've been seeing around the world, whether Chile, the United Kingdom, Australia, different areas, and the US, when there's a lot of excess solar or wind, and it's curtailed, there's so much revenue that is lost. And there's no true market incentive in different places to really capture that. And so once we really bring in additional incentives for capturing renewable energy curtailment, this is also another avenue for really bringing in additional wealth and benefits.
Okay, that was quite insightful. And let's move on to Suhas. We're talking of energy storage, and energy storage by and large is just perceived as a stationary aspect of storage. But there's a lot of energy storage, or batteries or even different means of energy storage going into the transport sector. And how do you think the transport sector and the storage sector together can form a good JV, rather, a nice bond together to actually accelerate renewables and storage together, leading us to the decarbonization goal and the climate goals that we actually have to achieve within the timelines that we have set?
Actually, the question is tricky because I can speak about stationary ESS, how it can help and blah, blah things. But when it comes to using storage along with electric vehicle, I think people have a thought of, people have tried some things where V2G and other things where vehicle to grid excess energy stored into your vehicle battery can be used for your grid applications. In fact, that's a good alternative. Means instead of buying two batteries for a residential household, which one is for your residential backup, another for your vehicle, you can monetize only one battery for two applications. Obviously, it cannot fulfill your 100% requirement, but it can be a good sweet spot to meet your requirements. On mobility perspective, I don't foresee much in terms of storage, because there, whatever you store or whatever you buy, it means even if we talk of hydrogen powered vehicles or lithium-ion battery powered vehicles, whatever is stored into that battery or in the hydrogen tank, the more you consume or the quickly you consume would give you the benefit. I don't foresee there much big point in saving that energy.
Great. The top 3 countries with the most installed battery energy storage is US, China, and Germany. So I go to Bill, what is the magic that actually needs, what is that magic ingredient or the magic idea which can actually bring others to the forefront and have something like what did US do? And I mean, all of us know what exactly was done, but then how do you progress further? And what could be an energy mix that we can look forward to actually bringing, and new developments into picture, new financing models, maybe even that, or new policies, anything for the right magic mix?
So I would first start by, I'm pretty optimistic about the trajectory for India already. So that was pretty impressive. I've been delighted to watch the Nehru Solar Mission from its genesis and to see the storage. I think we have to make sure that we think about these things as a system. I view that we are now, because of the low cost of renewables, I think we want to first understand what we've heard this morning, that, or earlier this afternoon, we aren't done yet on solar. We have a lot to do, and we're just getting started, not so much on storage, but on this nexus of solar and hydrogen and energy storage. And I think we have to start thinking about these things as a system and start innovating that way. I think we have to ask ourselves, what are the power electronics differences that we can do here as we look at the system? As we think about the hydrogen problem, how about more closely coupling solar with hydrogen generation, as opposed to just thinking about the grid as mediating it? As we look at studies, NREL has done the 100% renewable study for Los Angeles, and millions of simulations were done. And energy-dense fuel is needed to get to 100% renewables. And so we have to understand, as we already heard from Julie and others, that we have to think about the thermal, the chemical, and the electrical. I think these early starters, silicon is still the benchmark for photovoltaics, and I think lithium-ion batteries are going to be the benchmark for a long time for energy storage. That doesn't mean it's the only solution. It means it's the solution now. It means it's deployable and it's scalable right now. As we think about higher scalability and some of the other aspects, we have to make sure we continue to innovate so we have the storage technologies a decade from now, which are going to probably look a lot different than they look today. As we think about vehicle-to-grid integration, we're already looking at behind-the-meter storage for fast charging. The grid is not going to be able to handle fast charging without its own storage. So we're going to have batteries supporting battery charging in this country, and thinking in all our countries, and thinking about all of these as we move forward. These really high penetration, dispatchable models are going to need all sorts of storage, all sorts of flexibility, and all sorts of integration.
Picking up on what you just said right now is, collaborating. When you said solar plus hydrogen, I would like to take it one step ahead. Solar plus hydrogen plus wind plus batteries. When we have this right kind of a mix, a hybrid mix of energy, that would lead to 100% success. Today, we're trying to compete between technologies which should be collaborating between technologies, going the hybrid way. Not just, okay, if it's hydrogen, we all run on hydrogen. No. We need each and every type of technology today in the country, not just in India, everywhere across the globe, understanding what is the right mix for your country and bringing it at the level right from the grassroots to the top of the pyramid to get the maximum out of renewables, and that would happen through storage. And not just one single style of storage or one single technology of storage, but hybridization and having multiple technologies integrated in one single system. That would also give a lot of impact on the financing of such systems. Something that I also wanted to ask is, though I also belong from the same industry and I know the challenges, but I still want Sanskriti to say what is the biggest challenge that energy storage industry is facing today?
So it is on the acceptability from the market, that the prices are very high. And it's not. We have proven that already from the first project which Fluence is delivering. It's the peak power project, which is 75 megawatt, 150 megawatt hour, which I've talked about. And the tariff from here is $0.05. If you talk about in Indian rupees, it is 4 rupees 30 paise, which is very much equivalent to new coal thermal power plants. So the tariff is already achievable. But there's a mindset which says that, tariffs are high, tariffs are not to be met. So that's one challenge which we are trying to rule out, that, we have already achieved a level wherein tariffs are at par with whatever technology is available, and look forward to go beyond from here and building more storage projects in India.
If I could take that just for a second.
Sure.
I think we also have to get much faster at our translational R&D. Otherwise, we're going to have the technologies we have today in the future. I think we have to be able to take new concepts. We have to be able to move them through the technology readiness levels much faster. There's testing, but there's also bankability, there's predictive lifetimes, all sorts of things that new technologies need to be able to go much faster.
Fantastic. And I see Alex there standing and giving me an update that I need to close up the session. But Alex, I will take one more minute to just summarize what my esteemed panelists have said here. That what we need is to devise group technologies, testing infrastructure, facilities, and that's not just for one country, but all of us together. What we need to do is now more collaborate and cooperate if we want the humankind to survive. This is a very big statement here. Humankind has to survive. It's not the climate that needs reforms. It's we who needs reform. We are the ones who have contributed to a great extent to reach here with the climate catastrophe and emergency that we are facing. So we need to work towards solving this climate crisis with an absolute emergency and on a very urgent timeline. It's not 2050, not 2040 or 2030, it's now. We cannot afford any further delay on this. We need to reduce, reuse, and recycle. With this, I hand over to you, Alex. Thank you.
So firstly, thank you so much, Dr. Rashi, for your fantastic moderation. I want to thank all our panelists from the kilowatt scale that Debbie and Suhas talked about, to the megawatt scale that Mr. Ofa talked about, to the gigawatt scale that Sanskriti was talking about, to the terawatt scale that Julia was talking about. As Sanskriti said, this is already economic. It's cheaper than coal in India today. It's cheaper than diesel in Tonga today. But as Dr. Bill mentioned, we're going to continue to see innovations and new technologies that are continuing to make it even more cost-effective and even more flexible and even more longer duration. So thank you all so much for your remarks. Thank you, Dr. Rashi, for your fantastic moderation. And with that, I close this session and hand it back to the MC.
Thank you very much, Mr. Raja. With that, we request our session moderator, Dr. Rashi Gupta, to please help us thank our esteemed panelists with small tokens of appreciation. Ma'am, if you could present, starting from your left, to Mr. Devi Prasad Das, CEO, IESA. Let's have a big round of applause for Mr. Devi Prasad Das. Dr. Bill Tomas, Associate Laboratory Director, Materials, Chemical and Computational Science, NREL. Ms. Sanskriti Dubey, Senior Manager, Fluence. Let's have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And may I invite Mr. Alexander back on stage from the ISA Secretariat to thank our moderator, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Rashi Gupta, Managing Director, Vision Mechatronics. Let's have a round of applause, please. And the photographer is going to need a photo opportunity. May I request you to please step ahead of the dais. Mr. Alex, would you like to join in? Thank you very much. And we also thank our other speakers who were joining us online, Ms. Julia Sauda. Let's have a round of applause there for her. And Mr. Subhas Sutar. Thank you very much, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, once again, we thank our esteemed panelists and our moderator, Dr. Rashi Gupta. And now we go on to the closing plenary, ladies and gentlemen. So we request you to please be here with us. And we have gracing this closing plenary session from Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, Mr. Dinesh Jagdale, Joint Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India. We also have Dr. Priyantha Vijaytunga, Senior Director, Energy Sector Office, Sectors Group, Asian Development Bank, Manila, and of course, Director General, International Solar Alliance, Dr. Ajay Mathur. So I'm going to first request Dr. Priyantha Vijaytunga, Senior Director, Energy Sector Office, Sectors Group, Asian Development Bank, Manila, to kindly join us on stage and render his closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Priyantha Vijaytunga. Welcome, sir.
Mr. Dinesh Jagdale, Joint Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, Dr. Ajay Mathur, Director General, ISA, distinguished delegates from ISA member countries, invitees, experts, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I congratulate and thank International Solar Alliance for organizing this high-level conference on new technologies on clean energy transition in collaboration with the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, Asian Development Bank, and the International Solar Energy Society on the sidelines of ISA 6th session of the ISA Assembly. We in ADB are delighted to partner in this very important initiative. It is heartening to note that the conference is attended by ministerial delegations of ISA member countries, senior policymakers, leading experts from industry and academia. It only highlights the importance and the urgency of this particular subject. Overarching goal of this conference is how we can make solar a preferred option to meet the planet's energy needs in a manner that reduces carbon emissions, strengthens economic activity, and generates jobs. It is gratifying that over the last decade, we have made immense progress in clean energy technology development and commercialization. 10 years back, the cost of solar electricity was about 50 US cents per kilowatt hour. We never imagined that solar could one day become a cost-effective source of electricity. However, today, solar electricity costs about 5 US cents per kilowatt hour. I can still remember about 25 years ago running around some of the remote villages in Sri Lanka trying to persuade them to get solar panels because they did not have grid connectivity, not because it's cheaper. Now it's exactly the opposite. Now it has become grid parity and it's cost effective. It is a remarkable achievement made possible only through technological improvements, innovative business models, and determined policy by various governments. It is basically the scale which brought these costs down. We have similar success stories in various other clean energy technologies. Their cost is at historic lows and continue to decline. Various studies have established that clean energy can stimulate economic growth, create more jobs, and have a positive impact on the local environment and health. However, we should note that we have a long way to go to achieve our desired climate goals. Despite the dramatic cost reduction, renewable energy sources supply only about 10% of the world's electricity generation. Fossil fuels, basically coal, oil, and gas, still supply about 65% of world's electricity. Likewise, fossil fuels supply about 85% of world's total primary. And when it comes to primary, it's even worse. The share of renewable sources is only about 5%. It just highlights that fossil fuels are deeply rooted in the world economy. If we are to achieve net zero carbon emissions by 2050, we should significantly accelerate the adoption of clean energy technologies in a nonlinear manner. I believe we are now poised to the next phase of growth in renewable energy generation. To do this, there are several challenges to overcome. I'm happy that this conference brought together experts to discuss these issues. First is the issue of manufacturing, supply chains, and critical raw materials. Global energy is almost always intertwined with geopolitics. In the past, we have several examples where decisions were taken by some countries driven by geopolitical interests led to either a surge in energy prices or stalling the raw material supplies. In the coming few decades, the global deployment of solar and other clean energy technologies need to grow at unprecedented levels. We need to make sure that the supply chains are diversified and resilient. Second, while we focus on deployment, we also need to continuously innovate on new technologies. For example, more efficient solar cells, new battery chemistries, which can provide cheaper and more effective storage, and novel electrolyzers for green hydrogen production, which can have high efficiencies and longer life. Finally, innovation in business models is very important. Worldwide, we need new business models to integrate renewable energy sources with energy storage to replace fossil fuels. I believe ISA is uniquely positioned to facilitate knowledge transfer between member countries and accelerate learning. We listened to excellent presentations and panel discussions involving eminent experts on these topics during the course of the day. We are very happy that the conference brought together these finest minds to focus on these themes, not only on the stage, but also in the audience. On behalf of the Asian Development Bank, I wish to express my sincere thanks to International Solar Alliance and the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy Government of India for organizing this wonderful conference. I would like to reiterate ADB's continuous support and engagement to work with all of you. Once again, let me congratulate all of you for the excellent deliberations today and wish all the very best in your respective contributions to accelerate solar energy development agenda. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, sir, for your closing remarks for this high-level conference on new technologies for clean energy transition. And now, for the special address as part of this closing plenary, may I request Mr. Dinesh Jagdale, Joint Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him yet again, Mr. Dinesh Jagdale.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for having me here again. His Excellency Dr. Mathur, Director General, International Solar Alliance, Dr. Priyantha Vijayatunga, Senior Director, Energy Sector Office, Asian Development Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, pleasure to come again before you. But I think we had a wonderful day with lots and lots of deliberations that one could see, one could hear, and really one could enjoy. Looking forward for a brighter decades of energy transition. Today's conference, as you are aware, ISA, International Solar Alliance, ADB, and the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy together had conceptualized this, and I'm glad that there was such a wonderful response. Plus, I think, as I mentioned in the afternoon, very glad to see the kinds of brains that have assembled today to take forward the kind of deliberations that we could witness. I'm not going to repeat the same story or the India story which you must have heard in the morning and in the afternoon sessions, but the commitment that the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy Government of India has put forward for the entire world, the pace at which we are growing and the pace at which we want to grow from here on till 2030, I think that is unprecedented because, and you are aware that the kind of implementation strategies that we have built on ground have been very path-breaking, the kind of technologies that have evolved in the production line, in the assemblies, in the business models, various agencies coming together. I think this will also help the global family as we move forward. And I'm sure International Solar Alliance is going to take this activity at a much faster pace with all the support you can provide. Good numbers, I think attendance in vast numbers for this event, and the ISA General Assembly is a testament to the rapidly growing importance and acceptance of solar as a key source of energy for small and large applications across developed and developing economies alike. It is heartening to see the excellencies from all member countries attending the ISA General Assembly and today's high-level event in large numbers. This reaffirms and strengthens our collective resolve to make solar energy the energy of choice, reducing carbon emissions, expanding energy access, and bolstering economic growth in the process. Several good reports, and I'm sure all of you must have a copy of that. The World Solar Reports on Technology, Market and Finance, and a Roadmap for Developing and Scaling Green Hydrogen Ecosystem, contributing to the growing and critical discourse around solar energy technologies, market and investment trends, along with strategizing enhancement of green hydrogen will be some of the key reports that we all will like to really look at it, discuss it, and take the recommendations forward. So today's three sessions, I think first was on the innovation, novel technologies in solar energy, which covered solar energy, which covered emerging technologies and solar and related sectors, which we feel we have huge potential for large-scale commercialization. I think sessions covered excellent enabling technologies, including the example of battery energy storage system, and much have been detailed out, nothing to tell much. But what important also I see from the report that has come out, the clean heat, and you'll also find India coming out with such green heat policies very soon that will also look at other than various kinds of other RE technologies which will be looking at, or which will be a viable feedstock for making the heat sector, which is contributing to or which is a part of the energy mix, has such a substantial percentage in it. So that is another important point that came out. Discussions on discovering new materials using computational material science, artificial intelligence, and machine learning techniques is what came out from the session 1. And there was a consensus on the integration of efforts pertaining to innovation of new technologies and development of existing technologies to evolve a dynamic ecosystem where research leads to advancements in the current performance of commercially available technologies. As we saw the session 2, it was more of international collaborations, research, and several countries have taken various initiatives, including India, which we discussed on the PLI that we mentioned. But what really outstanding in that session was that there are several technologies. There are several critical materials. There is a way forward in international collaboration in various aspects, right? From sustainability, research and development, collaboration, demonstrative projects, pilot projects. And you could see if you were, I'm sure ISA must have given you the kind of projects that ISA has been leading into the African nations, which is going to not only create awareness about the energy access through solar, but also is going to really create an ecosystem which will scale up the use of solar energy, not only in those countries, but also the neighboring countries. And as example, we have seen several such examples coming out of the various ISA activities. Companies like Websol, it came out that can support across the developing world in setting solar module manufacturing and also in terms of training, finance, and technology transfer. There were certain numbers that were thrown out. So I think this is very important to really understand that international collaboration would be key aspect as we move into the next era of energy transition. The session 3 on storage, I congratulate Tonga's leadership in energy storage. Particular, they have shown that 100% renewable energy grids are technically possible. I think 91% and 9% wind along with battery makes that possible. There can be further innovative ways on how can we further really look at the advanced algorithms to manage the solar and wind so that the stress on the battery storage can be further optimized. But that's a huge compliment to Tonga's leadership, and we commend that from the Ministry of Renewable Energy as well. The World Bank highlighted for the first time investments in RE are finally exceeding. That's good news, but much more needs to be done, and we all understand. We all understand that much more needs to be done. The target has to increase, and that's why when we are heading towards the COP and today's message of tripling will be discussed further. India is doing a bit of that, but I'm sure ISA is taking this activity forward. So we'll all expect ISA to take the tripling goal into the nations where they're working on. Storage is already here. We saw today that 4.3 rupees is the cost of round-the-clock energy that we have been seeing. So it is near to us. Now I think there will be several projects coming out in various countries, and including India, you'll find large kind of projects, including you must have seen the Indian Railways now looking at the firm power because their load is constant. They look 24/7. With the kind of structuring they have done, they have further come down to almost 3 rupees 99 paisa, which is 30 paisa cheaper than what 430 what we mentioned. So there is the kind also, it also resembles how you structure the business model. That is also critical, and lots of activities will come. There were quite a few examples of gigawatt storage, including the You mentioned from gigawatts to terawatts, so I will not repeat that. But tremendous innovation and R&D is happening into this sector. As we conclude from our side, we are quite pleased with the kind of deliberations that have happened, with the numbers and the attendees, the quality of the deliberations have been excellent. We will take this forward. I think as we move on to the festivities of the Indian culture, I wish all of you a very, very happy Deepavali, and I wish you a very prosperous New Year. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very, very much, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, now for the final word of thanks, please help me welcome Director General, International Solar Alliance, Dr. Ajay Mathur.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. I do realize this has been a very long day, but thank you all very much for staying on. Mr. Jagdale, Dr. Vijay Tunge, who came before me, colleagues from the ISA member countries and the ISA Secretariat, ISES members, many, many thanks. We did note today that while a huge amount has happened, there's the 85% reduction between 2010 and now on both solar panels and on batteries is nothing short of amazing. If anybody had asked me, for example, would I see a 85% decline in the next 10 years? If you had asked me in 2010, I would have said no. But it has happened. I think we need to help ourselves, give ourselves a pat on the back for making this happen. But as the sessions showed, there is no room for complacency. We are close to the objective of achieving our goal of renewable energy and solar energy, together with the storage, providing power for all times and all places. We do need to see novel technologies come in with efficiencies in components and of solar PV overall. This would, whether it's through materials, whether it is through new configurations, this process needs to keep happening. I think one of the key issues that we discussed, which I think is very important, is to figure out the kinds of collaborations that can make this happen. I believe that the various incentive programs that have been set up by various governments, including the PLI in India, the Inflation Reduction Act in the US, provide a natural incentive for collaboration between industry and academia so that efficiency keeps increasing. We also need to have adequate manufacturing. That's something that came out very, very clearly. And while there are multiple manufacturing technologies, I think the focus on helping industries decide that they need to move with new technologies is important. And lastly, making solar markets viable. Batteries for solar plus storage can be a game changer for large and small applications alike. It is viable and scalable business models for market creation and for access that becomes the key issue now in enabling this to happen. Following this, not following this, in parallel with this, I would like to see, for example, solar being incorporated in the design of, say, buildings. This is important. It's an area which I would say has received far less attention than have other areas. But with the advances that we are seeing in the development of materials for the building integrated PV, I think we can also look forward to having new kinds of building designs coming up. Again, I want to thank each and every one of you. I want to thank in particular our partners, the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, the Asian Development Bank, and the very fruitful partnership we have had this year with the International Solar Energy Society. Dave, I'm going to request you now, you can't get out of this. Next year, we will do this on the 22nd or 23rd of October. Please put this in your calendar, all of you. While you may not have a Solar World Congress, I would like to see as many of you to be here for this meeting. Again, many, many thanks for joining us today. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of this conference as part of the 6th International Solar Alliance Assembly. I, Aishwarya Singh, express my gratitude to all the excellencies, honorable dignitaries, and esteemed delegates. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much once again for being such an integral part of this conference. Thank you. Namaste. Thank you very much.